other than that. 132 is sucking it down right now.
Test, test, 1, 2, 3. Test, test, 1, 2, 3. Can anybody hear me out there? Working. Second. I look through the latest update. Okay, we're here. We're here. All right, welcome back to the Ryan Hall, y'all, YouTube channel, guys. Once again, another live stream here. I wanted to do this one really quick because we do have a developing situation up here in the Mid-Atlantic regions in Maryland, and it's getting ready to move into portions of New Jersey as well. And I don't see any signs of this slowing down, so I figured I might as well come on here and do a live emergency briefing on some tornado warnings that we have going on right now. I mentioned this earlier in my video today. I said there's a good chance that we're going to have a bunch of problems out there today, and it turns out that that's actually the way things are going. Now, if you haven't ever been here before during a tornado outbreak coverage, what we do is every time there's a new tornado warning, we do this right here, okay? That way you don't miss it. You'll never miss this tornado warning. Are you ready?
Tornado warning has been issued.
That's right. The lights flash, and we got the siren going and everything. And just to go ahead and start us off, we have a bunch of tornado warnings right now. We've got Anne Arundel. Somebody please tell me how to properly pronounce that. Anne Arundel counties in Maryland are both under tornado warnings, and those are reported tornadoes that are actually down right now. Additionally, we have Lancaster and Middlesex counties in Virginia with tornado warnings, and Baltimore County and Hartford County in Maryland are under tornado warnings. Let's go ahead and go right over to the radar. This is important that we keep up with this in real time here. I think probably the most significant storm that we're looking at right now is this one right here that's getting ready to go into Moncton, okay? Moncton. These storms are pretty much moving directly north-northwest or north-northeast. They don't have a lot of directly eastward motion to them. However, there's a lot of northward pull here because we're right next to that low-pressure system that used to be Hurricane Ida, and that's what we're looking at right now. Okay, so we do have a tornado warning right here. Let me get some more information on it real quick. This is radar indicated rotation, and this tornado warning is the one for Hartford and Baltimore counties. Now, we did have a couple reports of an actual tornado on the ground, and I think we have pictures out there somewhere. Give me just 1 second. Pronounced perfectly? Okay. So that right there is the Moncton storm. We also have a pretty significant area of rotation here just north of Annapolis. Okay. So this just moved through Arnold, and it's heading right towards Lake Shore. So this is the important part of the stream, guys, that we always have to do. If you know anybody over here in this area, in Maryland, in New Jersey, southeastern Pennsylvania, if you know anybody over there, let's go ahead and share this on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram so we can get the word out, because I do think we're going to continue to see tornado warnings as we go forward. Once again, this right here is the tornado warning that is for, let me just get my bearings straight here. This is the tornado radar confirmed tornado warning for Anne Arundel County in central Maryland. And this is the one where I believe we do have a tornado on the ground right now. Now, we have multiple radars. We can keep up with this. I'm going to put the this one on the more northern storm, and we'll keep this radar scope on the more the southern storm here. Once again, this is north of Arnold, just north of Annapolis there in Maryland. I'm going to go look and see if we've got any pictures and stuff. Once again, this is another interactive thing, guys. If you have pictures or videos or anything like that you want to share with me of these tornadoes that are ongoing, or if you see anything like that on Twitter that I haven't shown yet, tag me at it on Twitter. That way I can relay that information here on the channel. Okay, I do think we have a video right now of the tornado that was moving through Annapolis area just a moment ago in Edgewater. Give me just a second. Okay, so this is from Edgewater. Okay, let me go here to my tweet list. Matt Boyd, I just retweeted this. A tornado on the ground in Edgewater, Maryland. Edgewater, Maryland. Okay, so this is the kind of stuff that we're dealing with right now as we continue to talk about these tornado warnings that we're going to continue to see issued. Once again, Anne Arundel County in Maryland, Lancaster and Middlesex counties in Virginia, Baltimore and Hartford counties in Maryland. All these places are under multiple tornado warnings. And a new one was just issued for Virginia there for those Lancaster and Middlesex counties, as that one is being allowed to continue into the future. If you have you have a tornado warning issued for your area, okay? This is what I want you to do. I want you to get in the lowest, most interior room of your home, and from that point, just use some sort of soft material or something to cover your head, or if you happen to have a helmet or something like that, go ahead and slap that on, because that can absolutely save your life in a situation like this. Okay, let's go back to the radar here. This is the storm that we were just looking at. Okay, so Edgewater's down here. That's where the video was just taken. So this has likely been on the ground through Annapolis. We likely just had a tornado go through the western portion of Annapolis, and now we're going to continue to see it come through into the Lake Shore area. Okay, this right here, this is the place that needs to be taking shelter right now. If you live in Lake Shore, you need to go get in your safe spot as soon as possible. Let me pull up my Google Maps here. We're going to go really deep down. And on the street level here, that way I can tell you guys exactly where this thing is likely headed. Once again, this is a perfect time to go ahead and start sharing this on Facebook and Twitter and everywhere else. That way we can make sure that we've got people informed here. So Arnold, Lake Shore, right in between Arnold and Lake Shore. So this is getting ready to go over the Magathie River. Okay, so we just had this tornado go across the Highway 2 there north of Arnold. It probably went really close to the Anne Arundel Community College, and now it's going right past the Point Crab House and Grill, and it's going to go over the once again the Magathie River and the Magathie River Sanctuary, and then after that it'll be heading towards Sylvan View and Treetops, and then Lake Shore and Mountain Road there, Highway 177 in eastern Maryland. Okay, so this is a pretty dangerous situation. We have a confirmed report of a tornado, and we actually have a video of the tornado down right now over here in Maryland. So let me go ahead and show you that one more time. Once again, this is from Matt Boyd. Okay, so if you want to go over to Twitter and see this for yourself and kind of retweet it so we can get the word out a little bit better, Matt Boyd, he is the one that has provided this picture right here. And as you can see, this is a pretty visible tornado, which is kind of uncommon for this kind of setup. Generally, what we see in these tropical setups is going to be, very rain wrapped and low to the ground tornadoes that can almost not see it. It's kind of like a scud. It could remind you of scud or something like that. It doesn't actually look like a tornado, but this one looks very, visible. So that's a good thing. Maybe you can see it coming. However, don't go outside and try to look for it. If you're in the path of this storm, you need to go ahead and take shelter now. Additionally, we have more than just one tornado warning going on right now, and bear with me, guys, as I try to bounce back and forth between them. We have another one up here north of Baltimore. So all of our tornado warnings are happening right now kind of around Baltimore. We've got the big one south of Baltimore right now. This is the one, the observed tornado, the video that we just saw. This is heading north of Annapolis. Now it's getting ready to go across the Chesapeake Bay there. And we also have a couple tornado warnings up here to the north. North of Baltimore that are getting ready to get into the Pennsylvania area as well. Okay, so this is a widespread event. We've got a lot of really strong storms out there right now, and like I said earlier in my video, I know a lot of you guys saw that video. There's enough spin in the atmosphere to cause possibly significant problems here with tornadoes and stuff. So I'm getting a lot of tweets sent to me. I'm going to go ahead and retweet some of these. And we'll take a look at them here in just a second. There's a tornado in Annapolis. Ooh, Matthew Capucci's out there chasing these storms. Matthew Capucci, a lot of you guys, if you live in this area, you probably know who Matthew is, and he's out there chasing the storms right now. We're going to briefly show some of this information, and then we're going to get right back to relaying real-time radar data. Okay, so let me show you what's coming. This is why we got to take this seriously right here. There's a tornado. This was in Annapolis earlier, and more than likely a tornado very similar to this is still on the ground.
Tornado sets across the road right in front of me, and again, this is the tornado. You can see leaves in the air right now. People driving into it. They have no idea what the hell they are doing.
Yeah, people are literally driving right into it, and this one looks a little bit more. This looks a little bit more traditional, okay? This looks a little bit more like a traditional tornado in this area during a tropical system like this. You really can't see it once you're right up on it, okay? There's all these big areas of probably little mesovortices that are spinning around, lofting up debris, but the actual condensation doesn't touch the ground all the way, when you're right up on it. Next thing you know, if you're driving down the road and you're not paying attention in a situation like this, it's going to be raining hard, the wind's going to gradually increase, and then all of a sudden your car's getting lifted up. Because as you can see, this is still a tornado that's on the ground at this point, but you can't see that real dark, high contrast condensation funnel coming all the way down to the ground. So that might lead some people to believe that it's okay to go forward, but all these people are driving right into it.
Stop! This is the tornado. Stop! Do not try. Block the tornado.
Matthew's out there directing traffic, making sure people don't drive into the tornado.
Right here, folks. Again, tornado on the ground in Annapolis, Maryland. All right, guys, tornado right now. Tornado in Annapolis.
So this is another view of it. This is from Elmer Fudd, I reckon, here on Twitter. So let's go ahead and see what this looks like. And once again, this is a little bit, this looks more like a traditional tornado. But what I think's happening here is we're getting a lot of these tornadoes that are coming through. And from a distance, you can see them pretty well because you can see the top portion of that condensation funnel as it's heading off to the north and east. But if you're driving on the road right now, you're not going to be able to see that thing, man. And that's what's kind of scary, especially if you're not looking for it. So let's go back to the radar view here and let's go back to radar scope, okay? Because this is, once again, a very serious situation. Last radar scan came in here around 2:39 p.m., and it does look like we still very likely have a tornado on the ground here just north and east of Lake Shore. So let me go back and let me tell you where I think this thing is right now, okay? This is likely, as of right now, double check my bearings here. Okay, this is going across Saybrook, okay? And if I'm getting ready to list off a place where you live or work right now, you have possibly seconds to maybe a minute or two to take cover, okay? If you can get to any of these places within a hop, skip, and a jump from where you are right now, you've got to take shelter immediately. You don't have long before this tornado is probably going to go through the area, okay? So once again, Saybrook, the Chesapeake Soccer Field, Cedarwood Cove Cemetery, and Cedarwood Cove Pool Association, okay? And then after that, it's going to go to the Jubb Cove, the Goose Cove, and then the Chesapeake Health Services area right next to the Hammock south of Main Creek. All right, if you are familiar with this area, you know exactly what I'm talking about. There's likely a tornado on the ground right now heading right towards you. Just an update on the current warnings that are going on right now. We have a tornado warning for Anne Arundel, Maryland County, that county in Maryland, Lancaster and Northumberland counties in Virginia, and then Baltimore and Hartford counties in Maryland. That is what is going on right now. Now we're starting to get a significant amount of people in here, so I do have to do one thing before we continue going. This is a good time to go ahead and share this once again if you want to share this on Facebook or anything like that. But in the meantime, give me just a second. I've got to change some things here. Actually, I may not be able to. Give me just a second. Bear with me. Keep sharing this on Facebook. I'm going to go right back to giving off the information here in just a second. 5. Control room. What I want. Control room. I'm going to go to customization and members only. The chat is going to be members only now. just to keep down the spam and stuff in the chat. Okay, I'm not doing that to deter anybody who's just a subscriber. It makes things a lot easier in the chat to manage. Okay. So once again, I do want to go ahead and give you a brief overview of everything that we're looking at right now. We currently have 2 active tornado warnings, but look at this giant area of storms and stuff that's going on right now. Okay, so this area of precipitation and storms is going to continue to go off to the north and east. And if the models that we were looking at just yesterday are correct, then we are likely going to see more tornadoes in the future. Okay, so this is what I'm talking about. We've got all these tornado warnings along this line right here. As this line goes off to the north and east, we can expect this to affect portions of Delaware and the Delmarva area, all the way up into Newark. Okay, southern Jersey. If you live out in this area, get ready, because these storms are not showing any signs of a weakening right now. So we currently have a tornado warning for Anne Arundel County in Maryland and Lancaster and Northumberland County in Virginia. And we just got a new tornado warning now. Let me go ahead and sound the alarm there. The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for Heathsville, Virginia, Louisetta, Virginia, until 3:15 p.m. Eastern time. So that's not necessarily a brand new tornado warning, but it's an update to the tornado warning that was already in place there. So I went ahead and retweeted that information on Twitter if you want to go check that out. And if you want to, save that for yourself, or show that to, or share that yourself to the people who follow you. All right, let me double check here. According to what I'm seeing, we might actually have lost the tornado warning over here in Maryland, but I do believe that might pick back up if they choose to update it here in just a second. You don't see 70-30 probs every day. You sure don't. You sure don't. This is definitely a very unique situation as we are watching a tornadic situation unfold here in portions of eastern Maryland. Now, remember, this is all happening north and south of Baltimore right now. Baltimore, if you live in Baltimore, I think you're in the clear for at least a little bit. Okay, I think you're in the clear for at least a little bit, but there's still a possibility that we could see a couple more, tornadic storms form off to the west here. Now, Washington, D.C., you're doing even better, okay? These storms that are coming through on this side are looking a little weak. However, everybody east of this has really got to take caution or take cover because it's getting ready to get bad out here. Once again, that right there, that's a tornado if I've ever seen one. But I think the fact that it's on the water right now, it could be just a big water spout. They're going to wait until it gets closer to the land here to start reissuing tornado warnings. And once again, I want to show you guys. Some of the video that we just saw. We're going to keep up with Matthew Capucci here because he's right on it, son. And thank you guys for sending me so much stuff here. I've got a lot of stuff to relay. Wow. Wow, we've got a lot of damage out there in Annapolis as well. And yes, unfortunately, somebody did mention it earlier that this was just the beginning. And I do believe that might be the case as these storms continue. Once they get past the Chesapeake Bay, I think they're actually entering an environment that's more favorable for tornadoes there. So, got to be careful. All right, let's go over here to Twitter and take a look at some of this new video that we're just now getting in. Once again, Matthew Capucci, he's out there really, he's really on top of it today. Here's another video of the tornado in Annapolis. You can see right there, you can see a pretty visible condensation funnel there, but if you're on the road right in front of it, you're not going to be able to see it. And, hopefully we've got a lot of people in this area that are watching the stream right now. And, hopefully, even if you're driving, a lot of people listen to podcasts. A lot of people listen to music and stuff while they drive. You can stream this stream right here while you drive. If you have to drive to work, if you got somewhere to go right now and you don't want to take your eye off the radar or whatever, just plug me into your car's stereo system and I'll guide you through it. Okay. Anytime this tornado or any other tornado that pops up is getting ready to cross over a road, I will let you know. Okay, so just feel free to leave me on in the background there. But hopefully, you know, most of these tornadoes are going to remain visible like this. If you see something like that coming up on you, obviously turn around or pull off. But if it happens right on top of you, you're not going to be able to see it that well. Here's some damage in Annapolis. Look at that, man. It's something else. Let me zoom out here to the whole browser so you can see that photo a little bit better. This is damage in Annapolis from that tornado that just went through. So this is the kind of stuff that we're talking about, guys. That's not a baby tornado. That's actually doing some pretty significant damage. A lot of times in these tropical systems, you can see a tornado go through, but it really ends up not doing much, okay, because it briefly touches down, then it lifts up, and it briefly touches down, and it lifts up. But in this case, we're seeing them last a long time. They're staying on the ground for a decent amount of time there. So that's on I on Annapolis. That's who that's from. So if you want to go look at their Twitter profile, you're free to do so. This is from Daniel or Daphne L. near Lee Air Park in Edgewater, Maryland. This is another view of that tornado as it's coming through. And here's an update from Matthew. Go ahead and see what he has to say. Once again, if you live out here right now and you want as many updates as possible, this is the guy to follow. 100%.
Tornado right here, debris all up there just above me. We're in the circulation all around. Look, now we have large pieces of debris. All these leaves flying by right now. This is the tornado, a multi-vortex tornado in Annapolis, Maryland. And everywhere you can see all this debris is coming down right now. Folks, you're driving into a tornado. Do not drive. My goodness. Tornado in Annapolis, Maryland.
I mean, you hate to see it. I don't like seeing tornadoes anywhere, but Matthew is really having the time of his life. He fixed my web browser. All right, so we have 1,700 people here right now, guys. If you're watching this, this is an emergency update on the tornado situation that's unfolding in Virginia and Maryland. It's getting ready to continue to unfold over into portions of South Jersey and southeastern Pennsylvania. Okay, so I think we did just get a new tornado warning. If I'm not mistaken, I think they just issued a new tornado warning for Baltimore and Hartford counties in Maryland. I'm not getting the update over here. I think that's right there is a new cone. So we're going to go ahead and sound the alarm here. The National Weather Service has issued a new tornado warning for Baltimore and Hartford counties in Maryland. So this is a completely different storm. Actually, it's not a completely different storm. This is the same storm that impacted the places in Maryland. Okay, so let's go back over here to the radar view. I'm sorry, Annapolis. This is the same one that went through Annapolis, and it has sparked a new tornado warning here for Baltimore and Hartford counties. And that's going to go all the way up here into the Edgemere area and the Bowleys Quarters area. Okay, look at that rotation. You see that right there? That right there is indicative of enough rotation to possibly cause a tornado. If you're new here, if you don't know anything about rotation or how you see a tornado on radar or anything, basically what we're looking for are these green areas right next to the red areas. The red shows stuff in the storm that's going away from the radar. The green shows it going towards the radar. So if you get a couplet there it looks like they're really close together, you've got stuff going away from the radar and towards the radar really close together, that tells you that there's rotation there. And we see a very tight couplet of rotation right here south of Edgemere, and that tells me that there's likely going to be continue to be a tornado on the ground here. Also, we're looking down here at the correlation coefficient, and I see what could be some widespread lofted debris here in the air. South of Essex. So this is one of those things where the tornado could be strong enough there where even if you're a couple miles away from the tornado, even if it's not going to hit you directly, you could go outside and possibly see tornado debris falling from the sky, even a couple miles north of the storm there as it lofts it into the air. So that's what we're looking at right there. Yeah, Baltimore, Hartford counties are under tornado warnings, and also Northumberland County in Virginia is under a tornado warning. And remember, that Baltimore and Hartford County tornado warning is a confirmed tornado. This is not this is not like, oh, there might be one there. We definitely have seen it. We've shown plenty of pictures and videos of it. If you are in the path of this, that's what's coming to you. So make sure you get in your safe spot right now. Let's go ahead and let's transfer this radar now down to the Virginia storm. That way we are completely covered on every front, making sure that we can see every single storm and every single aspect of every storm. Trying to find the best radar view here. Is that it? Might not be. Hold on, give me just a second. This it. Nah, that might be it. We'll have to switch here in a second, but there is another tornado warning down here in extreme eastern Virginia, and that one's just radar indicated right now. So we're gonna go ahead and switch back to the other one. But if you're in Heathsville, all the way north and east to the coast, you got to get in shelter now, because we could possibly see some big time storms coming through with tornadoes. This one doesn't have a confirmed tornado on the ground, but it could at any time. That's going to continue all the way up here north towards Scotland. Okay, if you're in Scotland to the north and east of Heathsville, you should start taking precautions now and getting ready to take cover. So let me go ahead and tell you where I think this tornado is going to go. Okay, it's actually going to be pretty amazing if this continues to produce a tornado all the way until it gets back up here into the more populated areas. Because as of right now, it's been going for a long time. And usually in these situations, you don't see long track tornadoes like this. So it's very, very interesting to see. So this is north and east now of Lake Shore. This is right over the Patapsco River. I hope I'm saying that right. And as of right now, if you're off the shore, if you're in North Point State Park, if you're on I-695 looking south and east, you could probably see a water spout right now, because I would say that there's probably still a tornado on the ground, or technically a water spout. But what we're afraid that's going to happen is that water spout's actually going to continue across the water and then kind of turn back into a tornado as it makes landfall technically somewhere around Edgemere. Okay, so Interstate 695 leads into Edgemere, and it's that area south and east of Interstate 695 that I'm concerned about as far as seeing a tornado hit through there. Okay, and then after that, we could be talking about it going through the Rocky Point golf course. So we ain't that far yet, so we're going to wait just a second until we start calling off different locations, because this thing's still technically kind of over water right now. But it could be moving on to land at this very moment. You can see that rotation is still there, but it's a little bit less impressive. It's just a tiny bit less impressive at this very second than it was just a minute ago. This thing could be, letting up a little bit. But as of right now, this is right next to the North Point State Park. And the really interesting thing here is just a few minutes ago, it was several miles south and east of there. So this thing is kicking it off to the north and east. Like, this is moving really fast. So if you are in the path of this storm, take it seriously and go ahead and get in your safe spot, because you're not going to have much time before it gets there, okay? Let's see here. Wildwood Beach, the Rocky Point Golf Course, Hart Miller Island, all the way through Hawk Cove and Browns Creek, and then all the way up into the Bowley's Quarters area. This is where you've got to be getting in your safe spot right now. Make sure what you're going to do. If you're not in your safe spot right now, make sure you have a plan to get there, especially if you're significantly outside of this area. If you're not imminently being threatened by a tornado right now, but you live northeast of these areas, like let's say you're in northern Maryland near Bel Air or Aberdeen, okay? Or even if you're near Chestertown or all the way up towards Newark in Delaware. These are things you need to start doing now, because these storms are going to continue to produce tornadoes as they move up towards you, okay? So go ahead and start preparing now for possibly having to deal with a tornado. Get a plan in place. Where are you going to go? Are you at work? Where's the most sturdy shelter near you at work? Are you at home? Do you have a basement? Do you have an interior bathroom with no windows that face the outside world? If so, go ahead and prep that area for you to take cover in there for a little while, because these storms are coming, and they are not letting up anytime soon. So we've got a lot of notifications here. I see you guys are sending me a lot of stuff to look at here. And just give me a second. Okay, all right. So, yeah, a lot of people are sending me stuff here. So I just want to go back and just so you know, what's coming for you here. If these things continue to produce tornadoes, I'm going to continue to show you some of these pictures and videos that we're seeing on Twitter. Once again, these are not my pictures and videos. I didn't take these, but please go follow the people on Twitter that did take them so that we'll continue to do that. So this is what the tornado looks like. That's a pretty large tornado. Okay, that's nothing to play around with. And this is as it was going through Annapolis, Maryland. Okay, this is the damage that it did. Okay, look at this: power lines down, trees down, Burger King sign still standing. But we've got a pretty significant amount of damage out there. And if this thing was to hit your house directly, I'm almost certain it would cause some sort of damage that could end up being deadly if you weren't properly sheltered. Okay. This is another view of the tornado. And then Matthew Capucci, I hope he doesn't care for me showing these videos. I'm sure he doesn't. But like this is probably the best view of the tornado that we've gotten so far. Okay. The tornado, this is when it was on the ground in Annapolis. And I love to show this video because it really shows how dangerous it can be to be driving around out right now, because these tornadoes, they're pretty visible from a distance. You can see them from a distance because that condensation funnel, it stands out like a sore thumb against the heavy rain in the background. But when you're this close and you're driving on the interstate and you're not paying attention to the sky, there's still a tornado on the ground right there, and people are driving straight into it because that condensation funnel isn't really visible when you get right up on it. It's not that much of an organized system to produce that. But the winds in there are still really insane, and they can knock you right off the road. So let's go back to the radar view. We did have a radar scan update just a second ago that told me that there's probably almost certainly a tornado still on the ground here south of Bowley's Quarter. That is literally, as of right now, let me find what I was looking at there again. Baltimore. Okay, Hart Miller Island. That's probably going over Hart Miller Island right now. Hart Miller Island. So, you know, if that's somewhere that you could get to pretty quick, obviously you got to take a boat or a ferry or something over there. But if there was a bridge to get to it, all right, and you could get there within, 15 minutes or so, it's time to get in your safe spot, okay? Because, this thing is driving way faster than you can, and it might be coming right to your house. Additionally, Bowley's Quarters. This is another area that you really need to watch and start getting in your safe spots right now. And then beyond that, just because this thing has been so prolific with its ability to produce constant tornadoes as it goes off to the north and east, go ahead as far north and east as the Gunpowder Falls State Park and the Chase area, all the way up here along Highway 150 towards Gunpowder River and Bird River. All those places, go ahead and get in your safe spots too. This thing's still, significantly south and east of you, but it's moving so fast that it could be there to your house or wherever you live in a very short period of time with little warning. Welcome to Slight Risk. Thanks for becoming a member, Mark Thomas, and thank you, Eve Water Dancer, for becoming a member. I really do appreciate you guys. Sorry for turning on members only mode in the chat. I know you guys like to talk in there, but it makes things a lot easier. Okay, let's go back. I'm going to leave this radar loop up here. We currently don't have any new information as far as warnings go, but the tornado warning is going to be allowed to continue for Bowley's Quarters in Maryland and Chase, Maryland until 3:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Okay, so there's about 17,000 people in the direct path of this storm. We've got 2,000 people watching right now. If you guys haven't yet, please copy the link to this stream and share it on Facebook, Twitter, wherever you possibly can, so we can get this vital information out to as many people as possible. There's some people that don't have cable TV and all that stuff, so this might be the most adequate coverage they can receive. So let's make sure we're doing everything we can. 2:58 p.m. was the last radar update. It's currently 3:01 p.m. So as soon as we get another update here. We are going to zoom in there and try to see exactly where we think this tornado is going to cross as it gets closer to Bowley's quarters. Remember, it's over water right now. So hopefully, maybe once it gets closer to land, it'll start to dissipate and weaken a little bit, but we cannot depend on that. Okay? Yeah, that's a pretty strong signature right now. I mean, like, it's hard to tell because a lot of times you want to see a big area of inflow and a big area on the other side. But just because we see such a strong directional wind reading here right next to another one, it tells me that there might still be a tornado on the ground. So that's why I'm focusing so hard on that. All right. I'll be sending pics on Twitter. So creative experience. I live here in Lancaster. I'm going to have pics to show you on Twitter, Ryan. Yeah. Go ahead and send me the pictures, man. If any of you guys are out here experiencing any sort of damage, or if you saw any sort of anything going on that's interesting and you want to send it to me on Twitter, I will share it here on the stream. Just make sure you do that safely, okay? You don't want to put yourself in harm's way just to try to get me a good photo or something. Lots of people are out there taking photos. You don't have to be the one that does it.
We're going to end up with a refusal. However, Medic 35 is going to transport.
So this is it's looking pretty interesting still, but it kind of shows signs of weakening. See if I'm still on the best radar site here. We could probably do a little bit better here.
Dan, I
yeah, there we go.
You have continued to say the mission will continue to bring people home through
as we have seen over the course of the last few weeks, where individual American citizens are able to depart.
Sorry about that. Okay, so let's go back over here to the tweet list here. We got a couple new pictures and stuff coming in of the tornado that came through. Remember, if you want to follow me on Twitter at Ryan Hall, y'all, go over there and you can send me stuff, or you can just retweet this stuff and look at it up close if you want to. Here's a better pic of the tornado touching down in Church Creek in Annapolis. Okay, so this is that tornado that everybody saw earlier as it was moving through a really populated area. And that's probably pretty similar to what the tornado is continuing to look like now as it moves towards the Bowley's quarters area. Okay, so I want to continue to show you some more of these videos here. This is Maryland Blue Crab on Twitter. She just tweeted this out 24 minutes ago, but this was when the tornado was going through downtown Annapolis, flying debris everywhere. Look at that. And it's at this point, even at this distance right here, she's still a decent distance away from it, but she's a little bit closer than some of the other stuff that we saw. You can't really see it. If you're not looking for it, you can't see it until that debris starts flying around and hitting you and stuff. So that's why it's important to get this information out, okay? And we do have a new tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for Princess Anne, Maryland, and Mount Vernon, Maryland, and Fairmount, Maryland until 3:30 p.m. Eastern time, okay? And that's going to be for Somerset and Wicomico counties. Somerset and Wicomico counties. And I do believe that is going to be either a continuation of that tornado warning or a new one. I believe that might actually be. Let me go on down here to the radar and show you guys what I think. Tornado warning, and this is going to be for Somerset and Wicomico counties, and that is a brand new tornado warning right there, actually. So this is significantly further south than the other tornado warning that we've been watching here in Baltimore. Okay, so this is Baltimore, this is Washington D.C., and this is our new tornado warning for Somerset and Wicomico counties down here in southern Maryland. And this one right here looks like there's a decent amount of rotation on the backside of this storm. However, it doesn't look as bad as the one that we saw up to the north, okay? So we're going to keep an eye on this. We're going to keep a very close eye on this. In fact, I'm going to turn my other radar over to it. But beyond that, I think we're going to continue to watch the storm closer to Baltimore. But don't worry if you live out here. I'm going to keep an eye on this one too. Marion Station, Kingston, Upper Fairmount, Mannequin, Westover, anywhere north of Highway 413 between Marion Station and St. Stephen. You need to be getting in your safe spot right now. Take shelter now. This is not a joke. These storms are dropping big, nasty tornadoes today, and even though this one doesn't look incredibly impressive on radar right now, the next frame it could. So take every single tornado warning today extremely seriously. And we do have a new tornado warning now. The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for Red Lion, Pennsylvania, Spry, Pennsylvania, New Freedom, Pennsylvania until 3:45 p.m. Eastern time. So things are starting to get really active here, as we now have 3 active tornado warnings and 1 confirmed tornado warning. This one's going to be including the York area, south and east of downtown York, but this is including New Freedom, Stewartstown, Red Lion, all these places in this big purple polygon here. That's where we're going to see possibly, once again, another a tornado that's ongoing right now. So let's check on that one with radar scope. It might get into a situation here where things are a little bit, overwhelming, and I'm not able to update every single new thing that comes out of these storms, but I'm going to try my best. This is the tornado warning here, and it does include, once again, south and east of York, Pennsylvania, and it does include Fraysville, Red Lion, Felton, and Crossroads, but I'm not 100% sure if I see a ton of rotation there. Let me put this into motion. Let me actually, go and see what they're looking at here. Okay, I see a little bit of rotation there on the bottom. Okay, yeah, so there might be a little bit of rotation down here south of Stewartstown. This is probably not the most concerning tornado warning that I've seen today, but once again, like I just said, treat every single one of them as if there is a massive wedge tornado on the ground, because these things can really ramp up quick. Stewartstown, Shrewsbury, Crossroads, Winterstown, Felton, Red Lion, Windsor, Richmond, Fraysville, all these places in extreme southern Pennsylvania, please get into shelter now. We're going to go back to this storm. I really want an update on this because I do think that we are getting ready to get into a situation where it's getting ready to cross back into where a new tornado warning might be needed for it. 306, 308. Okay, so we got new data here. Still a decent amount of rotation there. And this is still heading towards the Edgewood area. It's past the Bowley's Quarters area now. So if you are in North Point Village, Edgemere, Bowley's Quarters, any of those places, you're good to come out now, okay? So this thing is moving quick, and it's going off to the north and east pretty quick. So you're good to come out if you want to right now. Something just caught my eye here, and it does look like another area of rotation is trying to come together in this line south of Dundalk and south and west of Edgemere. So we're going to have to watch that really closely. If we see that tighten up on the next radar frame, we could be talking about a brand new tornado warning being issued for some of these same areas. And that's another thing that is pretty common during these type of tornado outbreaks is because of the trajectory that the lines of storms take. Some of the same areas get hit over and over again by tornadic thunderstorms. So if you've been hit by a tornado already today, or if you've been under a tornado warning already today and you think it's over, don't let your guard down, because there could be another one coming right behind it. So we did just get a radar update there and some broad rotation here. I'm going to keep my eye on that, but that one might be our next one to watch. Still broad rotation over here east of Bowley's Quarters as well. Let's see what else we've got going on with some of these other storms. This is the one south of Upper Fairmont. It's still looking like it could possibly produce a tornado, but it's nothing incredibly bad. And let's put this radar on the storm over here in Pennsylvania. Trying to find the most adequate radar up with that. Panels. I want to do 2 panels. This one. I'm gonna pull up the velocity. Okay. Go back to radar scope here. Yeah. I'm kind of concerned about that area right there. If you're in Edgemere, once again Essex, Middle River, Bowley's Quarters, watch out again, because I think another one's trying to come together back here. I'm going to keep a very close eye on that. Melissa, Michelle, thank you for becoming a member. Really appreciate all the members. I can't talk today. I'm having a real hard time. So I think we did have a new tornado warning just issued. Yeah. The National Weather Service has issued a brand new tornado warning for Baltimore County. Baltimore County in Maryland.
Everyone, welcome our new channel.
So let's see where that polygon pops up, because that's either going to be a continuation of the tornado warning that we were watching earlier, or it's going to be for this area of rotation that we've been talking about here. If that's the case, then I can say with confidence that the National Weather Service is watching our stream. Oh, your notification for the Ryan Hall show just showed up. Sorry about that. All right, we're going to go back and forth here between some of these other radars. We now have 4 active tornado warnings, just for anybody that's just now tuning in. We have a confirmed tornado warning for, Baltimore and Hartford counties. That's going to be allowed to expire really soon, but there is a new tornado warning that was just issued for Baltimore County. We also have York County in Pennsylvania that's under a tornado warning until 3:45 p.m., and then Somerset and Wicomico counties in Maryland until 3:30 p.m. Those are our current tornado warnings right now. Okay, let me refresh radar scope here. And there we go. Yeah, that was a new tornado warning for the area of rotation that we were just now talking about. Like I said, we had to worry about that one, and it looks like this one's going to go a little bit off to the north, a little bit more north than east this time. So this is another one of those situations where you never like to see what's happening here. This is going to go through some decently populated areas here west of Bowley's Quarters, Essex, once again, Middle River, White Marsh. All of these places you need to, get to shelter right now, because this thing's moving fast, and it is packing a punch with it. Let's see here. We don't have a confirmed tornado. Yeah, we don't have a confirmed tornado with this, but that radar signature tells me that there's enough rotation there to where we could get one at any moment. So this is getting ready to go across Interstate 695 right now. If you're heading northbound on 695 towards Essex, okay. Let's say you're going towards Essex on 695, and you haven't passed the exit just north of the Baltimore Used Truck Center. Okay, if you see the Little Village Pizzeria, McDonald's, Dunka, and Costa's Inn on the little signs for the exits there, go ahead and take that exit on 695. Okay, that's the Baltimore Beltway that leads up and around the back river. Okay, go ahead and take that exit, because there's likely a tornado on the ground getting ready to cross the interstate there just to the north of that exit. Okay, so and then it's going to cross the back river at Green Marsh Point, and then we're going to see this thing possibly go towards Middle River, okay, and Essex. And some of the places that might be the first ones to experience a tornado after this gets across the water is going to be the Eye Candy Lounge, the Wet Pet and Reptile Center, Dudex Meat Market, and Steamin' Demons. I don't know what that is, but it's on the maps here. Okay, that's a seafood restaurant. So if you can drive to Steamin' Demons right now within the next 20 minutes, I know you might want to. It might sound appetizing to you, but don't do that. Go ahead and get in your safe spot, because if you're close enough to get to that restaurant within the next little bit, you are possibly in the direct path of this storm. All right, so this is a pretty populated commercial area here, right next to a residential area. So Woodward Square, that's going to be, in the path of this storm. Additionally, there's a Taco Bell out here, an AutoZone, a Walgreens, a Popeyes, it's like one of those places where you get off the interstate at an exit. There's just a bunch of stuff everywhere, and then you take the highway on down the road a little bit, and then we've got a pretty significant residential area here. So I want to make sure that I stay on top of this storm for you. As of right now, this is not a confirmed tornado, but it very well could be at any time. Okay, so we do have a new tornado warning. The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning that includes Essex, Maryland, Middle River, Maryland, and White Marsh, Maryland, until 3:45 p.m. Eastern time. Okay, so that just came through as a separate warning. I'm not sure what's up with that. But it's important to keep in mind here that there are 154,000 people in the path of this storm. All right, 154,000 people. That's 154,000 possible lives that'll be impacted by this storm. And I'm telling you guys, on a day like today, where wasn't really hyped up, there wasn't a moderate risk for severe weather issued or anything like that. There's a lot of people out here who are probably just absolutely oblivious to the fact that a tornadic situation is unfolding near them. So we've got 2,200 people in here right now. Let's go ahead, and if you haven't already, share this stream all over the place. Get it out there, guys, and let's make sure we keep these people safe. There's a lot of people out there that'll probably lose power at some point due to the winds ahead of these storms. So let's make sure if they've got a charged phone or tablet, we can be there for them right here on YouTube. So just share this. And if you can't share it, if you don't want to share it, just hit the like button. That'll tell YouTube to promote it to a bunch of people as well. So anything we can do to get the word out. I'm going to show you guys this warning here. Let me go over to my web browser. Tornado warning. Once again, radar indicated. Penny-sized hail is possible. 154,000 people. Most of those people are going to be right in this area between Essex, Middle River, and White Marsh. All right, and that's the tornado that we're really watching right now. We're trying to keep an eye on. I still don't have a confirmed report of one yet. That might change at any second. Just got a radar update. Go back to the radar. We still have, once again, we still have a pretty decent area of rotation here too, okay? South of Edgewood. This is one of those things where the storm might pulse up and then go down and pulse up and go down. Right now it's in a downward phase, but this thing could pulse right back up and produce another tornado south of Edgewood, okay? So we have two possible tornadoes really close to each other, getting ready to head into, a pretty populated area there near Bel Air, Edgewood, Riverside, Aberdeen, all these places. You've heard of them, you know them, you love them, and now we could be talking about possibly tornadoes going through the area. Now that center area of rotation is now heading into the Essex area. Okay, so like I was talking about earlier, Steam and Demons, if there's a tornado on the ground, it's there, all right? So it's too late. Now, if you are north and east of there, you still have time to take cover. Let me go ahead and start telling you some places where this storm could go after that. Okay, so unfortunately, the Kenwood High School is in the direct path of this storm. I do believe that possibly school's out right now. It's 3:18 p.m. Or it could be a situation where the school is just now letting out. Is it a weekday? Yeah, it's Wednesday. Okay. If they're having in-person school up here, it could be a situation where they're letting out school, and we could have buses out going all over the place. That would not be a good situation. However, once again, we don't have a confirmed report of a tornado, so let's just hope that this is a nasty area of rotation and we don't actually have a tornado on the ground. But if we do, if we have anybody out there that has a child at Kenwood High School, or if you know somebody out there, or if you're watching at Kenwood High School right now, let's go ahead and take shelter, which I'm sure if there are kids in the school, they're already doing that. Unfortunately, right beyond that, right after that, the Orams Elementary School is going to be in the path of this storm after it crosses Orams Road there. Okay, so, and this is also going to go towards the Middlesex area and the Arrow Acres area. All this stuff that I'm talking about right now. If you live there, you don't have long before this storm gets to you. And if you can drive there within 20 minutes of where you are right now, you're pretty close. So you might as well go ahead and take shelter and act like it's coming right for you. Okay, we do have a new tornado warning. This tornado warning is for Princess Anne, Maryland, and Mount Vernon, Maryland, until 3:30 p.m. Eastern time. And once again, that is not that's not a brand new tornado warning, but that's an updated tornado warning that they just kind of re-put out there on the IEM bot there. Queen Jax, thank you so much for the super chat. They said, "Hey, I'm in the Dundalk area. Are there any on the ground near us?" I remember just talking about Dundalk, but I can't 100% remember. Yeah, there's possibly tornadoes near you right now in Dundalk, okay? They're going to be to your north, and thankfully I do think that the vast majority of the really, really nasty part of this line of storms is moving off to your east, okay? So there are some rotating storms with possible tornadoes off to your north, But I think that I think for now, anyways, you're in the clear. So don't worry too much about it. There is a tornado warning for your county, and it kind of includes the eastern portions of Dundalk. That center area of circulation where we think that tornado might be has moved to the north and east. York, let's check on the York storm here. I think that's been allowed to expire. No, it hasn't. Okay, we still have a tornado warning up here for York as well. Did I move this over here? I did. Let me actually take this. Let me take this radar up here to York, because apparently we have a bunch of people in York, Pennsylvania that are wanting some updates on this. I completely get it. Yeah, check out a couple different radar sites here to make sure that I'm looking at the best possible angle of this storm as possible. And yeah, for the most part, guys, I'm telling you, this York storm does not impress me. Okay, there's rotation in there 100%, and if you're in the path of this storm, take shelter. But I don't see a huge sign of a tornado here. I really don't. But, you know, the National Weather Service is smarter than me. I'm just some guy on YouTube. And the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for areas south and east of York. So go ahead and take shelter now. Okay, I'm going to keep you updated on that. But as of right now, I don't think that's a huge deal right now. Go back to the ones that I do think are huge deal. This latest radar update from Middle River and Bowley's Quarters tells me that the rotation here is pretty broad. So I don't think that we have an imminent dangerous situation in those areas. Thankfully, the schools, as far as I can tell, we don't have a tornado on the ground right now. But still, if you're north of there, near White Marsh, Kingsville, any of these places south and west of Edgewood, get ready, because this thing can wrap up really quickly, and that's what we expect a lot of them to do. This line means business today, as it's already put down multiple tornadoes, a lot of tornado warnings. Bunch of tornado warnings today. Get the latest here. I think that, if I'm not mistaken, might have even another new tornado warning. Yes, we do. The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for Heathsville, Virginia, with Comico, Church, Virginia, and Burgess, Virginia, until 4 p.m. Eastern Time. That's another one of those situations. We had those people under tornado warnings not too long ago, and now it's happening again, okay? It's that storm right there, south and east of Montrose, right on the coast there in Virginia, north of Kilman Rock and Whitestone. That's for, once again, Heathsville, Wicomico Church, and Burgess in Virginia until 4 p.m. Let's get a look at that one on radar as well. Come down here and go to this radar. Actually, it's yeah, that's a little bit better rotation there with that one. So that's going to be going pretty much due north at this point. So if you're in Lake or Louisetta or Edwardsville or any place from Horsehead all the way to the coast there in this portion of Virginia, make sure you're taking shelter now, because these things are going to wrap up quick, and the tornadoes that they are putting down are nasty. They are nasty. If you haven't seen them yet, let me show you. Let me show you some of these tornadoes that have been put down today. Okay, so we got a video coming out of Edgewater. I'll look at that right here in a second. The Park, Edgewater. Okay, let me go through all these for you here. Speaking of nasty tornadoes, this is what you can expect. Okay, this is exactly what you can expect today if a tornado hits you. A lot of times in these tropical systems, sometimes the tornadoes are weak. But in today's case, it looks like they're not very weak at all. And in fact, we have a lot of damage coming out of the Annapolis area. Here, look at this. Oh, man. Took the roof off of a house there. Wow. And that's in Edgewater. Okay, this is in Edgewater. Wow, that is significant damage from, once again, probably a powerful tornado. that just came through there not too long ago. And this is in like downtown Annapolis or something. So that's what we're looking at there. Once again, if you want to send me stuff like that, if you've got pictures of yourself, or if you know somebody on Twitter that has shared something like this and you want to tag me in it, go follow me on Twitter at Ryan Hall, y'all, and we'll get out this information to as many people as possible. We had Frosty send a video in from Edgewater. I believe he's just showing us the current conditions there. He said he's in a heavily wooded area, but it's coming down hard, and I can hear the wind blowing here in Edgewater. Thank you for sending me that, Frosty. And then here's some other views of the tornado earlier, okay? This is a tornado touching down on Church Creek in Annapolis. This is from Mariel Williams. Once again, go on Twitter and retweet this for yourself. Let's get that photo out there. It's proven science, okay? It's literally like a study was done that proves that if people see tornadoes, if you can actually show them a tornado and not just a splattered paint bucket on the radar, they take tornado warnings more seriously. So that's why I want to show these pictures so much. If you live in Maryland or portions of Pennsylvania or any of these places that are in the direct path of these big storms today, this is what could be coming down your street. All right, and that's why it's really important to take the warnings seriously. Tornadoes going through Annapolis, debris flying everywhere. This is another situation where, you might not always be able to get a really good view of the tornado. Sometimes we call them rain wrap tornadoes or low visibility or low contrast tornadoes. But if there's one coming for you, you're not always going to be able to see it. And in a situation like this, it's kind of hard to see. Like, you can see it if you're looking for it, but if you're just driving down the road, you had no idea what was going on, you might miss that. And, you don't see the condensation funnel on the ground. You go down the road, you got trees on both sides. Next thing you know, trees are coming up, your car's getting flipped over, and it's just a really bad time. Debris flying at you and all that stuff. And there's another view of the tornado going through Annapolis, Maryland, or near Annapolis, Maryland at this point. So this is the kind of stuff that we're looking at today over here in Maryland. And unfortunately, I don't think that we're done. I don't think that this is calming down any. We are in a little bit of a lull period. We don't have any tornadoes on the ground right now, I don't think. But we do have a lot of really spicy areas of rotation and a lot of stuff that we've got to continue to watch very closely as this stuff continues off to the north and east. Remember, this is getting close to some really populated areas here. Both of these areas of rotation that we've been watching for so long are near, Edgewood and Riverside, Aberdeen, all the way up here towards Port Deposit and Darlington, Charlestown, Bel Air. You know these places. This is exactly where these storms are getting ready to head into. We're going to continue to watch them closely as they could potentially cause more damage as they work through. A tornado warning is going to continue for Aberdeen, Maryland, and Perryman, Maryland, and Belcamp, Maryland until 3:45 p.m. Eastern Time. We now only have 3 active tornado warnings, and I'll show you that right now. This is the broad view of everything that's going on. By the way, look at how messy this is. This is a very active map for the East Coast on a September the 1st type of day. You don't usually see this kind of stuff out here this time of year. But this is what we've got going on. We got a couple tornado warnings in effect. We got one here north of Baltimore. We got one here south of Salisbury, and then one south and east of north and east of Richmond here. That is currently the situation that we're in. And obviously, another big story that's going on today. And if we get a slow period with the tornado warnings and stuff, I'll talk about it a little bit. But I know we got a lot of people in Pennsylvania that are watching that are already dealing with a lot of flooding, okay? Anywhere from Carlisle to Sunbury up there to Hazleton, Allentown, all these places, you've got a lot of flash flooding going on right now. And unfortunately, we're not even close to being done with the rain, okay? All of these thunderstorms that are causing tornadoes are going into the big rain band there, and it's going to dump all that moisture on you. So if the creek's already getting up, if the river's already rising, I'm telling you, guys, it's going to get way worse. So take whatever precautions are necessary to make sure that you don't get affected too terribly by the storms that are coming through, because the floodwaters are going to continue to rise. This has been a very, very dramatic storm the whole time since it made landfall as a hurricane not too long ago there in Louisiana, and it's just continuing to cause a ton of problems all the way up the East Coast here. Eric Gambrell, thank you for becoming a Slight Risk member. You are super awesome. It's people like you. You're why I get to do this. You're why I get to sit here and talk about the weather and keep people updated on stuff like that. So I really appreciate you. Insane wall cloud intercept. Oh wow, that is a beautiful storm. If you guys want to see this stuff that I'm retweeting before I show it here on the stream, make sure you follow me on Twitter at Ryan Hall, y'all. Wow. Wow. Lots of videos coming in. Trying to share as many of them as possible. Lots of damage photos coming in too. It's a mess. It's a mess in Pennsylvania. Oh yeah, I'm sure it is. I'm sure it's a mess in Pennsylvania right now. All right, I'm going to show you guys some stuff. Once again, no new tornado warnings right now. Let's pull up radar scope just to get a little here of what we're dealing with. Once again, I think most of the rotation there has kind of calmed down a little bit, thankfully. We could see it definitely spin back up. So if you're watching right now and you're up here near Darlington, Rising Sun, Franklin, Newark, and northern portions of Delaware, all these places in the Delmarva area, if you're watching right now and you think that just because it's letting up right now, you should tune out, that's not the case, okay? Stay with me. Things are likely going to reignite here in just a little bit. So in the meantime, let me show you some stuff, okay? Let's go over here to my Twitter page at Ryan Hall, y'all, on Twitter, and we're going to look at some more videos because obviously these tornadoes are hitting some pretty populated areas, so people are kind of getting videos and stuff out there. So this is from Pete Medhurst, video from Edgewater, courtesy of Sam Darby, shot from the parking lot of Waterfront Marine, and that's a tornado on the ground there. Once again, kind of hard to see if you're not looking for it. That's what we're dealing with. And let me come down here. Kevin Lancaster, he's got this picture of some damage out here in Edgewater, Maryland. As you can see, tree limbs and stuff all over the place. And also, of course, the house with the missing roof there. I almost missed that one. Let me make that one bigger for you. Yeah, literally blew the roof off that house. Let's hope to goodness nobody was in there. If there was somebody in there, we'll hear about him here shortly. And I will make sure that I update you guys on that before we get back into, or before I end the stream. MTE 077, thank you so much for that, man. He says I rock. You rock, man. Everybody that supports the stream, you guys are the ones that rock. Let's go down here. Here's another user submitted video on Twitter. This is from Furkan, all right? He is in Edgewater, Maryland, and you can see the debris falling from the sky there and kind of floating around. That's indicative of a close by or a nearby tornado at least. And, it's a situation like this to where, I can't tell you how to live your life, but I wouldn't be hanging out my window taking pictures and videos, man. Okay, this is a situation where you need to, take shelter. Obviously, we enjoy the pictures and videos. There's a lot of people watching right now that are solely watching this for entertainment value. And, we kind of, you kind of like to see the pictures and videos of tornadoes because they're fascinating. But no picture or video is worth your life, man. If you got a tornado that close to you, you need to, get to shelter, especially when they're moving as fast as what they're going. Here's one from Annapolis. Once again, let's get some sound on this one. Oh, there is no sound, I don't think. But that is nuts. That is nuts right there. You don't see tornadoes this destructive on the East Coast all that often. This is from Melanie Newman. Wow, that thing's got power. You guys see that last little bit there? Some of the debris that it was picking up? That's a powerful tornado. Wow. Once again, that was from Annapolis, Maryland. Okay. So here's another video from Roman Miller. Okay, he's got an insane wall cloud intercept there near Faulkner, Maryland. Okay, so if you see something like this too, you know that's not necessarily a tornado, but if you're driving towards it, turn around, man, because those are the things that drop tornadoes. Wall clouds, or you can call that my mind's going blank. A mesocyclone. Yeah, a mesocyclone. That's the portion. That's the usually the southernmost portion of the storm that has enough rotation in it to drop a tornado. Okay. So currently we have 2 tornado warnings in effect. Okay, we have tornado warning for Northumberland County in Virginia and also Hartford County in Maryland. Both of those tornado warnings are still in effect. We do have some rotation here near Riverside and Aberdeen. Okay, we're getting into a pretty populated area there, so I am going to zoom in here. I'm going to give you exactly where this thing's going to go. Okay, there ain't nobody that's giving you this much of an in-depth view as to where these storms are going. Okay, let me get my bearings right here. Okay, so right now, if there's a tornado on the ground, it's likely associated with this area of rotation here. Now, don't get me wrong, this is weak and broad rotation, so the likelihood of us actually seeing a tornado on the ground there is kind of low, but let me see if there's a better radar that I can use. Goes a little, nope, I'm on the best one. But anyways, what I was going to say, it's not always just simply about the rotation. Okay, there's a lot of things, especially in these tropical systems like this. Okay, a lot of times the rotation happens at such a low level in the atmosphere that the radar can't even pick it up properly. So we could very well be looking at a tornado here near Aberdeen. And let me refresh my radar there because it's quit working on me. And let me show you where I think this storm is right now and where I think it will be in the next 5 minutes or so. Okay, so Aberdeen, Edgewood, Riverside, Aberdeen. Okay, all right. So right now, if there's a tornado on the ground, it's directly south of Aberdeen. Okay, and that's going to be near the Ruggles Golf Course. Now, there is the Pulaski Highway leading into the South Philadelphia Boulevard there. That's the road that this is kind of riding along here. You see that blue line right there on the screen? That's the South Philadelphia Boulevard. And I think it's going to continue to ride south and east of that, or it might cross it, okay? It might cross it right around Aberdeen. And in that case, we're going to see this go through the Dean State Park, okay, Halls Cross Roads Elementary School, unfortunately another elementary school that's possibly in the path of this storm. Additionally, if this goes across Highway 40, it's going to go right for the Aberdeen Middle School, the TD Automotive, Swansbury, and there's this big area of residential zone, it looks like to me, called Aberdeen Heights, and points east there towards Narrow Road Bookshop, and the Swan Creek there. That's where this storm's going to be going, okay? So if you live in any of those places, or if you can hop in your car and get to them in a short amount of time, you are in the direct path of a tornadic thunderstorm that could put down a tornado at any time. Now, the rotation has led up here a lot, so I do think they're going to allow that tornado to expire, but everything that I just said still stands, okay? This thing can still drop a tornado at any time. Be safe. All right, why not? Why not take the most precaution possible and just be as safe as possible and take shelter anyways? Llama on the Trail. Thank you so much. He says, I can't wait to watch your winter coverage. Winter storms are fun to cover because it's a little bit less serious. We like to have a little bit more fun on those shows. But yeah, because I love snow. I'm a big snow lover. I always root for the snow. I never root for the tornadoes. So that makes it a little bit less fun, I guess. So now we are down to, they did allow for that tornado warning to expire, just like I said that they probably would. And now we are down to, I believe, one tornado warning. We currently only have one tornado warning right now, and that's going to be for Northumberland County in Virginia until 3:40 p.m. 3:40 p.m. Wow, I've been going on for an hour and 13 minutes. I had no idea. Okay, so lots of stuff going on out there right now, guys. We have tornadoes dropping left and right. We've had a lot of damage come out of these storms. I'm not sure if we've got any signs of, fatalities or injuries or anything, but I will keep you updated on that. Be here. trying to find some more updates that are coming through. Like we got some damage to a school at South Interior. Yeah, there was some significant damage to a school there near Baltimore. I don't know if that was one of the schools that we called off or not. Let me see if there's any more damage photos here. Definitely a lot of photos of the tornado coming out. Bada bing, bada boom. Yeah, there's a lot. It's weird, man. It's like the tornadoes are going after school today. Got a football field that was, the bleachers and stuff that was damaged. Check this out. This is damage at South River, okay? Pete Medhurst shared this, and that's obviously like a baseball field or like a football field, and the bleachers and concession up here that has been properly destroyed. Additionally, we got this picture of a tornado from my dad's house in Mayo. That's from Most Geekdoms. Most Geekdoms. And that's probably the best picture I've seen all day of a very visible condensed tornado. Very visible condensed tornado right there. That's not what all of them look like today, but it's those. These are the ones that are the least scary to me. Okay, if you can see them coming like that, obviously that's going to instill some fear in you if you're looking at that in real life. But the scary thing about the tornado, the real scary things in life, and this doesn't just account for tornadoes, but it's the stuff that hides from you. Okay, it's the stuff that doesn't make itself so obvious, stuff that seems innocent, but on the inside is absolutely terrifying. And that's the way a lot of the tornadoes have been today. They've been wrapped in rain. They've been low visibility, low contrast. You can't see them. You have no idea what's going on in them. And all of a sudden they come up on you and they do this. This is from Cat South Interior. This is from Robbie Media, but this is not his pictures. Okay, so is that a school? That is a school, right? Yeah, Meet Your School Counseling Team. Any signs of what school this is? Anybody recognize this school? It doesn't look like there's anybody there, which is good news. But guys, if the radio noise in the background is getting on your nerves, let me know. But there's a lot of emergency stuff going on, so it keeps going off, and I like to hear it just in case anything important comes through. Wow. And here's the house that got blown off the roof there in Edgewater. I'm sorry, the roof that got blown off the house, not the house that got blown off the roof. I think it's my little vocal slip-ups. That's the reason half of you watch, just to laugh at me. Anyway, to check on the wind speed or gusts in those areas, yeah, we can do that in just a second. I know you're covering tornadoes, but is there any news on the flooding that's going on? Yeah. So I can do both of those things. So I'm going to go ahead and show you some of the gusts here in these storms, and then we will continue from there and start talking about the flooding, okay? Because I know that's a big deal as well. And really, there's not a 100% certain way to tell you what the gusts are like in these storms. But what I can do is I can show you the velocity data. So this storm that just went by Aberdeen, the one that was previously causing a tornado, it might have some 60-mile-an-hour gusts. You see, if I look at the velocity here, whenever we go to look at this to look for tornadoes, we're not just looking at, stuff going towards and away from the radar, but we're also looking at how fast it's going towards or away from the radar. And according to, this latest radar scan here, there's a couple areas here south of Port Deposit, north and east of Aberdeen, that has a 62, 65-mile-an-hour, hydrometeors in the atmosphere that are going towards or going away from the radar in this case. So that could mean that there are some 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts cycling down to the surface there. Now, it's hardly ever that simple, okay? So I would say most likely we're talking about 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and that's why there isn't a severe thunderstorm warning on this right now. But if there was, then that's when you're talking about the winds above 100 and not 100, I'm so used to talking about the hurricane. I'm sitting over here talking about 150-mile-an-hour winds, 55-mile-an-hour winds. That's what's going to be possible with this at its greatest intensity, okay? Now, the last little frame there, once again, shows me maybe a sign of rotation. It might be spinning back up. It might be spinning back up. We're going to keep a very close eye on that storm. I know we got a lot of people watching now, and if you're from Port Deposit, Darlington, Rising Sun, Northeast, Charlestown, Elktown, Chesapeake City, Newark, Franklin, New London, any of these places out here. Oh my God, I didn't have the radar up that whole time. But any of these places out here, north and east of this line of storms, you got to be, be weather aware, be vigilant right now, because these storms can drop tornadoes out of nowhere. Okay. By the way, if you were wondering what I was doing when I was reading off the wind speeds there, this is where it shows the 65 mile an hour, 57, and then way out here we're talking about possibly just 40 miles an hour and 44 mile an hour. But it's more than likely just going to be 55 max as we continue to watch this line move through. Question, have you ever been inside of a tornado? I have not. My good buddy Reed Timmer has. I'm sure a lot of you guys know of Reed Timmer. I've got a video coming out with him really soon. I don't know when I'm going to be able to finish that. But Reed Timmer has, and maybe we can get him on here during the live stream one day to tell you what that's like. I'm sure that it's pretty intense. Okay, so once again, we don't have any new tornado warnings. I'm going to wait until one more scan of the radar comes through to see what this is going to do. And if that looks like it's not doing anything imminently, I might take a real quick break for an hour and a half here. And I didn't think I was going to go this long, so I didn't bring any water with me. So I do have to get me a new water. I've been drinking on this half-empty Sprite. Empty now. So if there's nothing that comes of this next scan here on the radar from Port Deposit, I am going to take a very, very brief break. Let me pull my music up. I know you guys like the playlist for the breaks. Also, Steph's going to be home with Echo soon. I might have to help her pack him in. But I will be right back. You guys know me. I never take more than a 10-minute break. And this is my focus right now. Oh, yeah, flooding. Okay, I'm going to give you guys a real quick update on the flooding, too. My bad. Okay, so obviously we have a ton of flooding going on up here in Pennsylvania, okay? We got some really heavy rain happening up here. In fact, let's go down here to radar. No. Yeah, let's go to radar scope. And let's take a better look at that rain, okay? So let's track this off to the west a little bit. Let's go over into western Pennsylvania, all the way over here near Pittsburgh. Now, thankfully, the end of the rain is in sight in Pennsylvania, okay? The end of the rain is in sight. All of this stuff is moving to the north and east. It's going really slow, but I'm kind of thankful to see that this is ending right here. If it was still way down here, we'd have a long way to go before we was done with it. Now, we have seen, let me see how much rain we've seen out here, actually. Total rainfall. Let's go here. All right, so we're approaching 6 inches of rain here near south of State College, okay, north of Cumberland, north and west of Chambersburg. This area right here, south of Altoona, and south and east of Johnstown. That right there is a significantly impacted area from this rain. I'd say there's a ton of flash flooding going on right now near Defiance, Saxton, Woodbury, Marklesburg, Williamsburg. That looks like probably the most significantly impacted area right now as far as the rain goes. And let me tell you how much more rain you can see there, okay? Once again, I was talking earlier about how if the what was I saying? Oh, yeah, if the creeks and streams are already high, okay, if you're in those places that I just read off and it's already flooding, it is going to get worse. Okay, so that's what I want you to understand. Thankfully, the edge of the rain is near you. Let me put this into motion. Let's really get an idea here of how much time we've got left here with the rain. We do have a new tornado warning, though. 1 second. So, yeah, I would say probably another hour or so of some moderate to heavy rain in that area. So the creeks and streams are going to continue to rise. Guys, we got a tornado warning for Perryville, Maryland, Rising Sun, Maryland until 4:15 p.m. That was exactly what I was afraid was going to happen as we were watching that rotation pick back up. But anyways, if you're already seeing flooding over here, it's going to get worse before it gets better, but it is almost over. Now, if you're already seeing flooding over here in eastern Pennsylvania, south of Williamsport, north of Harrisburg, or even in Harrisburg, any of this area, that's where it's really concerning, okay? Because if you're already seeing flooding in Pottsville, for example, there's still a lot of rain to come, and the flooding is going to get a lot worse. So I'll give you another update on the flooding here in just a minute. First, I've got to refresh my radar and give you an update on this tornado warning. Brand new tornado warning that just came out here. Let's go back to the 4-panel display. And yeah, that's exactly what I was hoping wouldn't happen with this storm. Okay, we've got a decent area of rotation now, and this is in a very heavily populated area. Port Deposit and west of Charlestown, south and east of Darlington. That looks to me like it could possibly drop a tornado at any minute. We don't have a confirmed tornado now. There's nobody. The good thing about these storms hitting populated areas is not that people are going to be impacted, but it's that people are there. So, you know, if there's an actual tornado on the ground, we're going to know fast because there's a million people out there with a cell phone that's going to send a picture out to Twitter or something, and we are going to know about it. So the only problem is if this is another one of those tornadoes that's kind of hidden behind the rain and hard to see. All right. I'm going to keep the radar here. That last update does look like there was a little bit of an increase in rotation, but the good thing is it's broad, okay? There's no tight couplet right now, so I'm not 100% convinced that is a tornado on the ground. Matthew G., thank you for the support. He says, thank you for your coverage and excellent work. Christopher says, I enjoy your videos as an airline captain. I use your channel to help with my weather planning. I flew past 3 storms out of Philly, southbound along the coast, and they were building like crazy. Christopher, that's so awesome. You're an airline pilot. That was my second dream job. My first dream job was to be a storm chaser, right? And then my second dream job was to be an airline pilot. And then I wanted to be a YouTuber weatherman. And look where I am. No, but seriously, thank you for the support, and I'm so glad that I can help you with all that stuff. Seriously. Okay, so that's what the radar is looking like right now. We do have a tornado warning for Cecil County and Hartford County in Maryland. And I think that this is, I think that I can take a brief break. I have to get something to drink, guys. If I don't, my throat's going to get real sore, and I'm going to be able to talk even less than what I am right now. All right. I'm going to go get some water. Actually, no, I'm not. Give me just a second. I have to set one more thing up here before I do that. But I'll get there in just a second. This is another good time, guys. We got 3,000 people in here. This is a great time for you to go share this, okay? Share this on Facebook. Share this on Twitter. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, I don't care. Share it. Let's get the word out there because we're going to enter a period possibly with even more tornado warnings here in the near future.
Truck 39, 381, Quint 46, EMS 36, Battalion 35. Okay, and the alarmers are en route, and they will be on the Route 2 side.
Okay, so maybe, yeah, I'm gonna be right back. Give me just a second, and I will be right back. Please don't go anywhere. Like the video, subscribe to the channel, share this all over the place, send it in a text message to your friends and family members. BRB.
Truck 36 on side Alpha. What do you need from them? Just personnel. Southport.
Guys, I am back. Took a quick break, but I am back here with more extensive coverage on an emergency update here on a tornadic situation that's going on in Maryland, in Virginia, and it's getting ready to move into the New Jersey area. Okay, so right now, if you're just now tuning in, I do have one tornado warning. It's for Cecil and Hartford counties in Maryland. Okay, and that's all we have right now. We did have 4 or 5 tornado warnings at the same time just not too long ago. But it does look like, at least briefly, it seems like things have calmed down a little bit. So what I'm going to do now is I'm also going to, start to focus a little bit on the flooding situation, at least while we're having a little bit of a lull in activity on the tornadoes that's going on here. So let's go back over here to the radar view. We are going to get an update on that most recent tornado warning. Once again, this is where that tornado warning is, okay? This is west of Elkton, north of Perryville, near Rising Sun, okay? If you're in Rising Sun or anywhere north of I-95 there, in that extreme north and east portion of Maryland, this is where you need to be getting into your safe spot. Let me turn that music off for you. This is... possibly going to produce a tornado, but the last time that we checked, the rotation wasn't very bad with it, and it still isn't right now. So, take every precaution that you want to. Okay, this could still be a pretty, damaging storm, but I'm not saying that there's going to be definitely a big, tornado come down here. At least I don't think so. So, we're going to continue to watch this very closely. But I think the tornado threat for right now, at this very moment that I'm talking, has calmed down just a tiny bit. So if there's anybody that still wants me to update the flooding situation up here, that's what I'm going to do now, at least until another tornado warning comes through. Blue Flame, thank you so much for becoming a member of the channel. Really appreciate you. Let's see here. Creative Experience, thank you for the super chat. He says, I'm going to be kayaking at 6 to record floodwaters in Lancaster County, Pennsylvania. Hey, guys, all of you people that are watching right now that are experiencing any sort of significant flooding, please do me a favor, and if you can do so safely, snap me a quick picture or video of what's going on. I see Jerry Harris, the stream in my backyard is about to crest its bank. We'd like to see some of this stuff so we can get an idea of what's going on the ground out there. Now, if you can't do so safely, if you can't get to it safely, if you're going to put yourself in harm's way in any way at all, don't worry about it. But, if you can, get me a picture or a video or something like that, send it to me on Twitter or, Twitter's going to be the best way to do it, and I will share it here on the stream, okay? So we are continuing to watch a very significant flooding situation unfold here in especially eastern Pennsylvania. Now, we do have some crazy flash flooding going on in central portions of Pennsylvania as well. But thankfully, the rain is about to come to an end out there. And Twitter's being slow, or I've lost my internet connection. Am I still live? Okay. Anyways, the rain's about to come to an end out here. Where I'm really concerned about some of this flash flooding is going to be over here in extreme eastern and southeastern Pennsylvania, because, man, that is some of the strongest, just regular rain I've seen. Usually you don't see those really deep reds and stuff unless you're in an actual thunderstorm. But right now we're seeing it in these rain showers. Okay, that tornado warning, by the way, was allowed to expire there in Maryland. So now we are just... we're just dealing with a bunch of flash flood warnings. And if I go back over here to this view, if you look down to the bottom left of your screen, okay, this window right here, can you see me draw? Yeah, you can. That is showing you all of the current weather warnings that are going on around the United States right now. And you can see there are 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, but all of this is flash flood warnings. That's how many flash flood warnings we have going on right now, and most of these are in Pennsylvania, New York, and Maryland, but there is one in Arizona as well. Okay, so let's continue to look at this rain out here in southeastern Pennsylvania, at least until we get another tornado update. Okay, because I don't think we're out of the woods just yet. with the tornado stuff. In fact, somebody just said the rotation is tightening up near in East Norrington, and there's another suspicious area to the east. So we might see a new tornado warning right here in a second. But for now, this is what the rain looks like. Let's go over to the radar view here. A big area of rain in southeastern Pennsylvania. We're also going to look at this really closely on radar scope. This is a little bit of a higher definition radar. I like to look at it this way. Let's go back over here to central Pennsylvania. This is where, oh, that's really old data. Something wrong with the radar over there, I wonder? Well, this is where the rain's about to come to an end, but it's also where you've seen some of the heaviest rain totals so far. Let me come over here to the New Jersey radar, and this is where I'm really interested in seeing some of those rain totals. So let's go look at storm total rainfall here. And as you can see, there's this big area from York to Elizabethtown, all the way up to Lebanon, Hazleton, Wilkes-Barre, all the way up to Scranton, where we've seen close to 4 inches of rain, if not more. And the thing about this particular situation is, you know, if it rains 4 inches, okay, if it rains 4 inches in, you know, one town, it's probably going to cause some isolated flooding problems, right? However, if it rains 4 inches throughout the entire eastern half of the state, that's when we are actually going to be looking at some very significant flooding problems, because that's when, you know, all of the tributaries that lead into the larger, watersheds that lead into the larger rivers, all of those are going to become overwhelmed with water. They're going to fill up the next stage, and they're going to fill up the next stage, and there's really nowhere for the water to properly drain when everything is swollen. So it's this area over here that I'm pretty concerned about with the total rainfall. Let's go back over to this one. And here's the problem. Here's the problem in this area. This is where I think probably some of the most significant flooding today is going to happen, and it's going to be right from this area, from Hanover to York to Harrisburg to Pottsville, Hazleton. This spot right here in Pennsylvania is absolutely. I think that's going to be pretty bad. Let me put this into motion here. Let me just double check if what I'm saying is right. Yeah. So if you're noticing a pattern here with this rain band, first of all, it's not moving much. The actual big deformation zone that's causing a lot of the heavy rain here is just barely moving to the north. And now we have a lot of new convective activity from all these tornadic thunderstorms down to the south that is bringing in new heavy rain into this area. So, you know, you've seen 4 or 5 inches in some of these places already. Expect to see 6 to 8 soon. And some of you might end up with even more than that, especially on the eastern side towards Allentown. So really, really unfortunate stuff. Guys, we do have a new tornado warning. The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for Elliott, Maryland and Toddville, Maryland until 4:45 p.m. Eastern time. So let's go get a look at that. And we will periodically, in between the tornado stuff, we will periodically come back to the flooding and watch it instead of the tornadoes, as long as we don't have one going on. So I'm trying to find out where that tornado was issued for, that tornado warning. Not seeing anything. Oh, it might be one of these. Oh, it might be that right there. That makes sense. Let's see here. Elliott and Toddville, Maryland. I don't see the box on this screen yet. Let me go over to here. Yep, right there it is. That is the new tornado warning that was just issued here. And these storms look mean. Let me zoom back in here. Let's actually pause the player. All 3 of these storms that have just popped up here down here in southern Maryland are rotating like crazy. Look at this. They've even got like almost what seems like hook echo features on them. Let me make sure I'm on the best radar. This one's probably a little bit closer, but it's also a little bit congested. Nope, I think I'm on the best one over here. But this is a pretty serious situation, because we have possibly a couple different storms that could be producing a tornado. I'm really interested in this area of rotation just south of Cambridge. So if you live north and east of this in Cambridge or Secretary, take shelter now. This could end up being a pretty significant situation here. Also, but I think this is the one where the tornado warning was actually issued for, okay? Now, this is just a radar-indicated tornado. We don't know for sure if there's a tornado on the ground, but just south of Hoopersville, there's a big area of rotation with a little bit of an increase of the super res spectrum width here, so that you can see that there might be a little bit of a signature for a tornado there. But there's rotation in every single one of these storms. Look at this. Hoopersville, just east of Fishings Creek. And then, of course, the one up here south of Cambridge. All three of these need to be watched closely as there's possibly a tornado on the ground. If you live in Elliott, okay, make sure you're getting in your safe spot because this is coming your way. All right. If you live east of Honga, get in your safe spot. All right. If you live let's go even further than that. Vienna over here, Secretary, all these places, you need to be getting in your safe spot because this is the kind of storm in these situations that can cause very significant tornadoes like we saw in Annapolis. Okay. Charge of drawing these polygons. Well, I think the polygons have to follow the state boundary, and I would say it probably would take too long to really zoom in and draw out the boundary to where it fits exactly. So they're just doing the best they can to get the warning out in time. Because you really don't want to issue a tornado warning for a river or this big area of water that nobody's in. All right, we do have a brand new tornado warning. One new tornado warning. This is going to be for Chester, Pennsylvania. Chester, Pennsylvania. Let's go check that one out on Radar Omega. And this is such a populated area for it to not have its own radar. Like, why am I in a radar hole here? Why can't I find decent radar? Well, I guess New Jersey's going to have to do here. But anyways, this is a tornado warning for, that is Chester County in Pennsylvania. And this one actually looks like there's a little bit more of a warranted reason to have that here versus the other one we saw in New York. As this definitely looks like there's an area of rotation right there. And this is moving off to the north and east, okay? So if you live in Nottingham, Hopewell, Oxford, Hayesville, Russellville, Parkersburg, Pomeroy, Medina, any of these places over here in southeastern Pennsylvania, you got to be getting to your safe spot, okay? This is showing enough rotation to possibly cause a tornado. And we've seen the tornadoes today, guys. I don't know if you've been watching the whole time or not, but we've got a lot of pictures and videos that we've been showing these very significant tornadoes as they come through. And this is likely going to be going north and east over Highway 1 there, okay? Highway 1, and then possibly riding up the Highway 10 as well between Russellville and Cochranville here within the next little bit. If there's a tornado down on the ground right now, it's very close to Oxford, okay? So Oxford, if there's anybody watching in Oxford, Pennsylvania, you almost don't have any time left, okay? More than likely by the time this radar updates, this tornadic circulation might be right over you or a little bit past you. So there's likely a tornado ongoing somewhere very close to you. So make sure you are not playing around and getting your safe spot. And then directly after that, we're going to be talking about Hayesville, Russellville, the Lincoln University over here, the university directly in the path of this storm too. So we're going to keep a very close eye on that. Let's go double check up on our storm over here. Let me refresh radar scope. And yeah, these storms are still showing a decent amount of rotation, but I don't see anything yet that indicates that we definitely have a tornado on the ground. So we have two situations here where we have tornado warnings. We don't know for sure if we have a tornado on the ground, but it looks like we might, especially right here. Hopewell. Let me take radar scope up there. We might have to switch here for just a second because that's looking pretty significant. Now I'm pretty certain that we do have a tornado on the ground. Yeah, I'm pretty certain that we do have a tornado on the ground. We cannot confirm that ourselves. Obviously, that's going to be up to the National Weather Service. But this is a developing situation. It looks worse every frame when we get on the radar here. If there's a tornado on the ground, it's going to be right there over Hopewell, and this is going to be going off to the north and east. Okay, so we got the Highway 1 there, the Wyncote Golf Course, Hayesville. All of these places need to be getting in their safe spot because that looks very, very significant. Okay, not a giant area of rotation. And it's not like this couplet that you would see on a big supercell with a crazy tornado on it. But in a tropical system like this, where most of the rotation is really low to the ground, the fact that the radar is picking up that decent of a couplet that high up tells me that there might be a tornado down there. So we'll go ahead and pretend like there is, even though we don't know. That way we get everybody in a safe spot. Okay. Wow. Focus all my radars on that. We'll periodically check back in on the Southern Maryland one, but I think that we should focus on this one quite a bit. So that last update there looks a little bit better. Okay, once again, it's broad. It's broad rotation. There's not a tight couplet, but I don't like the way that looks. I just don't like the way it looks. We're going to go ahead and we're going to continue to be safe as possible here. I'm just looking to see if there's anybody that's got a picture of this thing yet. We do have storm chasers out here. We got Brett Musser, Jeff Eddy. I'm wondering if they've got any pictures or videos coming out of what this looks like yet. Also, there is a flash flood emergency in Cambria County, Pennsylvania. A flash flood emergency for Cambria County, Pennsylvania. Dam failure. That's unfortunate. Dam failure has led to a flash flood emergency in Cambria County. We'll check in on that right here in a second. I'm in my cellar. I live in Atglen, Pennsylvania, right near Man. Wow. Okay. So I'm going to try to get some more information on that dam failure. But in the meantime, we're going to continue to be really, focused in on this storm right here that is producing a tornado warning here for, once again, that's going to be for Chester County in Pennsylvania.
Personnel sitting out of the house next door, backing all the way up to the turntables at that gravel area. There's no access from the delta end of the structure. Okay, is it going to be a needed position?
Once again, I'm trying to find videos and stuff. It doesn't look like there's anybody that has any videos or pictures or anything of the like from either the dam collapse or this tornado right here. So we're stuck with radar right now.
Okay. So the original 1877 Bowman.
See here, South River High School. Okay, yeah, this is the school that was damaged earlier in the tornado. So let me show you this while I'm waiting on some more data to come in. Here are some pictures of South River High School. The roof and front entrance of the tech center damaged. You can see the baseball dugout in the street. Cinder block concession stand damage and the fencing of the field damage. Pics circulating of the football stadium. So we saw the football stadium earlier, but this is what the rest of that, some parts of that school look like. It looks like it was very significantly damaged from the tornado earlier. And once again, that's in South River in Maryland. So
I've got 26 down here as a fresh crew, and I think 816's here as well. So if you need to utilize them for doing secondaries on these buildings, just let me know.
the dam is spilling over and not failing. Okay, well that's a good sign. Okay, so we got a report that there's a flash flood emergency in Cambria County, Pennsylvania, and it seems as if that is because of a dam that's overflowing. Okay, it's always better to have a dam that's overflowing than a dam that's failing, because a failure in a dam can lead to a lot more damage. We got a new update here on the radar, and it does look to me like there's still a very interesting area of rotation here south of Parksburg, south of Coatesville, north and west of New London, but I still don't have a definite idea as to how much of a significant tornado risk we have right here. Let's go ahead and check in also on the southern Maryland storm. I know we've got people that are watching down there. And these still look really, impressive with their rotation, and they even look like they have little hook echoes on them. So we're going to continue to watch these closely. That's tightening up too, tightening up right there. So once again, if you're in Wesley down here in the south, what is this considered? Yes, southern Maryland on the eastern side of Chesapeake Bay. If you're in Wesley, watch out. You're under a tornado warning, and it does look like there's a little bit of a tightening area of circulation that's headed right towards you, and that's going to keep on going up towards Andrews Road, Robbins Landing, and then eventually up here to Best Pitch. And I would watch this one too. Look at this, man. This is another storm. This is earlier we had 3 lined up. Looks like this one's kind of fell apart, but this one also looks really, really intense. With possibly a tornado forming here near Bucktown. So if you know anybody in those areas, please share this stream with them. We're going to keep them updated all the way through it. I ain't leaving till the naders are gone. Terry says, thank you, Ryan. You're doing a good job. Thank you, man, for the support. Nikki, thank you for the super sticker there. I really, really appreciate all the support. Means more than you know. Try to find some more damn. Yeah, so an urgent flash flood emergency declared following a reported dam failure in central Pennsylvania. Officials urge all 42,000 residents to leave the area immediately. Following an uncontrolled release of waters over the Wilmore Dam. Now, this situation started happening 3 hours ago, okay? So I haven't heard anything new about that. But if you're in Johnstown, leave now. A flash flood emergency is in effect for a dam failure. This is a particularly dangerous situation. This is a life-threatening situation. Seek higher ground now. Avoid walking or driving through floodwaters. Immediately move to higher ground. I think there's 42,000 people, 10 schools, and 3 hospitals in the path of that potential flood area due to the dam overflowing.
Yeah, everything's good. Just been really, really busy. The other end, you know, fact that we're already using your another RAM now. Still mostly mobile all over the place. Coordinate with Training Division 1.
So the latest update there shows me that there's still a little bit of rotation there, but it's nothing crazy. It's nothing crazy right now. You have a new tornado warning, though. The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for Hurlock, Secretary, in East New Market, Maryland, until 5 p.m. And now there's a population of nearly 500,000 people under a flash flood emergency in Pennsylvania. Wow. I told you earlier in the video, or earlier in today's video, guys, that it was probably going to end up being a once-in-a-lifetime flood. And it looks like that's exactly what's happening. Okay, these storms down here these look interesting. I mean, like, it's still kind of weak, but that's definitely a tighter rotation than what we've seen up north. But this is that new tornado warning that I just called off. Okay, this is going to be for this area right here. That's going to go towards, let me get some good locations for you. If there's a tornado on the ground with this, and there very well might be, it's going to be just to the north and west of Bucktown, okay? It's moving towards Erie, Rocky Hook, Salem, Linkwood. It's going to cross Highway 50 there, south and east of Whitehall, near Linkwood, and continue to go north and east towards East Newmarket, okay? And that's going to be, it's going to cross an area between Highway 50 and Highway 16 there, go near East Market, south and east of Secretary, and then it's likely going to affect the Sandtop and Silo Church areas. All right, so that is a very significant area of two areas of rotation. We could have two tornadoes very close to each other here in southeastern portions of Maryland. And then on top of that, as if that wasn't enough, we possibly have a tornado up here in Pennsylvania. Here is a current look at everything that's going on right now. Flash flooding like crazy up here in Pennsylvania. We've got tornadoes. And, you know, man, it's just, there's a lot of stuff going on right now. And check this out. That's another thing you don't want to see. We have more storms forming back here. So, you know, this is what we consider the warm sector of the storm, right? That's where tornadoes are likely to form in a situation like this. And, you know, you hate to see it, but there are more storms forming back here. Now, the good news is a lot of that 850 millibar, you know, that lower level jet stream wind, a lot of that's really cranking up more east. So it'll continue to be a problem over here, but we can't let our guard down. We have to watch these two, as these could eventually cause more problems. And they're moving back into the populated areas of Washington, D.C. and Baltimore, who just saw a plethora of tornadoes and damage and stuff. So I'm going to watch that. Watch that very, very closely, okay? I'm going to try to find some imagery of that dam failure.
Give me about 3 minutes here.
Flash flood emergency. A dangerous situation is playing out in western Pennsylvania as a flash flood emergency is in effect after officials say the Wilmore Dam broke near Johnstown. Gale Road Builders, thank you so much. He says, keep up the good work, brother. I love the videos. Thanks for keeping us informed and being educational in the process. No problem. No problem at all. The tornado warning is going to continue for Dorchester County in Maryland till 4:45 p.m. I really appreciate that, man. Seriously, thank you. I try to be educational because not, you know, just showing you the radar and stuff, that's one thing. But if I explain to you how it works, you might be able to either take it more seriously or understand more of what the threat is. And therefore be able to protect yourself better. Well, we're getting a big storm here. We're getting a big storm at my house. Yeah, we got the cold front coming through. Not a big storm, but it's definitely windy out there. Hear it roaring. Okay. The area east of Bay where the tornado warnings are is in the lower eastern shore. Southern Maryland is on the other side of the bay, St. Mary's. Okay. I'm not 100% familiar with the area, so I don't know the correct terminology for the different geographical places. But from now on, I will refer to this area where we're having tornado warnings now as Lower Eastern Shore. This is the Lower Eastern Shore. of Maryland. And by the way, both of these storms are continuing to look really impressive. Really impressive. I wouldn't doubt if we have a tornado right here near Erie and Thompson. Okay, tornado possibly down right here near the Indian Bone. Okay, that's going to be moving north and east towards Linkwood, Hawkeye, Hicksburg, Highway 50 there, right before you get to Hawkeye, and then eventually down to the Chesapeake Forest and Thompsontown. Well, that one looks angry. Okay, if the next scan looks a little bit more, if there's a little bit more bright greens on this side, I think we definitely have a tornado. What else we got here? Still not 100% certain on this Pennsylvania storm as to whether or not there's a tornado, but the warning is still in place. Creative experience. I'm in Ackland, Pennsylvania. I think there's actually a tornado. Oh, you're here. You're in Ackland. You are actually there. Well, make sure you're in a safe spot. Make sure you're taking shelter. Guys, we have one of our channel members in the chat who actually lives right here in Ackland, Pennsylvania. So as you can see, there is a decent area of broad rotation here just off to your south and east. I don't see anything on the correlation coefficient that would lead me to believe that there is a tornado on the ground. But he says that the winds are getting really bad. He hears the roar. I'm recording it in Ackland right now. All right, man, stay safe. Don't don't try too hard to record it if you get in a situation where it could get dangerous for you. Please don't, try to get that video. Still getting a lot of imagery in from Annapolis of the damage from the tornado there. I'm going to share some more pictures here in a second. So there, South River High School in Edgewater was hit by a tornado, and there were students in there. There were students in there, but it don't look like anybody was hurt. Nick says, do you think there will be any significant tornadoes, severe weather in Chesterfield, Virginia, Richmond, Virginia? Thanks for the coverage. Yeah, there's still a little brief period of time there around Richmond where we could see some more severe weather and tornadoes. But for the most part, it is over for you. Like the worst part of the storm has passed you, but don't let your guard down just yet, okay? I got to show you guys this video of this student who took a Snapchat video of himself in the school after it was just ravaged by tornado. This is some quite interesting video here as we wait for some more radar updates. Yeah, man. Yeah, there's likely a tornado. It might be brief and it might be small, but there's likely a tornado moving right towards Erie right now. Going to Linkwood next, okay? So this is South River High School in Edgewater. It was hit by a tornado, and there were students there, and this one decided to go onto Snapchat. He says, bro, I just survived a tornado. Look at that. That's extensive damage. It would be a wonder if nobody was hurt in that situation. Well, it looks like he was slightly hurt. He had some damage on his arm there. What an unfortunate situation for, like I said, I do believe that probably hit around the time that we had students coming out of school, people moving around. Hopefully, as many people as possible were put into the central areas of the hallways and hunkered down. And here's some more images of the storm, the damage done by the storm there in Annapolis, okay? This was a really strong tornado. I'm interested to see what the EF rating of this tornado will end up being. Definitely looks like a stronger tornado. It doesn't look like a weak one at all. Look at that. Show me Ackland again. Yeah, I can show you Ackland again. Once again, guys, if you're just now tuning in, we have, one of our viewers, one of our members of the channels here, his name is Creative Experience. He is located in Ackland, Pennsylvania, which is under a tornado warning right now. And he's saying that's pretty bad. There is a broad area of rotation just to your east. I don't think, once again, unless you can see it out there, I can't tell you whether or not there's a tornado. There's not enough radar data for me to tell you whether or not there is. However, this is a dangerous storm, so just stay in your safe spot until this area of rotation is well past Ackland. It's ironic that Safe Light's windows were busted out. Yeah, it is ironic that their windows were busted out. That's for sure. By the way, all this oh, okay, I see. All this stuff that I'm putting on Twitter, that I'm showing here on the stream, get up close and personal and get it a little bit earlier because of the lag on the stream. Make sure you go follow me on Twitter at Ryan Hall, y'all. You can also send me stuff over there, tag me and stuff you think might be necessary for me to see or for me to show here. Go back to the browser. Here is the Wilmore Dam near Johnstown, Pennsylvania. Still under a flash flood emergency. It's overflowing heavily. Residents are urged to move to higher ground and evacuate. Yeah, so in a situation like this, when a dam is overflowing, not only do you have to worry about flooding because of that, but just the simple, act of the dam overflowing is going to fill up the area in front of it with water, obviously. But when those dams start overflowing, the weakest part of the dam usually is going to be right there on top. Okay, when you get that water that's actually flowing over the top, there's a quick erosion that's going to happen. There's different things that can happen that can weaken the top portion of that dam, and then cause if a little bit of that breaks off, more water is going to come through, and it could end up being like a domino effect. So that's why they put out that flash flood emergency, because if something like this breaks, it looks like that's holding back a lot of water. Something like this breaks, all the people downstream there will not have much time at all to get away from the basically tidal wave of water that would be coming down. Wow. All right, let's check back in on our storms down here to the south. Once again, still looks pretty impressive to me. It looks like this storm right here is probably going to be the most likely one to have a tornado with it. East Newmarket, Silo Church, Sand Dog, Rhodesdale. Yeah, this area east of Whitetail, between Highway 16 and 15 or 50. South of East Newmarket, there's likely a tornado out there. So let's go ahead and get in our safe spots, okay? Take shelter now. If my shelter thing still works. Oh, it doesn't. Never mind. Been going on for 2 hours and 15 minutes. I expected this to be just a quick update on the Annapolis tornado. But once again, as long as things are going sideways here, I'm gonna stay here with you guys. If anybody's watching right now that isn't subscribed, if you're new here, if you just found me, if somebody shared this video with you, if you found me on your recommended page or whatever, we are doing a live emergency update on the tornadic situation that's unfolding here in Maryland and Pennsylvania. We have currently 3 tornado warnings in effect, and that's going to be for Dorchester County in Maryland, and there's another one in Dorchester County in Maryland, and then also Chester County, Pennsylvania. So 3 tornado warnings happening right now. two tornadic storms down here in the the east south shore. And I already forgot. Down here in this portion of Maryland. This one right here looks like, as of right now, of all of the tornado or the tornadic thunderstorms that we're watching, this one looks to me like it's the most likely to produce a tornado. The one down there in Dorchester County. Radars.
There's an area of Lee Street.
Oh.
Yeah, call a Child Point in Woods Road.
Go. So as of right now, I don't have any more, immediate updates for you. We're really just watching this storm here, south and east of Secretary. Okay, that right there. This is where we think the tornado is, and a lot of people are asking, how do you know? How do you know? How do you look at that and tell that there's a tornado? Well, on this panel right here, we got 4 panels. This one shows the reflectivity. That's what you're used to seeing on the Weather Channel or whatever. This one shows the velocity. Okay, this one shows the correlation coefficient, and this one shows the spectrum width. These two are the most important, in my opinion. These are by far the most important. And the reason the velocity is so important is because in order to show or figure out where tornadoes are, the Doppler radar, the radar out there, is going to send out beams of energy to all of the hydrometeors in the clouds out here, and it's going to reflect that stuff back. And that's why we call a lot of the imagery that we get from radars echoes, right? You have a hook echo, you have a bow echo. It's an echo. It's information sent back. And what that can do for us is it can tell us, okay, here's this stuff in this part of the storm is going away from the radar at 40 miles an hour. And all of the hydrometeors, rainfall and hail or whatever in this part of the storm is going towards the radar at 50 miles an hour. Kind of put that together and be like, well, if stuff's going towards the radar right there and away from the radar right there, if you put that close together, you have counterclockwise rotation, which tells me that there might be a tornado. Now, in this specific situation, it looks to me like it might be a little bit less, circulation is a little bit less good now. So it looks like that might be dying out a little bit. Man, even down here it looks really good. That storm right there has a classic hook echo too. So another way you can tell if tornadoes are going to happen in conjunction with the velocity, you can just look at the reflectivity, okay, and you can see a hook echo. This is the inflow area right here. This would be the rear flanking downdraft back here on the backside. And this right here would be the forward flanking downdraft on the front side. Take that full just so I can see that well. Once again, inflow, warm, moist air going into the storm right there. Rain-cooled air is coming out from underneath the storm and circling back around like this. That causes the rotation right there. It's called the forward, this is called the rear flanking downdraft. This is called the inflow notch. And then also there's, wind and rain and stuff coming out of the front part of the storm. That's what we call the forward flanking downdraft. So, yeah, that looks to me like there could be a tornado forming right there. That's a classic supercell. Wow. I had to retweet that real quick because I got to show you something. Rivers are getting high, man.
And that's per C, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah.
So I know we got a lot of people watching in Pennsylvania. By the way, that tornado warning up there was allowed to be expired. But the flooding situation is only getting worse. All right, so the Saddle River is expected to get way above major flood stage here, near 11 feet. I just wanted to make sure you saw that. And I think somebody mentioned that they lived near the Saddle River earlier.
1024, 1042.
Let me know when you get to the fill site.
Maybe 176 and 4.
Truck 814, what's your staff?
Got a video from our channel member, Creative Experience. Once again, he was under a tornado warning earlier. He says this was at in Atglen, Pennsylvania, at my farm.
What street did you want us to stop on?
And you see he's got some heavy rain, some wind out there. I'm glad you're okay, man. Yeah, the damage around Annapolis is really bad. That's going to end up being a rated as a very strong tornado, unfortunately, I believe. Okay, I hear my wife
We're going down to reset.
coming. I think she's just now getting home. I got to go take care of some dad. What you get with a YouTube weather, man. That's why it's free. You don't have to pay for cable. Because every once in a while, he's going to have to stop talking about tornadoes and go pack his baby in the house. I hope you guys understand. I hope you will stay with me here. And I will be right back.
Propane for this area. Odors coming up through the vents.
Okay, I'm back. Woo! Thanks for sticking around. We do have a new tornado warning.
A new tornado warning.
National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for East Newmarket until 5:30 p.m. So it's on that same storm we've been watching. Come over here to the radar view. Turn that music off. So this storm down here is continuing to produce enough rotation to cause additional tornado warnings. So this is what we're looking at now, okay? Go over to this radar, refresh it. And yeah, I see why. I see why we have that tornado warning. We got two areas of rotation down here. We got this one, okay, and this one is much more impressive. Much more impressive. And that is a confirmed tornado. That is a confirmed tornado heading towards Hurlock. So this is not a situation now where we have possibly a tornado. We definitely have a tornado moving towards Hurlock, okay, north of Brookview. I'm going to zoom in on that and kind of give you a better idea as to where that tornado is here in a second, but we have one more tornado warning to report.
Welcome.
That's going to be for Kent, Sussex, and Caroline counties in Delaware. Okay, so that's another tornado warning here. For those counties. So currently we have the Dorchester County and Kent, Sussex, and Caroline counties. On the Dorchester's in Maryland, Kent and them is in Delaware. So this is the Maryland storm. Okay, remember Hurlock, Brookview, all of you places need to be getting into shelter now, and that is absolutely a big signature for a tornado there. Wow, that's a dangerous situation. Let's take. We're going to take this radar down here because that gives us a little bit better of the street view, a little bit better idea of what it looks like at the ground level with a better map here.
Very possible.
This updated.
Structural problem. Number 7 is also clear.
Hold on, give me just a second. I'm in another one of those pickles where I got to find the best radar. I think this is it. Yeah, this is it right here. Okay, so we did have a tornado reported here, a tornado on the ground near Newmarket. So there's two areas of rotation here. Let me figure out exactly what's going on here because we got a couple different areas of rotation that we're watching. And I think the one where the tornado was actually reported was right here to the north and west of Hurlock. That was a couple minutes ago. Okay. This is why I shouldn't take breaks. Totally missed that one. Okay, so that was a tornado there, right? That was the one that was reported. That's the one that's confirmed and on the ground. It looks like it possibly may have lifted, but they did go ahead and issue a new tornado warning. Let me go ahead and read that one off to you. National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for Smyrna, Delaware, Clayton, Delaware, and Cheswold, Delaware until 5:45 p.m. Eastern. So this is getting into Delaware now. We have two tornado warnings for Delaware. Okay, and it's both. I believe they're both associated with this storm system. Let me come out here to WSV3. No, there's another tornado warning up here. This is the one near Smyrna. All right, let me get focused here on exactly what I need to be looking at. I'm going to focus in on the Hurlock storm on radar scope, and then I am going to go to the other storm on radar Omega. But first, let me read off some of the places where this tornado is going to affect. Now, we had a brief small tornado reported up here near Newmarket. But this one right here looks like it could be bigger, okay? And this is going to be heading towards Shiloh Church, Petersburg, Holly Hill. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's a tornado. That's one of the better signatures I've seen today for a tornado moving right through this, in between Hurlock and Brookview. So if you live out here near Holly Hill, south of Hurlock, there's possibly a tornado on the ground right now. It's going to be moving into Petersburg. Once again, into Prospect Hills, Holly Hill. It's going to cross Highway 392 there and go towards Brown's Landing. And then the Chesapeake Forest. And we also have another tornado warning up here to the north a little bit. This one right here possibly has a tornado with it, going towards Wright's Crossroads. Okay, so if you're in Delaware, Delaware is a pretty small state. Okay, so there's my lights are freaking out, but it's a small state, so I would say most people in Delaware should be, getting ready to take cover as these storms are moving into the area. Now, this is definitely the most impressive one, though. This is the most concerning one from what I've seen. So we're going to lock in on viewing it, okay, on the 4-panel mode here. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So that tornado that went just past Hurlock there, that was probably pretty significant because you could see it pretty well on the correlation coefficient. If you don't know what this is the correlation coefficient down here on the bottom right of the radar view. Right here, you see the blue area. That's what we call a correlation coefficient drop. All right, so the radar, not only can it tell us the wind speed and direction and all this stuff and where the rotation is, but it can also tell if there's stuff in the air that's not rain or hail. Okay, so if there's stuff floating around in the sky out there that's like, pieces of tree limbs and, maybe even parts of houses and stuff, the radar can detect that, hey, there's some oddly shaped stuff that doesn't look like rain or hail. And this is where it is. There's a drop in correlation of the size of these items right here. And that's how we can tell a lot of times if there's a strong tornado. And it looks like one went right through Hurlock. But that one has since lifted. And now we're talking about possibly maybe even a more significant one going to the other side of Hurlock on the southeastern side. So we're going to keep a close eye on this as we start to look try to find some pictures and videos. And by the way, guys, this might be one of the most prolific tornado producing tropical systems in Maryland's history. This is dropping tornadoes like crazy today. Of course, we've got 2,500 people watching. This is getting ready to move into a more populated area up here near Federalsburg. So let's do everything we can. Let's take this moment right now to try to share this stream with as many people as possible. Okay, let's try to get in front of. Let's try to get to 3,000 constant or concurrent viewers here. Just a second. I'm gonna fix my lights. I don't like them being blue. Something's up with them. Sorry, I don't like them being red. I'd rather them. There we go.
31, 33, and 35 are clear. Okay, can you advise damage to all those buildings?
Hi, copy. 17 advised.
25, 27, 29.
Is all this going to reach northern Connecticut and Massachusetts? I don't think so. I think you might have to deal with some of the rain there. But the tornadoes and stuff, I don't think you're going to have to deal with that. Wow. Look at that. That's that could be a debris ball. Again, Holly Hill, if there's anybody watching in Holly Hill, maybe somebody just shared this stream with you and you're like, what in the heck's going on? Well, there's a tornado heading right for Holly Hill, it seems like. And then beyond that, Brown's Landing. So we're going to stay right here on this storm. We're also going to continue to check in on this storm up here, too. We got a possible tornado near Wright's Crossroads, moving towards Hartley and Ford's Corner and Kenton up here in Delaware. So make sure you're also getting into your safe space. But this one down here, this is the most interesting looking one to me. So we're going to stay right here on it. We've got major flooding in my city of Reading, Pennsylvania. Starting to see a lot of flood reports. So I understand we have two major situations going on right now. We have the tornado outbreak that's ongoing in Maryland and Delaware. And we also have a very, very big time flash flood situation going on in Pennsylvania. In fact, we have a couple flash flood emergencies. We're worried about a dam that's possibly breaking or in the process of breaking that has the potential to flood possibly 42,000 people downstream. There's a lot of stuff going on right now, and it's hard for me to focus on all of it. The most immediate thing, the thing that I'm able to relay the most data on, constantly up to date, are going to be tornado warnings. So that's what I'm going to focus on while they're there. But whenever we get a lull in the activity here with the tornadoes, I will go check out some of that flooding stuff. If you guys have any videos or pictures you want to share with me on this flooding, share it with me on Twitter, okay? And I will show it here on the stream. Turn to flood in West Street. Oh, wow. Man, there are so many new videos coming out of that Annapolis and Edgewater tornado as well. We got flooding in Pennsylvania. I've got one video to show of that. Man, that Edgewater tornado was bad. It keeps getting worse. The more images that I see, the worse it gets. Half-Life, that last tweet you sent me didn't work. All right, let me show you this. Oh, hold on. Okay, yeah, so we got some flooding pictures coming in here. Real quick, before we start looking at pictures and images of the tornadoes and the flooding and stuff, I do want to let anybody know that's just now tuning in that we do have a confirmed tornado warning now for Dorchester County in Maryland. And we also have a tornado warning for Kent, Newcastle, and Caroline counties, and Sussex counties in Delaware. And we are watching very closely this storm that's approaching Federalsburg. Federalsburg, you're in the direct path of a possible tornado here, as we have an area of rotation and what looks to me like maybe a debris ball here that's approaching the area. So if you are in Federalsburg, get to shelter now. You don't have time. These things are moving fast, man. These ain't your normal tornadoes. These are tropical tornadoes. These are Hurricane Ida spawns, okay? And they are coming down fast, and they're coming down hard, causing a lot of damage around here. You don't want to play around with this. If you're in Federalsburg, get to shelter right now. Now, let's go ahead and take a look at a couple different things here as far as the damage goes. Our city park was specifically designed to collect rainwater so our downtown won't flood as badly. So this is an example of some really good engineering here. But you can see those flood waters are rising there in Pennsylvania. Let me go to my page. I'm going to show you a couple more things. This is as I'm talking about these tornado warnings and stuff, guys, if you're just now tuning in, you think this is just another day where there's just a bunch of tornado warnings and nothing's going to happen. This is the stuff that's been happening today to your west. And it's the same storm system that's coming towards you, okay? We've got significant damage to what looks to me like a well-built home. Completely took the roof off of this house here in Edgewater. Lots of debris and stuff out there. And then look at this. Here's another video of the tornado that went through Edgewater. So this is the kind of stuff that you could possibly see today in Federalsburg and Bridgeville and Seaford and Hurlock, all these places that are really close to where this big supercell storm is right now. This is the kind of stuff that you can expect today. Make sure you're getting into shelter. And if you don't live here, okay, but you know somebody that lives in the general vicinity, please send this to them. And if you don't know anybody at all that lives down here, just hit that like button on the stream right now. Subscribe if you haven't already. That'll tell YouTube's algorithm to put me in front of the right people, and hopefully we can get some vital information out to some people who otherwise wouldn't have got it. All right, so that's what's going on. We got tornadoes coming out of this way and that way. We got flash flooding going on in Pennsylvania. And I'm going to leave you with the radar view here. We're watching really closely as this is approaching Federalsburg. Federalsburg, Preston, Bridgeville.
Keep that flowing. We're going to make an advance back into the interior. Keep that flowing until we do so.
Trying to zoom in here and get a little bit of a better view of Federalsburg. So Federalsburg looks like it's a little smaller place, and that's good because I do think that this is likely a big tornado, or you know, at least a significant tornado right now. This is going to be near Sideline of Fashions and the Naked Chicken Farm here in the next little bit. And then beyond that, it's going to go right down Road 17. Okay, we call it Federalsburg Road. And it looks to me like it might ride that road right up into Bridgeville or just north and west. Okay, so if you are up here near the Bridgeville Branch River, the Lifeway Church of God, Snappy's Bar and Grill. Okay, if any of that stuff sounds familiar to you, you're in the direct path of a potentially dangerous storm that has a tornado in it, likely. So, give me just a second. I am going to order food. The wife and I are hungry. So give me just a second. I'm gonna leave the radar up here. I hate to be so lighthearted in a situation like this, but I think that's kind of funny. Your weatherman's got to order some DoorDash in between talking about the tornadoes. Give me just a second.
The report of a 1050 PI, pedestrian struck, counting units acknowledged. 226, I can reroute. 226, and for the advice they're in the southbound lanes.
Rehab to command, truck 36 is clear, rehab.
Very well. Commander Red. Go ahead. Gear up. We're going to make a push on the second floor.
Yes, Noveric.
Utilities have been secured to 4 houses on Hunting Court. We're clearing and en route to your location. You need the house numbers? Just copy them down. Bring them to the MCCU when you arrive. Copy.
Coverage units respond to this 1050 PI. Just use caution. They're advising that the male is in the roadway.
Respond 987 Summer Hill Drive.
We're trying to get his further condition.
Baltimore Drive and Four Seasons Drive. Front alarm sounding. I'll talk to Charlie.
Character 19974, southbound lane. Yeah, clear it out now.
Real quick, I got to interrupt myself
A new
here
tornado warning
and
has been
let
issued.
you know that there is a new tornado warning now for Delaware and Montgomery counties in Pennsylvania. So just real quick,
Caller that is attempting CPR on the male.
I'll get back to what I'm doing right here in a second. This is more important. I want to show you this. This is where that is. That's really close to Philadelphia. There's a tornado warning here. Tornado possible. Radar indicated tornado.
Just be advised, I got a 91.
Oh, let me turn that. Let me turn these scanner feeds down. I know that's loud. But there's a possible tornado here near Oxford. Once again, moving up towards Coatesville. So, got multiple areas to watch. And we're especially watching this one here near Federalsburg because I do believe that there's almost certainly a tornado down with that one.
There are no ladders on site, Charlie, Division 2. I don't think we're going to get that. Train Division 1, you copy that? I am aware. 45 is as well. Okay. You got one on the Alpha Delta corner and the Delta side. I copy Delta side and the Alpha Delta corner.
For the auto accident, squad 6, ambulance 6, ambulance 4, the medic, and the Northeast Chief are due.
There it is.
1716.
Tornado on the ground near East Newmarket. Okay, that was the old report. Somebody just texted me and said that was a new report. I don't think so. There very well might be a tornado down with this storm right here, but I don't want to say so yet until we get 100% confirmation. I would say so, honestly. I would say so. It's going right through downtown Federalsburg, by the way. I hope everybody over there is in their shelter right now.
Medic 2 for Fort Lawrence Drive up to.
Medical box 2118, engine 211, medic 21, ambulance 219, response. Dorsey Road in the area of WBNA Road. For an unknown medical emergency on Top Group Bravo.
Tower Chief 5, okay, Fort Lawrence Drive up to.
Area Command Fire Alarm. It's going to be EMS 4, engine 823, medic 9, QI 2.
We have multiple confirmed spottings.
And it looks like 29 is getting ready to pull up as well. You okay with keeping them?
Okay. All right. So, yeah, so we have a very dangerous situation unfolding for areas just north and east of Federalsburg. From what I'm hearing, we do have a tornado down with it. Tornado warning for Smyrna and Clayton, and Kenton's going to continue to till 5:45. Tornado in Hurlock. So we did get a new report. Video of a tornado crossing Gravel Branch Road down here near Hurlock. I'm not sure. Let me put this into motion. Yeah, I guess that was associated with that same area of rotation there. So this is a confirmed now reported tornado. And it's likely still on the ground as it approaches the Idle Wildlife Management Area in the Chesapeake Forest. So it just went through Federalsburg. We talked about it as it was coming in. Hopefully everybody got to shelter. But now it's heading towards Bloomery, Jacobs Crossroads, Scotts Corner, Adams Crossroads, going across Highway 404 up there eventually. So that's a very significant storm. We also have still a tornado warning up here for Smyrna and Kenton with a less impressive storm, but still some rotation there. We're gonna stay focused on this, okay? Here in Federalsburg, just went through Federalsburg. Now it's going off to the north and east.
Tower 2, 138 before.
Water's on the fire.
Tower 2, 230 before.
Hey Ryan, how far away can the tornado actually be from the radar's rotation? That is a very good question because looking at the rotation on radar isn't necessarily the best way to decide where the tornado is. It just gives you a good idea, right? Because the rotational area of a storm could be really broad, like it is in this case, and you have this big rotating mesocyclone, but the tornado is even smaller than that, and it's somewhere underneath that. So the best way to tell where exactly a tornado is to have a live video on it, and usually, sometimes whenever I go live here on YouTube, I actually have a storm chaser on the ground. That's giving us live video and updates like we did with Vince the other day. But in this situation, I don't have anybody out there. But yeah, the way, how far away it can vary a lot, okay? That's why I like to look at both angles. I like to look at the radar reflectivity as well as the velocity, because it gives you kind of like a double idea of where the storm could be. Let's go back to right before this one hit Federalsburg. So obviously that rotation, it shows the rotation happening a little bit further north than where I believe the tornado actually was. I believe the tornado was actually right there. Go to dual view. You can see that a little bit better. This is where I believe the tornado was. You've got that inflow jet, rear flanking downdraft, debris ball possibly. But the rotation is all right here. And this is one giant mesocyclone here that's happening. So, you know, I like to use both of these in conjunction with each other to pretty much formulate the idea that there's likely a tornado right there somewhere. And it's going in that direction. And that's how I usually decide how I'm going to call out where the next place is going to be hit. So, yeah. And also another thing to keep in mind too is the radar. Depending on how far away you are from it, it's looking at different heights. Okay, so tornadoes happen on the ground, obviously, but the radar is looking at this point probably a couple thousand feet up into the air. So, you know, the rotation that's happening here could have a tornado down here. You know, like if we're looking way up in the air, right here is what we're seeing, but the actual tornado doesn't hit the ground until right there. If that makes any sense, I hope that makes sense. So it could be significantly far away from the rotation, but most of the time it's pretty close. It's a good, it gives you a good idea as to where that tornado most likely is. So we had 11 students and a driver rescued from a school bus in Thurmont. Wow, the flooding situation on top of everything that we're seeing with the tornadoes and stuff, the flooding situation is also getting worse. So I've got some more video to show you, and I have the tornado that likely just went through Federalsburg too. I have that video, so let me show you that first. Let me go. Yes, by the way, if you guys want to see this for yourself, if you want to retweet this and stuff, follow me on Twitter at Ryan Hall, y'all, right here at Ryan Hall, y'all. Go over there. It's a click of a button away, and follow me. Look at that. So this is the tornado that was seen over there near Gravel Branch Road on Hurlock, and that's likely the same one that just went through Federalsburg if it held together. Look at that. That is a big tornado. And it looks like that's a big time. That's a monster right there. Poor goodness. I hope that itself didn't hit Federalsburg, because there's probably going to be some more damage pictures coming in if that's what they got. But once again, guys, I keep showing you this imagery and stuff because it's very important that I do. Okay, if you live downstream from these tornado warnings, if you still, you know, if you think that there's nothing to worry about and you're in Greenwood or Farmington, you're mistaken, man, because this is the kind of thing that could be heading right down your street. These tropical storms usually don't produce very, you know, bad tornadoes, but this one is, okay? These are strong tornadoes. We saw the one down there in Annapolis, and now we're seeing this one. For goodness. Okay. The National Weather Service has issued a brand new tornado warning for Drexel Hill, Pennsylvania, Ardmore, Pennsylvania, and Yedden, Pennsylvania until 5:45 p.m. EDT. Okay, that's going to be a radar-indicated tornado up there. Big-time population. Okay, that's just outside of Philadelphia. We'll take a look at it real quick on WSV3 and see exactly where that warning was issued. Oh, that's in Philadelphia. That's basically in Philadelphia. Radar indicated tornado here. Let me show you on radar. Radar indicated tornado here. Now, this is Philadelphia. This is Philadelphia. And we possibly have a tornado up there on the northwest side. Let me, I got to pull one of my radars away here. I think I'm going to do radar scope. Go to Philadelphia. And that radar sucks.
The ambulance with the priority 1 trauma has already left the scene, correct?
I believe so. I believe safety
That's
was
correct.
done by another safety officer. But
Here we go.
I am still on scene. There's no patient left.
So there is definitely some rotation here, but
Okay, it's going to be 5940 North Solomon Island Road. You can actually.
I don't know which part of the storm they're specifically warning for. As you can see, there's an area of what seems to me like it could be rotation right in here, and also down here near the Drexel Hill area. If you're seeing that correctly, that looks like it might be have a little bit of a tornadic signature to it. But the thing is, man, with this big line of storms that's coming through, we're getting a big wall of wind coming through, and at any time there can be a little spin-up tornado that happens here. But I would watch out here north and east of Drexel Hill. Okay, this is going to be going towards the Lankano Medical Center. Okay, this is a very populated area. Winfield, Milburn, Bala, Steinwind. Here, Parkside, all these places, you need to be getting in your safe spot because there might be a tornado on the way. We also have a really strong area of directional change here in the wind as this storm comes through. So that's just telling me that what this is this is a frontal boundary coming in, and it's trying to pick up some of that warm air and send it over top of some cooler air, and sometimes that can cause some spin. I think that's what we're seeing down here near Drexel Hill, right in that area here. Okay, so I don't want to get too close. We obviously, like I just explained, with the other one that we were just talking about, the velocity doesn't tell you everything. So this could be anywhere down here near the Clifton Heights, all the way up to St. John's University. St. John's University is directly in the path of this storm. Very populated area. Once again, guys, we have 3,000 people watching, and there are probably around 1 million people. Yeah, about 800,000 people. 194 schools and 18 hospitals in the direct path of this dangerous storm that possibly has a tornado with it near Philadelphia. So let's go ahead and share this stream on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, everywhere you possibly can. Let's make sure we get the word out to as many people as possible, as we could possibly have a tornado up here. Let's see here. I'm going to refresh my radar scope on this southern storm too. We still have a pretty broad area of rotation here, working towards Greenwood and Farmington down here in the east-south shore of Maryland. Actually, yeah, there in the east-south shore of Maryland, moving into Delaware. But this, once again, this doesn't look as tight as what we were seeing earlier. So I'm going to take, I'm also going to take this radar up here as well, see if I can't see a little bit of a better idea as to where that tornado might be. It's better to look at this from multiple angles rather than just one. We'll select a couple different radar sites as well. Yeah, that's it. That's it. There's a tornado. That's it. And that's going to be right there near Windmore very soon, if there is a tornado on the ground. Find out where else that can show up at. Yeah, the Bala or the Belmont Hills, Narberth, Penn Wayne. All these places, if you, and especially downstream here near Rockledge, all the way across Highway 309 there. If there's a tornado on the ground, it's probably already past Interstate 76. So if you're north and east of Interstate 76, between there and Rockledge, there's possibly a tornado coming right for you there.
What's your location?
Once again, this is a very populated area, so if there is actually a tornado on the ground in this place, we'll likely hear about that really soon. Okay, so we're going to keep watching it. It's moving fast, too. It's moving really fast. I would go ahead and get prepared up there all the way up into East Norriton, White Marsh, Abington, Abington. Get ready. It's coming. It ain't slowing down. Tons. And also on top of this pretty dangerous situation we're experiencing here with the possible tornado, we have a life-threatening flooding situation ongoing in Maryland. Check this out. Lots of flooding going on in Maryland as well. So not only in Pennsylvania are we seeing the flooding, we are also seeing that happening in Maryland. And also, here's a view of that tornado. This is the same one that could be moving through some of the places down there in Kent and Newcastle County, down there in Delaware. So make sure you take this warning seriously. That's a monster tornado. It could be coming right for you. Here's another video of the flooding. This is in Frederick County. I believe that's in Pennsylvania, right? Or that's in Maryland. But there's a water rescue. Crews just left. There was somebody in this car, and they got him out. Flash flooding can happen really quickly. Don't always have time to make it across the road before the waters get you. Look at this. This one is this is really showing the amount of bad stuff that's going on right now. 11 students and a driver were rescued from the school bus in Thurmont in Maryland. So the Maryland flash flooding situation is also really bad too. So on top of the tornadoes that are coming out of all over the place, we also have significant flash flooding going on. National Weather Service has issued a brand new tornado warning for Mercer, Bucks, and Montgomery counties in New Jersey. So of course, now we are in 3 different states, Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey with the tornado warnings. Is unfortunate. Let's check on that New Jersey. Let's see exactly where at in New Jersey that is. And I think, yeah, that's just in an association there with our storm that we've been tracking there near Philadelphia. So not a new storm here, but now it's moving into New Jersey there, just north of Philadelphia. Again, we might have a tornado on the ground up here. Any of these places where those reds meet the greens, there could be a tornado down, okay? And now it looks like that some of that directional wind shear is kind of like, it's like riding up the line. So instead of the tornado being stationary in a part of the storm, there's this area of wind shear that's moving up the line of the storm, and it's causing probably brief tornadoes as it goes. And this is why we have that new tornado warning here. If there's a tornado on the ground, it's right there near White Marsh. All right, it's going to go across Interstate 276 and go towards Fort Washington, okay? And this is going right for the Temple University Ambler campus. And the National Weather Service has issued a new tornado warning now for Kent County in Maryland, all right? That one's not going to expire until 6 p.m. Eastern time, all right? So currently we have tornado warnings in effect for Kent, Newcastle, Sussex, Caroline, all those counties in Maryland. We also have Delaware and Montgomery counties in Pennsylvania. We have Mercer, Bucks, and Montgomery counties in New Jersey. All these places are under tornado warnings right now. Lots of stuff going on. Once again, if there is a tornado warning, if there is a tornado down right now, it's somewhere near White Marsh. Come up here to Philadelphia. Go to, let me get in here close to White Marsh. Windmore. Second. Okay. All right. So once again, if this thing is on the ground right now, which it very likely it may be, it's somewhere near White Marsh near Lafayette Hill. Okay. So this is going to be going across the Pennsylvania Turnpike toll road there, just to your to the north of White Marsh imminently. And then after that, it's going towards Ambler. Okay. So some of the things that could be experiencing a tornado here soon, some of the places here are going to be the 4 Mills Nature Reserve, Wake Coffee Roasters, LA Province, Forest and Maine Brewing Company, and possibly all the way over into the Willowmere area. of Pennsylvania here. Okay, this is a very populated area, especially down here south of Ambler. It looks to me like we've got a big commercial area right next to a huge, residential area. The Ambler Pickering Field is in the direct path. Knights Park is in the direct path. So if you are in that area, if you can get to Willowmere, if you can get to the Four Mills Nature Reserve or the Briar Hill Preserve within 20 minutes of where you are right now, I would go ahead and do the smart thing and do the precautionary thing and take shelter now. That is a strong area of rotation now. Wasn't before, and now it makes a little bit more sense. Yeah. Yeah, look at that. There is, once again, very likely a tornado down right now in the suburbs of Philly. Look at that. We have a correlation CC drop. Guys, this is extremely serious. We've got tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people in the direct path of what looks to me like what might try to be a very significant tornado. We'll have to see here on the next scan. But we've got 3,000 people watching right now. We've got to get more. We got to share this thing everywhere, guys. That's a big deal. White Marsh currently possibly being impacted by a tornado, and that's going off to the north and east. Springhouse. Okay, Springhouse. That's next in line, okay, after Ambler. We're going to see this thing go through Springhouse. And then possibly over here towards Norristown Road. All right, Maple Glen. Maple Glen. All these places, if you know where these places are, you're in the direct path, or if you were in those places, you're in the direct path of a possibly very, very dangerous storm. Additionally, here's some more stuff. I just want to keep reading off stuff. Maybe one of these places will ring a bell to you, and you'll be able to, kind of get an idea in your head as to where the tornado is. The Twin Spring Farm Day School and Camp. Lots of schools out here. Okay, the Temple University. For the Old York Country Club, the Winding Estates, Prospectville, Babylon Road, Deep Meadow Park, Kohler Park. More specifically here toward. Yeah, wow. More specifically here, north of Maple Glen. Once again, if there's a tornado down right now, I think it's on Babylon Road. All right, and that's going to be going towards Easton Road here very shortly. It's going to right towards Easton Road. It's riding the boundary there near White Marsh between Easton Road and the Pennsylvania Turnpike. All right, it's kind of riding that. It's riding the Pennsylvania Turnpike, and it's going to go right towards Horsham there on Easton Road. Okay, and unfortunately, once again, this is a very, very dangerous situation because we have a lot of people out here. I know for a fact we got a ton of people on Easton Road. We probably have a lot of people on the Turnpike, obviously, and this is going to be impacting those places right now. Walmart Supercenter. We have a Hobby Lobby, a Chick-fil-A, let's see here, a Jefferson Health, Abington. Okay, this is a big hospital out here right off the exit there where you can interchange between Eastern Road and the Turnpike. This is where this tornado is, and that's where it's likely going to cross over within the next couple of minutes now. Okay, and this has been upgraded to a PDS tornado warning. All right, I'm retweeting this now. Make sure if you are on Twitter, make sure you retweet what I just showed there. Because we are now entering into a very serious situation. This is a PDS tornado warning in one of the most populated areas that we have. So come here, let me show you this on the web browser. That's right, the National Weather Service has issued a PDS tornado warning for Willow Grove, Glenside, and Doylestown, Pennsylvania until 6 p.m. Eastern. And yeah, this is a damaging tornado. 400,000 people in the direct path of this storm, guys. This is a significant tornado. Look at this. This is the correlation coefficient drop. So you can see now we have a debris ball. We have a very obvious area of rotation, and we have a CC drop here. This is the sign of not only is a tornado down, but a large, damaging, possibly violent tornado is down, ripping up everything in its path, okay? That's what you don't want to see heading towards a populated area. This is telling me that there's probably pieces of trees, maybe even pieces of houses and buildings and businesses and stuff literally being thrown up into the air as they are being sucked up by the tornado. And then the radar can see that as a drop in the correlation coefficient. And that tells us pretty much exactly where that tornado is. And once again, south and east of Springhouse, south and west of Horsham. Okay, and north and west of Willow Grove, and this is north and west of the downtown area of Abington. But I think everybody that's in this warning right now should get into shelter. Downstream here, everybody else that's going to be affected by this tornado. I don't know how long this is going to last, but if it continues to last, you're gonna want to get to shelter right now. If you're in Warrington, Warminster, or Horsham, all these places are next in line to get hit by possibly. Once again, a damaging, possibly violent tornado right here on the suburbs of Philadelphia. This is a particularly dangerous situation. It's a life-threatening situation. This is not a normal tornado warning. If you're just now tuning in, if somebody shared this with you from, Facebook or something, you're like, "What's this? I've been under a tornado warning before. I don't have to worry." This is not the same. This is a PDS tornado warning. We have confirmed, we know for a fact there's a large damaging tornado on the ground heading right towards some of these places. Let me go in here on Radar Omega. This is really close now to Maple Glen. Let me change. Second, guys. Okay, I can't. I gotta stick with radar scope here. Let me go ahead and pull up my Google Maps. I'm going to continue to show you where this tornado is, or at least call it out, okay? Let me find Maple Glen, Springhouse. West, that road. Okay. All right. So currently, I believe that this tornado is near the Temple University Ambler campus. Okay. Right now, this tornado, this large, violent, damaging tornado is on the ground right there near Winemere Downs. And also Maple Glen, okay? Maple Glen is in the direct path of this storm. Now, if you're in Maple Glen, you don't have but maybe a couple seconds. You don't have but maybe a couple seconds until this large, violent, damaging tornado is right over you. And then all these places that I was naming off earlier as we were looking downstream as to where this could possibly go, that's where it is, okay? The Babylon Road, okay? The Winding Estates, all these places, this is exactly where I think that we have a large, violent, damaging tornado on the ground right now. Downstream here, if you're in Warrington, you got to get to your safe spot right now. This is not something to play around with. We also have to make sure that if anybody is out here right now, going northbound from Horsham to Warrington, all right, you are possibly in a very dangerous situation. If you're on Easton Road out there heading northbound, this is probably going to cross the road there pretty soon. If you are going down the road and you have, let's say that you went past the Chapman Ford dealership there, and now you're coming up on a Wawa, pull off at that Wawa. Because I don't want you to go any further north than that, because that's where I think that this large, violent, damaging tornado is probably going to cross the road. It might actually cross the road there, but at least you'll have the ability to get into a shelter, get into a safe spot, okay? Being on the interstate, being on the road here during a time like this is not the thing that you want to do, okay? Not the thing you want to do. We also have a new tornado warning. The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for Cecil County in Maryland. And by the way, guys, there's still a tornado warning for Cumberland and Salem County in New Jersey. We also have, a tornado warning for Kent County in Maryland as well. But our most important tornado warning, our confirmed tornado, is in Mercer, Bucks, and Montgomery counties in New Jersey. Okay, this is just north and east of Philadelphia and the suburbs out here, and it's a very populated area. And I think that we just saw a really bad tornado go through, and also it's not done yet. It's still on the ground, moving north and east of Springhouse. Okay, Warrington is next in line for possibly getting some significant impacts out of this storm. Remember, I want everybody that's listening right now, hopefully we got some people driving down the road listening to this broadcast as if it was a podcast or something. If you are going northbound on Easton Road, heading towards Warrington, and you haven't seen a tornado yet, just stop. Just stop. Turn around. Go to a gas station. Go somewhere where you have some sort of sturdy shelter to put around you. Okay, this is a dangerous situation as it gets closer to Warrington. So the latest frame tells me that this is now going to be really close to the Fairway Golf Course. Okay, Fairway Golf Course, the Mary Barnes Tennis and Swim Club, Titus Elementary School. And then let's see here, the Warrington Springs and Bradford Reservoir. Okay, if you can get to any of those places, or the Select Pizza Grill, if you can get down there to the Select Pizza Grill, that's south of the Dairy Queen and the Sparta gas station and Food Mart. If you can get to that area, if you know what I'm talking about right now, and you can drive there within 20 minutes or 30 minutes or even, you are probably close enough to this tornado to where I would recommend that you take shelter immediately. Okay, this is not your average tornado warning. Wow. This is a huge tornado, more than likely, moving right towards Warrington. Any of those places that I just named off, you've got to be getting into your safe spot now. You have to. This is also coming from an area that's so populated. We should see pictures and videos of the extent of the damage, and possibly even some pictures and videos of the tornado itself here shortly. So as soon as we get something like that, I will share that with you. I know a lot of people are also really concerned about the flooding in Pennsylvania and Maryland, and I will update you on that shortly. But as of right now, I have to focus on this this tornado. That is definitely the most important thing right now. Is this is probably a deadly tornado going through a bunch of people's houses as we speak. Here. A damaging tornado is on the ground heading towards Warrington, Pennsylvania, west of Philly. Seek shelter now. Very dangerous situation. It's a really bad looking situation in eastern Pennsylvania, north of Philly. Looks like a tornado is occurring in a populated suburban area. There's a deep tornado debris signature on the latest scan. Yeah, so this is likely still on the ground, but it does look like the rotation is loosening up a little bit. Definitely not out of the woods just yet. Stephen Cobb, thank you for becoming an extreme risker. That's a big move. Thank you. And KDP, thank you for becoming a slight risk member. I really do appreciate you guys. So yeah, if you're just now tuning in, we got 3,300 people in here. If you're just now tuning in, guys, we have a confirmed tornado on the ground here, north and east of Springhouse, moving towards Warrington, Pennsylvania, or New Jersey. Sorry, this is right here, right on the border of Pennsylvania and New Jersey. Is that in Pennsylvania? About as close as you can get. Everything on my screen here is screaming New Jersey, but this is all in Pennsylvania here. Or I could be wrong. I don't know. The thing that matters is Mercer, Bucks, and Montgomery counties in New Jersey are to take shelter immediately. Brian, there's another tornado west of Trenton, New Jersey, another population of people. Let me go check in on that. That's the one that I'm looking at right now, man. There is another tornado situation going down here to the south that we'll check on real quick. Actually, that might be the best view we have of it, but we have multiple tornado warnings right now, and everybody that's under a tornado warning needs to take this seriously. Woodstown, Salem, Steel Pond, Middletown, all these places down here in Maryland and Delaware and New Jersey, you guys have to really take this seriously. It's still Pennsylvania, hasn't crossed into Delaware yet. Okay. So the whole greater Philadelphia area right now is extreme danger, because not only do we have the big confirmed tornado north of the city, we have more tornadic thunderstorms moving right towards Philadelphia. Look at that. Man. Refresh. Here, thankfully, the rotation there and the correlation coefficient drop has subdued a little bit, so it doesn't look like we have as much of a damaging tornado down right now. But I would not let my guard up if I'm in Chalfont, Doylestown, Fountainville, any of these places. You got to stay in your shelter, okay? If you're under that tornado warning, stay in your shelter. I'm going to move this radar down here to some of these more southern storms, because it's important that we watch all of these and treat them equally. There's another population of people down here that could possibly be impacted by a tornado. And by the way, this one right here, if this comes together, this is moving towards Pennsylvania or Philadelphia. Okay? So Philadelphia, you just had a really close call there. Downtown Philadelphia just had a really close call there with possibly a big tornado going right through the northern suburbs. Don't think you're out of the woods yet. I see 2 or 3 more possibilities for tornadoes to go through Philadelphia. So this is bad, okay? Because this is the most populated area of this the storm system right now, is exactly where all the ingredients are coming together to cause a bunch of tornadoes. If you're in Quinton, okay, you're imminently receiving no. And if you are north and east of that, Penton, Alloway, Riddleton, Portertown, all of these places, you are in the direct path of this storm, okay? This is what we call tornado genesis, right? Yeah, tornado genesis just means that a tornado is forming. The word genesis just means that, you know, is happening or is forming. Like whenever a cold front is progressing through an area, we call that frontogenesis. Whenever a hurricane is forming, you know, it starts turning into a cyclone. We call that cyclogenesis. But yes, tornado genesis is happening in a lot of these storms as new tornadoes are forming with pretty much with each new storm that pops up. All right, so we still have a pretty significant tornado threat up here north of Abington. This is moving towards Buckingham and Salisbury. So we're going to stay on that, but I do want to also, you know, briefly update these storms as well down here. Let's switch to this radar. That might give us a little bit of a better view. Slightly. We're going to stay on this one. Near Alloway and Quinton. So we do have a new tornado warning, okay? This is going to be for Gloucester. I hope I'm saying that right. Gloucester and Salem counties in New Jersey. That's associated with the same storm we were just looking at, okay? Let me go back up here. I'm going to have to go all over the place with these radars today. Yeah, there's still a tornado there. There is still a tornado there. You see that? That correlation coefficient drop. That's why we don't just look at the velocity and the reflectivity, okay? The velocity doesn't really hint at a lot of anything going on, but I think that we still have a tornado there right just west of Warrington. That's what prompted our new tornado warning. Let's get a broad view of everything that's going on right now. Multiple tornado warnings. And you know what's crazy? Not only are there more tornadoes heading towards Philadelphia, but now these tornadoes that just went through Philadelphia are going right towards New York City. Wow. CD, thank you so much for becoming a member, man. I really appreciate it.
Cover 2, ambulance 68.
Okay, 28, you make an entry.
And we have a new tornado warning, another new tornado warning. This is going to include Doylestown, Pennsylvania,
A new tornado
Flemington, New
warning
Jersey,
has
and
been issued.
Lambertville, New Jersey until 6:30 p.m. Eastern. Wow, there are so many tornado warnings right now. It ain't even funny. I don't even know what's the best way to keep up with all these. Give me just a second. I'm going to refresh some of this stuff.
Moment 3 to truck 13, go available.
Okay, Cap. Going available. Okay, 14. Tragedy 55. Transfer to our company 5, Walchap. Company 5, Walchap. Truck 814.
Let's get a behind the scenes look at me. Okay. So once again, a broad view here of everything that's going on, and there's a lot of stuff going on right now as we're seeing multiple tornadoes move through. Two, three, four. All right. So this is the current situation with the possible tornado there near Warrington. Still looks to me like there's definitely a possibility of a tornado there, but we have more to look at, okay? We have that one here near Alloway. That's hooking up really nicely, and it does look like we're possibly going to see another tornado go through another populated area here near Alloway. Now, that's not a huge town, but it's also not a small town. If you are in Alloway, Riddleton, Portertown, Yorktown, any of these places down here in extreme southern and southwestern New Jersey, you got to get in the shelter right now. This is... we could tell just from how significant that tornado was over there in Philadelphia or north of Philadelphia. I can tell that the atmosphere is absolutely primed right now for tornadoes. So every single one that pops up is going to have the ability to become a major tornado that produces significant damage. Glenn Reese, thank you so much for becoming a Slight Risk member. I really appreciate it. There we go. There we go. That right there is 100%. A tornado signature, if you asked me. This tornado is currently probably just south and west of Alloway, and it's going to be moving basically to the northwest. Okay, so if we're near the Alloway Junction, Riddleton, Portertown, all the way up into Cedarville here, up to Woodstown, if all the way up to Point area. Okay, if you're in any of those places, you got to take shelter right now. This is not something to play around with. This is going to probably drop a big tornado, okay? Just like we saw up here near Warrington. It looks like this one is starting to lit up a little bit, but there is still what looks to me like could be a tornado right here. It's been a while since we got a new radar update there. Let me refresh. But that's the latest data that we have. So I'm going to keep it down here on the Alloway storm. Very likely a tornado that's going to be reported here very soon. Once again, these places are very populated. So I'm surprised if we haven't seen any damage or storm reports out of the northern Philadelphia storm there. Very surprised because we definitely saw debris being lofted in the air. Stuff should be coming out now.
Is on yellow, 1801. 476 Piney Point Road. She's staying Georgia Avenue. 1017 is on a third party. Advised her daughter called her and advised
Just
using to let her leave the apartment.
by the way, dam break, Johnstown, Pennsylvania remains under a flash flood emergency due to an uncontrolled release of the Wilmore Dam. This is what it looks like. So I've got a video that I'll show you of that here in a second. There's a confirmed tornado 10 miles north of Philadelphia near Willow Grove. That was an update from that old storm that we were just watching. Man, we don't have any pictures, nothing from Willow Grove at all. If you guys are seeing anything out there, send it to me on Twitter, okay? At Ryan Hall, y'all, on Twitter. It's going to be the best way you can reach me, okay? And we ain't getting a radar update. What's going on, man? Okay, there's your radar update. Still looks to me like there might be a tornado somewhere out here near Warrington. But it's definitely less significant now, and this is probably what we need to focus on right here. Right here near Alloway, okay? This is going to be Alloway in southwestern New Jersey. By the way, guys, we still have a tornado warning for Cecil County in Maryland, too. But I'm focusing on the most significant ones right now. Okay, so we did have a tornado go through Oxford, Pennsylvania. Yeah, so this is exactly the kind of stuff that I was waiting to see between Oxford and Russellville. And the interstate where it crossed there, wow. We were talking about the interstate. Odds are, you know, a lot of people driving down Easton. Odds are a lot of those people weren't listening to this stream, but if they were, hopefully we helped some people. Guys, I want to thank you so much for continuing to share the stream and getting it out there to as many people as possible. I know for a fact we've helped some people today. Waiting to see some of the new data coming in. We do have a new tornado warning for Salem County in New Jersey. That's going to be an extenuation of the tornado that we've been watching up here, I think, or this one. We'll see here in a second. I'm really concerned about this one. I'm watching it closely. If you notice, I've got my radar zoomed in on it because this is literally going to go right into downtown Philadelphia. If that develops into an actual, you know, big time tornado, and it stays on the ground for as long as we think it will, that's going to go through Philadelphia. So keep watching it. I'm also going to keep watching this though, because this right here, this still looks like there's a tornado down there. Told you I heard the roaring at Glen. I believed you, man. If you want to see this stuff and retweet it for yourself, you can go to @RyanHall, y'all, on Twitter. Browser here. Tornado must have hit real close to us. This is a pic someone took of Route 1 between Oxford and Russellville. We were talking about this area. Look at all the trees and stuff. This looks like the interstate. All the trees and stuff fell on these cars. This is the exact situation you don't want to get yourself in out there today if you're driving around. Look at the sky. I mean, it's just white. You know, it's raining. It's not one of those days where you get really photogenic, tornadoes that are easily seen. They're just going to come out of the trees. All of a sudden, you're going to be driving down the road, and all the trees fall down on you, and your car gets flung all over the place. That is a really unfortunate scene there. This is another, view from Oxford. Looks like some damage to houses and trees happening up there. This is a really active day. A friend of mine just sent me pictures right after an apparent tornado came through Oxford, Pennsylvania. Damage from the tornado is pictured below. So this is what's happening today, guys. I know I always say this after I show pictures, but we constantly get a new stream of people in here, okay? 3,500 people that are watching right now are not the same 3,500 people that were watching an hour ago, and they didn't hear me say this an hour ago. So, look at this. We've got trees down. We've got significant damage to houses and stuff. We've got tornadoes all over the place out there in New Jersey, Maryland, and Pennsylvania today. So I need you guys to take these warnings seriously. If there's a tornado warning issued for your area, get to shelter as soon as you possibly can. You don't want to wait. Don't want to wait. Johnstown, Pennsylvania remains under a flash flood emergency due to the uncontrolled release from the Wilmore Dam. This is what it looks like right now. It could get worse.
11790 East German Road. For following, 1807.
Wow. This one right here just keeps looking more and more intense. That's not good. That is not good. I'm going to take this radar down here. I'm going to switch radar omega and radar scope. Yep, I'm on the best radar I could be on. This tornado now, if there's a tornado down here, which it looks to me like there very well may be, this thing is extremely close to Philadelphia. This thing is, what, 30 miles away? It's 30 miles away from Philadelphia. And it's moving right towards it. Stephen Cobb, thank you so much for the very, very generous super chat there. He says, get you some coffee and a snack. From the looks of things, I think you might be here for a while. Yeah, it does look like I'm going to be here for a while. I don't think that I'm going to be able to get up from this seat for a while. This has now been going on for 4 hours. 4 hours. I did expect that we would have a lot of tornadoes today, but I didn't expect anything like this. I honestly didn't think that my, live coverage would be needed for this. But here we are. This is the way weather works, man. If you're new here, if you're just now tuning in, this is what I do. I make pretty much daily forecast videos. And then during severe weather events, I live cover it. And I think we have video of that tornado that went through Pennsylvania. Or Philadelphia, northern parts. I'll show you guys that here in a second.
Ward Road, it's a red and gray F-150. He had fallen asleep behind the wheel. He's now awake. He's still waiting in line. Tag is 75360 8.
All right, let's go back. Pictures and videos coming out of these storms. Pennsylvania rescue students removed from a school bus after Ida dumps rain. So that's another view of that school bus where there was a rescue mission. This is Exton, Pennsylvania tornado. So this is likely the suburbs of Philadelphia there. Earlier, what we saw on the radar looks to me like there's a pretty decent sized tornado out there. This is another one of those situations, though, where the lower portion of the condensation funnel isn't 100% visible. So this is probably why, in a situation where you're driving down the interstate, you're not going to be able to see this coming. That's why you're going to get knocked all over the place because of, it's just going to come out of nowhere on you. This is a tornado, and it's doing damage right now. But, if you're not looking for it, you can't tell. That's the scary, dangerous thing about these kind of tornadoes and these tropical systems. That's one of the things we have to deal with. Yeah, I do believe that this view of the tornado is probably a little like it's either after it was already at its peak intensity or right before it hit it, because the radar imagery that we saw as it was going towards Warrington there is some of the strongest, radar reflectivity and debris ball signature and velocity and correlation drop that I've seen in a little while anyways. So I would say that the tornado that we had was a significant one, and I would say that the power's out and stuff in those areas, so it might be a second before we see the damage photos and the actual photos of the actual tornado. But we're gonna keep you updated on it. Let's go back to the radar view. We're now looking at another tornado forming here south and west of Philadelphia. Okay, south and west of Philadelphia, which means that it's coming towards Philadelphia. Let me try to find something else here. Philadelphia. Willow Grove. No way. Wow. Well, there was a live camera that we could have accessed that was right in the path. That tornado that just went through. It didn't catch anything, but it would have been nice to have that ground truth there. Anyways, looky here. I think we got a new warning. I think we got a new warning here. Give me just a second. As we continue to have to refresh everything. Yeah. Okay, so we got a new warning here for Hunterdon, Somerset counties in New Jersey, and it's for this storm right here. Once again, we still have that tornado. We still have this tornado. This is the storm that's causing damage all the way to the south and west. This is the same one, or the same area of energy that produced the tornado that went through Philadelphia, or northern areas of Philadelphia. And now it is causing another tornado here, going right past Buckingham, north of or west of La Casa, west of Salisbury. If you're in, man, I can't say this. I don't know. Is it Tennycombe? If you're in Stockton, if you're in Salisbury, you got to get in your safe spot now, because once again, we have a confirmed damaging tornado moving right towards you. Look at that correlation coefficient drop. If there's a tornado, that's where it is. That's the exact location of the tornado, pretty much there. Give or take a couple miles in any direction. That's why we got to, say everybody in the cone of uncertainty there needs to be getting in their safe spot. We also have a new tornado warning for Chesapeake City, Maryland until 6:45 p.m.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Eastern time. Wow. Once again, things just keep getting more and more active today. As it does look like we have a tornado ongoing right now near Buckingham, moving towards Stockton over here in New Jersey. And that's getting dangerously close to the outskirts of New York City. We also have a tornado possibly ongoing down here south of Philadelphia, heading right towards Philadelphia. So we're not going to leave this storm. We're going to stay right here with it. But we are going to take this radar and go over here. Look at this, guys. Look at this. That's a tornado. I don't care what you say. That's a tornado. We have, once again, probably a tornado on the ground. If you live out here south of Philadelphia, you have a tornado likely heading right towards you in Harrisonville, Avis Mills, Lincoln, Militia Hill, E1, Cedar Road, Barnesboro, Sewell, Montua, Winona, all these places south of Philadelphia here, leading up to the concave area between I-295 and Highway 55 there. There's likely a tornado on the ground right now. That's what we're looking at. Wow. Rella Speaks, thank you so much. What makes tropical storms so tornado prone after the initial landfall? It's just the amount of rotation in the atmosphere. It really cranks up those 850 millibar low-level jet stream winds on the southeastern quadrant of the storm. And it's those winds that often collide with the surface winds, those westerly or northwesterly surface winds that will create situations like this where you can get a bunch of tornadoes. Still got a tornado here west of La Casa, or near the town there. So we got to make sure that everybody's still in their safe spot. Now, if you're in Doylestown, if you are back here in Warrington, if you're in Furlong, all these places, you're good to come out of your safe spot, okay? I'm giving you the all clear. Come out of your safe spot. And, if there is any damage or anything like that that's happened in your part of the town there, go ahead and send me a picture if you can do so safely. That way we can show people upstream or downstream what's coming for them, okay? But if you are in Buckingham, if you're in Salisbury, Stockton, Lambertville, any of these places directly in the path of the storm, you are not good to come out of your safe spot. You are still in the direct path of a possibly very dangerous and damaging storm. Thank you guys for sending me okay, so the damage pictures are starting to come in from this from the suburbs of Philadelphia. Tornado crossing the South River in Edgewater, Maryland. want to make sure I am getting this info correct. I don't want to report the wrong thing. Okay, let me come over here. I think we have like this is my first official way of knowing that we probably did have a tornado on that storm in northeastern or northwestern parts of Philly. This right here is reportedly damage to a house near I-276 near Philly. So we gotta, you know, I figured by now we'd have a lot more photos and videos and stuff of the damage there. If that tornado was as significant as what I thought it was, and what you know, pretty much everybody thought it was, we should be seeing some stuff coming out of there. And the fact that we're not either tells me that, hey, maybe the tornado lifted right before it got to the most populated area, or maybe it was so bad that the people there don't have time to worry about posting stuff to social media. So let's hope it's not that. Okay. Go back to the radar view here. We're still looking at our possible tornado here, moving through the Salisbury and Stockton area. I've got to get an update on our other tornado that's moving south of Philadelphia. Okay, this one possibly is going to flirt with getting back into the greater Philadelphia region here soon. We have a big area of rotation, and we have what I believe is more than likely a tornado currently ongoing here south of Militia. I'm saying Militia Hill. That's moving across Highway 77 there. Really soon, near Cedar Grove, okay? We do have a new tornado warning.
A new tornado warning.
National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for Flemington, New Jersey, Lambertville, New Jersey, and Pennington, New Jersey until 7 p.m. Eastern Time. By the way, not only do we have a new tornado warning, we have a new tornado watch, which goes a lot further north and east than what I thought that it would. Give me just a second. I'm looking through all. You guys are sending me a plethora of information, and I really do appreciate it. But this is our new tornado watch. By the way, that last scan there really doesn't look good. So a tornado watch has been issued for parts of Connecticut, New Jersey, and New York until 1 a.m. 1 a.m. Okay, so we also have a tornado warning, and this one is an observed tornado warning. The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for Burlington and Camden counties in New Jersey. That's going to include Woodbury, Nicholton, Hollingswood, and Mapleshade there, and the actual downtown area of Philadelphia, guys. This is now this tornadic storm that we're just now looking at is now almost certainly going to affect the greater Philadelphia area. And I just retweeted that really important information about that. I ask you guys to please go also share that yourselves. There's 1.3 million people. 1.3 million people in the path of this storm. And oh my goodness, that is the worst radar image I've seen today. Taking this one down here too. We got to put all of our efforts on this storm right here. And once again, this is south of Philadelphia right now. And it does look like it has a little bit more of an eastward progression to it, which is common with, storms like this. but there's still a chance that it could go a little bit further north. So I don't want, if you're in Philadelphia, if you are in Philadelphia, please go ahead and get in your safe spot, all right? Now, especially if you are in Mantua, Deptford, Blackwood, Belmar, Haddon, Collingswood, Springdale, Voorhees, Morristown, Mount Laurel, or any of these places south and east of Philadelphia, you have to get into shelter. Now, this is not a regular, once again, this is not a regular tornado warning. There is a large, violent, damaging tornado currently on the ground that's working up towards the north and east. And it will likely impact the very populated area there just south and east of Philadelphia. Wow, this is crazy. A strong tornado is on the ground now near South Militia Hill in New Jersey. It's a very dangerous situation because not only do we have, almost proof now that there's a tornado on the ground without actually having a picture or video of it, we have 145 miles per hour gate-to-gate shear out here.
Our new channel member,
which is just absolutely off the charts, man. And we have a debris ball. We have our correlation coefficient drop. There is a large, violent tornado on the ground right now doing significant damage in the Militia Hill, Pittman, and Mantua area. And it's once again, it's going to continue to go north and east towards Deptford and Belmar and Springdale. I am going to go ahead and zoom in here to give you guys an update on the exact locations where I think this is going to be hitting. As soon as I can get my map to load. Mantua. I guess that's how you say it. Okay, so right now, this tornado is near the Clearview Regional High School. And remember, this one's not a small tornado. You're probably going to be able to see it, but even if you can't, you'll be able to see the debris and stuff being lofted by it. This is near the Clearview Regional High School. It's going to be going across the Bridgeton Pike Road there near the Marshall's Towing and Auto Repair Store. And then it's going to go way up to the north and east, okay? And it's going to be going fast here as it is a large, violent, damaging tornado towards, let me see here, Deptford and just south of there. So Fazzola Park, Oak Valley, Jericho. These are residential places, large residential places with a lot of houses. Oak Valley, Jericho, Winona. All these places across West Bank Bridge Road. And then we have a college right in the path here, the Rowan College of South Jersey here. These are all the places where this storm's about to go through. And I do believe that it is now, this might have two tornadoes. Look at that. Make sure I'm on the best radar I could possibly be on. I am. Okay. Let me come over here and make sure I'm on the best radar. I am. Very cool. All right, we're going to zoom in here as close as we can. Continue to look at this. That is insane. That is not good. Once again, there's some signs that there might be two tornadoes currently on the ground south of Mantua, and this is going towards Deptford. 1.2 million people in the path of this thing, guys. The tornado warning is going to continue for Philadelphia, Camden, and Lindenwood, New Jersey until 6:45 p.m. Eastern time. Damaging tornado on the ground now. So let's really zoom in here and let's see where this thing is and where it's going to go. If there's a tornado down, it's on Jackson Road right now. It's getting ready to go across Mantua Boulevard. And then it's immediately going to go into the Oak Valley and Winona area. Okay, this is the place that I was talking about here that is residential. You see all these cul-de-sacs, all these little residentially zoned roads here. There's a bunch of houses out here. And that's exactly where this tornado is going to go. As of right now, we can kind of assume that the tornado is right here. That's where the debris is being lofted into the air. Obviously, it could be off a little bit in one direction or another, but it's pretty safe to say that Winona and Oak Valley and Jericho are imminently in grave danger of receiving a very violent and damaging tornado that's probably going to cause a lot of damage here. If there's anybody that's listening to me from that area, please, if you're not already getting to your safe spot, bring me with you, okay? Power's probably going to go out, but take me with you into your most interior room of your house or a basement, and I will guide you through it as we go through, okay? We just got a radar scan update. It just looks like that storm or that tornado might be going through Oak Valley and Winona right now. And if you're in Jericho, it's still not gotten to you yet. If you're in Greenfield Heights, it's still not got to you yet. If you're in Woodbury Heights, it's still not gotten to you yet, but it's coming, okay? You might have a couple seconds to maybe a minute or two before this thing directly impacts you. All right, we have a large violent tornado on the ground here, and that is still at this point moving towards the Philadelphia region. Look at that supercell. That is a textbook definition of a large violent tornado right there. And look at this. You see this? We talk about the correlation coefficient dropping, how that is an efficient way of depicting where a tornado is within a storm. It looks like this one, if I'm not mistaken, it looks like this one might have picked up so much debris that it's just throwing it everywhere. And we could see a debris falling in the sky as far north as Deptford right now. By the way, Deptford, you're in the direct path of this. It's probably going to be there imminently. We're getting a lot of really frequent radar scan updates here. I think the National Weather Service there has put the thing in severe weather mode. Woodbury Gardens, the New Jersey Turnpike. This tornado, if it's crossing the New Jersey Turnpike right now, or riding just parallel with it right near Deptford, okay? If you're on the New Jersey Turnpike heading south towards Deptford, stop, okay? Don't go any further. Now, if you're on the New Jersey Turnpike going north towards Deptford, but you haven't made it past the exit to get onto Ogden Road yet, then also stop or slow down significantly. Okay, you probably see the tornado in front of you at that point. Thank you, Ryan. I have family in Mantua, and I have not been able to warn them if it wasn't for you. I appreciate you, man. I'm glad I could help, and I hope that I'm pronouncing the name right. That's bad. This is a bad situation, guys. This is right on top of, now you see all these little roads in here, all these little cul-de-sacs, all these little oddly shaped lines here. Those are houses. Those are neighborhoods where there is very likely a very strong tornado currently impacting that area right now. Wow. Very sad stuff. Image of a tornado unknown location. So we might have a picture of this tornado right now. We might have a picture of it. Yep, I think we have a picture of it. Okay, guys, so if you're in Deptford, Belmar, Onside, Haddon, Collingswood, any of these places, this is what's coming for you. I'm not 100% sure on the exact location. This is an unconfirmed photo, but I would not doubt at all if this is not right here. Okay, let's look at it. Okay, this is a massive tornado on the ground. Look at that thing. That is a wedge. That is a wedge tornado south of Philadelphia right now. Tornadoes like this do not leave things behind. So if you are not properly sheltered before this thing hits you, only the worst can happen. So make sure you are doing whatever you can to put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. That's what we got to be doing right now. That's what we have to be doing right now. If you're in Deptford, obviously, I think, it's about time for that to have gone over the town by now. So next up, we've got Belmar, Runnymede, Collingswood, Haddon, Lawnside, all of these places. You got to be getting into your shelter. Look at this. Right next to the downtown Deptford area, going over houses. Look at that debris ball. That is really unfortunate. Observed tornado warning still. I saw that new box pop up and I thought they went tornado emergency for a second. A wedge tornado is what we call a very wide tornado. It's basically kind of when the whole mesocyclone touches the ground. I mean, it's kind of it's the easiest way to explain it. It looks like a wedge. Like imagine a potato wedge. You know, you set that down on the table. It's large. Yeah, so this is, it's not a tornado emergency, but it is a PDS tornado warning now. Or an observed tornado warning with a damaging tornado on the ground. This is a life-threatening situation. Seek shelter now. Still 723,000 people in the path of this storm. They took downtown Philadelphia out, which I think was a good move because I don't see this thing in downtown Philadelphia anymore, but Woodbury Gardens just got a direct hit, more than likely. We're going straight into Westville Grove. That's the next place that's going to be getting hit. Also, Brooklawn. Okay, Brooklawn and Mount Ephraim. All the way up here to Northmont and Abaddon Park. All these places are next in line to get hit by this, once again, extremely violent tornado, as that's what it looks like on radar. We do have a new tornado warning. The National Weather Service issued a tornado warning for Newcastle, Delaware, okay? Newcastle, Delaware until 7 p.m. Newcastle, Delaware.
Everyone welcome our new channel member.
Mike Dean, thanks for becoming a high-risk member. Really appreciate it, man. That's a big move. Thank you. So we're watching this thing now live. I mean, there's really not a lot else we can do. We don't have a storm chaser on the ground right now. That might change here in the next little bit. And we don't have a lot of pictures and videos coming in. But we can watch on radar as this tornado just tears through, more than likely, Woodbury Gardens. It just went through Woodbury, Woodbury Heights, and Deptford. It does look like me on the last couple of frames there. The rotation might be letting up a little bit. But what's not letting up is the debris ball here. That right there, a concerning look. And look at all this. If we have anybody watching in Philadelphia right now on the southeast side, you might actually experience debris falling from the sky that was lofted into the air from the tornado all the way down here in Deptford. Look at this. See this correlation coefficient drop? I'm not 100% sure, but my common sense understanding of the way this works is that this is literally the tornado is sucking up debris and bringing it all the way this far north. It might start raining debris in eastern parts of Philadelphia here within the next little bit, as a very large, violent, damaging tornado just went through the Deptford area and is now sending debris north. Isn't that the webcam we watched when we had the blizzard? Yes, it is. Yeah, and I forgot that that even existed. We had a tornado go really close to here earlier, and we didn't have it pulled up. Wow. All right, so I'm going to continue. Oh, my goodness.
Look at that tornado!
Oh my goodness. Ryan Tondon, he is a member of the channel here, I believe. Yeah, I think he commented earlier and said he was going to go storm chasing. He has captured this tornado. All right. Video here. So this is from Ryan. He's a subscriber here on the channel. Look at this tornado he just captured. This is the one that we were currently watching right now.
Look at that tornado!
I have never seen such a tornado like this in this part of the United States this time of year.
Monster tornado, yeah.
I've literally never seen anything like that. That is bizarre.
Look at that tornado!
Ow. So once again, this what we're looking at right now.
Monster tornado, yeah.
You think maybe we're looking at footage out of Texas or Oklahoma in the middle of May, but no, it's September 1st, and we're looking at the greater Philadelphia area as large, massive wedge tornadoes are ripping through all of these towns, okay? And we still possibly, this tornado that you just saw is possibly still on the ground here near Belmar, near Lawnside, near Runnymede, okay? Haddon, Cherry Hill, Collingswood, Mapleshade, Pensauken, I hope I'm saying that right, Morristown, Mount Laurel, all of you guys. If you've never taken a tornado warning seriously before, you need to do it now. Because look at this thing. That right there is what's coming downstream. And I got to take you back to the radar view here. I got to take you back to the radar view here because this is just, I mean, this is a sobering scene right here. All this blue that you see right here on the correlation coefficient is likely debris that tornado picked up and is now flying around in the sky, and likely it's getting ready to start raining debris, pieces of people's houses, tree limbs, little things in the eastern portions of Philadelphia. That is absolutely heartbreaking. We saw all of the different neighborhoods that this thing was passing over. Now, thankfully, the last couple slides here have shown a little bit of a weakening phase. But I do not want to sit here and say that this thing is gone, okay? Because this thing can spin right back up and end up looking just like this again really soon. Ryan, if you're watching this, I don't know if you're watching this or not. I know you're a fan of the channel. You're most of the time here in the chat. Stay safe, man. Stay safe.
Yeah.
Unbelievable footage now coming out of this this area. I'm just going to leave this up here as I continue to look for some more possible images that are coming out of this place. Okay, absolutely incredible.
Monster tornado, yeah.
Fort Washington, Pennsylvania. Oh my. This is actually unreal, guys. I knew today when, if you watched the video from earlier today, I knew we were going to have a problem with tornadoes, and I thought that we might even see a couple significant ones, but I'm telling you right now, even I didn't see this coming.
Look at that tornado.
Ow. I really dread seeing the aftermath of that.
Monster tornado, yeah.
So yeah, I do think that we still possibly have this tornado on the ground right now. So I'm going to keep this video on repeat here. That way the people who are just now tuning in will continue to take this seriously, okay? We've got, what, 4,500 people watching right now? Guys, there's like literally hundreds of thousands of people in the path of this tornado right now. We got to do what we can to share this on social media, Facebook, like the video so that it gets promoted better in the algorithm so that we can get this vital information out to more people. This tornado that you're seeing right now may still be on the ground and heading directly towards Cherry Hill, okay? Cherry Hill, Mapleshade, all these places directly south and east of downtown Philadelphia. These are like the suburbs of Philadelphia here, okay? This is directly going to take to impact portions of Cherry Hill and Collingswood. Let me, once again, I got to double check. Yeah, I'm on the right radar. Check a couple different locations just to make sure there's not a better vantage point here. This is the best one I've got. Looks like there's a little bit of, interference here on this image. You can't really see where the tornado is, but there's definitely still some rotation there, some very, very rapid rotation And that's what's causing this tornado that you see on your screen here. Okay, so let's go to the radar. I want you to also see the radar, okay, because this is important too. I want you to know that that tornado that you just saw there, the video that I just showed of that tornado, it is going, it's somewhere right here, south and east of Pennsylvania or Philadelphia, moving towards Moorestown, Collingswood, Cherry Hill, Maple Shade. Okay, I'm going to come over here to the radar Omega. This is going to give me a little bit of a better idea on as to where exactly that tornado may be. Once again, right here near Cherry Hill and Collingswood. That's where I would imagine that it is, okay? And this is going to be moving north and east. It's going to cross Highway 73 that leads into Highway 95 and Philadelphia here imminently. It's going to happen really soon, okay? And then beyond that, we're talking about Cinnaminson, Palmyra, Riverside, all along the I-95 corridor there. This storm's going to be impacting that area significantly with, once again, maybe still a large and violent tornado on the ground right now. Large, violent tornado. Chat quit working here. Hold on, wait a second. I know we got people that are asking questions in the chat, so I do want to make sure that I reload that up. I don't want to miss anything.
So testosterone.
Give me just a second. I'm having technical difficulties. I'll have them fixed in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. All right, so I'm back. Thank you, Jamie. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Yeah, I do believe that this is likely still down right now. This is literally the definition of a jaw-dropping moment. We have once again a very dangerous storm moving into the Moorestown area here with a tornado down. A tornado is down more than likely. And at one time, not too long ago, it looked like this. It looked like this. I don't know if it still looks like this or not, but there's a possibility that tornado still looks like that as it's getting ready to go into the extreme southeastern or eastern portions of Philadelphia. Yeah, there's so much debris in the air that it can't get a clear velocity. That's why you can't see that really tight couplet. But I'm telling you right now, I think that this thing is still on the ground. I mean, look at this thing. That right there doesn't just go away. That doesn't just go away. All right, let me pull up WSV3 here so that window in a window is a little bit more purposeful, showing you the tornado in the perspective of where Philadelphia is. Okay, so that's the tornado that we're watching, and that's the tornado that we're watching, quite literally, okay? I'm going to go ahead and go through my different ways of telling you that there's a storm coming here in different areas, right? So I like to get really deep down here and detailed on what impacts are going to be happening for what people. Now, we still likely have a tornado down near Cherry Hill, and this is going to be working towards the Delavue Volunteer Fire Company, Fork Landing, Palmyra, Riverton, and Pheasant Run here within the next little bit, okay? Now, thankfully, there is a lot of, things that are telling me here that this is likely still has a tornado with it. But I think that the most telling thing is that the debris ball isn't as noticeable now. Okay, so like if we see that this right here starts to recycle here on the radar, let me pull that up for you.
Monster tornado. Yeah.
We see that this right here starts to recycle and starts to form a little bit of more of a hook echo on this side of the storm. I think we're going to see this thing recycle, but right now I think that maybe it might be weakening a little bit, which tells me not that you should let your guard down, but hey, even a tornado, a weakened version of this is still something you have to hide from. You can't survive that. You cannot survive that if that hits you head on. Okay, you have to take shelter now. And even though I'm sitting here talking about how it might be weakening and stuff, I'm just making observations. This is a very dangerous situation, and you have to take shelter and put a helmet on. If you can get to your safe space, and on the way you've got a bicycle helmet or a baseball helmet or something like that, you might as well go ahead and slap that on, because the most common way you're going to get injured or experience a situation where where death occurs is that, you know, debris from your house is falling on you. Palmyra. What was I calling it? Palmyra. Okay, my bad. Once again, guys, I never get the I never ever get the pronunciations of these places right. So let me come back over here to the radar view. This is also important that we show you this. By the way, if you want to see that the video that I was just showing up close, that was taken by Ryan Thondon, and it's on my Twitter page. It's at the top right now. Go over there and retweet it, all right? Opti, thank you for becoming a member. DeWolfman, thank you for becoming a high-risk member. I really appreciate y'all. Once again, I do want to reiterate how insane it is that in northeastern portions of Philadelphia right now, it is likely raining debris from Deptford. It is likely raining debris out of the sky in northeastern portions of Philadelphia right now from the tornado debris that was picked up in Deptford. It's carried, 30 or 40 miles at this point. If you're in Ben Salem, if you're in Delanco or Beverly, or even north of that towards Levittown, I would say that, if you took a peek outside right now, which you shouldn't, you should be in your safe spot, but I would say you might see falling debris, literally, from places very far to your south. Zoom out and check the other polygon. Let's see here. I have neglected a lot of the other warnings that have been going on. This right here is the other warning. We do have a tornado warning for a little bit north of Philadelphia as well. And that's going to be for Montgomery, Harborton, Ringrose, Glenmore, Hopewell, Skillman. All these places are also under a tornado warning. There's a lot of rotation there, but I don't think it's as impressive of what we've been seeing down here near Cherry Hill. Okay, so I'm going to keep focusing on this one. The one that I can relay the most information on, the better. Militia Hill. Wow. Got another view for you.
New channel member.
And I don't like the way this looks, okay? I am not liking the look of this, where we have this inflow notch, maybe even a little bit of a rear flanking downdraft back here. We very well might be entering a recycling period where this storm tries to come right back and produce another large tornado. Not saying that there's not one on the ground right now. I do believe that that's a very real possibility. So, it just went through Maple Shade. It's going to be heading towards Cinnamonson, Riverside, Willingboro, Beverly, and Burlington here very shortly. But the big giant, wedge tornado that we just saw, that might be...
Everyone welcome our new channel
that
member.
Might be, in the past, unless this thing recycles a little bit. So let me show you this video here. Hope you guys are also following along on Twitter, because a lot of vital information can be shared out there. This is from JJ Bowen. It's another view of that same tornado.
There it is, sir. Through the road. Get the power line.
Sorry, I know you can't see it.
Oh my God! It's gonna cross right there. There it is, sir. Close to the road. Get the power line.
Oh my goodness! Look at the violent motion on
there. There it is. Oh my God!
Everyone welcome our new channel member.
This was near Militia Hill. Once again, this is what this tornado looked like at its peak down there. And I'm telling you, you don't get these tornadoes in New Jersey, man. This is not the kind of tornadoes you're supposed to get. This is what you see in Oklahoma, in Texas, and Kansas in the middle of May. That is a massive, violent tornado that will likely be rated in the upper echelons of the rating system there. So, wow. Biggie, thank you so much for becoming a Slight Risk member. Rob, thank you for becoming a Slight Risk member. Or High Risk, I see that now. Thomas, thank you for going to High Risk. And Scale Road Builders, thank you so much, guys. I really do appreciate it. That New Jersey wedge looks like the April 27th, 2021 Tuscaloosa, Alabama tornado. That's what I was just thinking. Like, this looks like these tornadoes that I'm showing you, and the ones that are continuing to work through this area, they remind me a lot of like a deep south tornado outbreak. And like you said, like with all of the motion, the low cloud levels, you could have told me that was filmed in 2011 during the big tornado outbreak, and I would have believed you, because that's what those tornadoes looked like. It's unbelievable what's going on right here, and there's going to be a lot of case studies and work done to figure out exactly what went right or what went wrong to make this happen. But that is unbelievable, unbelievable right there.
It's gonna cross right there. There it is, sir.
Long Island just got a flash flood warning. Yeah, as soon as this tornado thing calms down, I'm going to update you guys on the very serious flooding situation. I know that there's a couple million people, or I think around 1 million people who are under a flash flood emergency right now. And that's also a very dangerous situation. It's important to understand that tornadoes,
welcome our new channel member.
Actually, flash floods kill way more people than tornadoes. Yet those warnings aren't taken as seriously. Here's another view of the Fort Washington, Pennsylvania tornado from the hotel bathroom. This is Bob.
Here's the bathroom now.
Look at that. So I'm trying to see if there's a direction change in the wind there, because I'm not convinced that's a tornado. It very well could be. But what you'll see is, if it is, the trees will point at it, and I think that might be what's happening. Wow, that's also an intense storm. Got to get away from these windows, man. So you see right here at the beginning of the video, you can see the trees are leaning that way, and then towards the end of the video, the trees are leaning that way, which means that the tornado probably, if he's right here in the hotel, the tornado probably went this way, right behind him. If I was to guess, based on that video, it didn't hit the tornado directly; it went right behind him. Unbelievable. Unbelievable what's going on out there right now. Still have a tornado warning in effect up here. And if you're in Willingboro, Delanco, Beverly, Burlington, Bristol, Florence, any of these places, you got to be taking shelter. Those images that I just shared with you could be your reality over the next little bit, as some big-time storms are coming in. Okay, so we got even more stuff from the Militia Hill tornado. This is unbelievable, man. I cannot believe that this happened today. I cannot believe this. This is this will be remembered for a really long time, I believe. On the ground in Militia Hill. Militia Hill. Yeah, so we got a lot of footage of the tornado as it was going through Militia Hill. I believe it looked like this, and possibly even stronger than that. For a while. Sharing all these, man. Yeah, this is unprecedented. This emergency live briefing, I didn't expect it to turn into something like this. This is one of the most significant tornado outbreaks we've seen this year. It's prolific. And it's in New Jersey and Maryland. I mean, I'm honestly like kind of speechless right now. Let's go ahead and take a look at some more videos and stuff of that tornado as it was coming through. Once again, there's still a tornado warning for Burlington, Bristol, Beverly, Croydon. Okay, that's going to be Burlington and Camden counties in New Jersey. This is the storm. Okay, this is what could be heading your way. Now it looks like it has weakened a little bit, but we've seen it happen multiple times today. It'll weaken and it'll come back together. It'll weaken, it'll come back together. Look at these images. Look at these pictures. If this isn't enough to convince you to go get in your safe spot right now, I don't know what is. This is what could be coming right down your street here within minutes. Florence, you're next in line. Bordentown, you're next in line. Mansfield, you're next in line. Look at that rapid motion, man. This is JJ Bowen. That is unbelievable. Unbelievable. Here's another view of the tornado here.
Morning. I'm just trying to get. Oh my God. I'm so scared right now. I'm shaking. That's got to be it. Holy shit. Holy shit. I'm shaking.
Sorry for the language.
That's definitely a tornado. There was a warning. I'm just trying to get. Oh my God. I'm so scared right now. I'm shaking. That's got to be it. Holy shit. Holy shit. I'm shaking. That's definitely a tornado.
Obviously, this is a very scary situation for these people. So you'll hear their raw emotions. Just imagine walking out in your back porch and seeing that.
We got a major tornado coming this way.
Leave this.
Holy crap.
Cannot believe. Look at, are you seeing?
This is definitely a tornado.
It is. I'm telling you right now that eerily similar to April 27, 2011 tornadoes, man. You're great, Ryan. It's pronounced Malik. I can't even do it that way. Maleka Hill? Maleka? Maleka. I'm sorry if I mispronounced the names, guys. I'm trying to be the weatherman for the whole world here. And like I can't remember everything. Okay, Mullica Hill, New Jersey.
We got a major tornado coming this way.
Okay, so I'm going to leave this image up, and I'm going to go ahead and reiterate once again. If you are in Burlington,
holy crap,
Croydon, Bristol, Florence, Mansfield, Bordentown, Holytown, any of these places over here in New Jersey, getting awfully close to Trenton now. This is coming for you, all right? Now, it might not be as significant by the time it gets to you, but the same storm and the same storm system is coming right towards you. Okay? And you have to take shelter right now. Get into the most interior area of your home. Put something over your head. If you don't have a helmet, you just literally take pillows with you. Take a mattress off the bed. Take something with you. Get into the most interior room of your home, or preferably in a basement, and hunker down. You have to put something over your head, though, because this tornado, these kind of tornadoes, it's not enough just to get into the most interior room of your home. Okay, this is the kind of tornado that could possibly completely devastate the entire structure of a home. So you want to put as much stuff between you and the outside world as possible. You want to put a mattress over your head, blankets, whatever you can find, okay, that won't add to like the flying debris problem. Whatever you can find, pile it up on top of you. Hopefully you have an interior bathroom with no outside facing walls. Get in that bathtub, throw the mattress on top of you, and stay with me here until this thing is over, because once again, the rotation is really tightening up here. Unfortunately, we have to go back to the radar here, and I'll show you once more why I think that we are probably going to see a very similar situation in Burlington, Bristol, and Florence here over the next little bit. Burlington, Bristol, and Florence here in the next little bit, okay? Because we do see those velocities starting to pick back up.
Our new channel
see
member.
the hook echo here, and we see, I don't see anything on the correlation coefficient just yet, but I'm thinking that we might, okay? If there's a tornado, it's getting ready to go right through Burlington. Getting ready to go
This is
right
definitely a
through
tornado.
Burlington. All right, I'm going to pull up a couple of different emergency management systems here for south of. And I'm going to pull up this radar so you can get a little bit of a better idea. Look at that, man. Now, once again, this thing has completely recycled, and I do believe we got a tornado here. The next sweep could show a debris ball. A debris ball, okay? And this is going towards Maple Beach, Bristol. All these places are directly in the path of this storm. Highway 13, Tullytown. Guys, get ready. We got 5,000 people in here. If every single one of you shared this on Facebook right now, we could probably get this out in time to somebody who's in Tullytown right now who just doesn't know. He don't know. He's on his phone. He's on YouTube. He's on Facebook. But he ain't heard of the commotion. Let's make sure we get this in front of him, okay? Here we go. This is it. The National Weather Service has issued a tornado emergency now. A tornado emergency for Mercer and Bucks and Burlington counties in New Jersey. Guys, a tornado emergency is the highest level of tornado warning that can possibly be issued. It's actually very rare. You don't get a lot of tornado emergencies ever. But we have one now, okay? And it's in Burlington, Mercer, and Bucks counties. And this is the storm that we're talking about right here. Once again, a tornado emergency has been issued for Burlington, Mercer, and Bucks counties. Now, I don't even care. I'm not going to talk about what Walmart it's getting ready to go by. I'm not going to talk about what, hot dog stand it's getting ready to go by. What needs to happen right now is that every single person in those counties takes shelter. All right, this is not, we don't have time to deal with the intricacies of exactly where this tornado is. If you are anywhere, even as far north and east as Trenton, okay, let's go ahead and get yourself into shelter in Trenton. Go ahead and take cover now. And remember, guys, this is not a normal tornado. This is a large, massive, violent tornado, the kinds that you've only ever seen on movies and TV shows. Okay, this is not a normal situation. You cannot survive this if you don't take shelter. Okay, you have to get to the most interior room of your home. Hopefully you have a basement or something like that. But if you don't, get into the most interior room of your home. And from that point, do whatever you can to put as much stuff between you and the outside world as possible. Grab the mattress off the bed. Grab multiple mattresses off multiple beds. Grab all the pillows, grab the comforter, grab the cushions off the couch, grab anything you possibly can and barricade yourself inside of the most interior room of your house. And that is going to be your best chance of getting through this, okay? We're talking about this thing is now working into the Violet Wood area, the Tullytown area. It's getting ready to cross over Interstate 95 right now, okay? So right after the exit of 276, the interchange there onto 95, that's where it's getting ready to cross the road, okay? And this is, once again, unfortunately, this is in a residential area here. So we're getting into Whitewood, Violetwood, Levittown, Willowwood, Wheatsheaf, and Magnolia Hill here as this thing continues to go off to the north and east. And this is this looks even worse. This like the radar signature here looks even worse than this. And I'm going to show this one more time here, just so people have an idea as to what they can expect. Okay, so I'm going to pull this up right now. This kind of tornado, or a tornado even bigger than this, is what's heading towards these places right now. Okay, and that's why I'm trying to really emphasize how important it is that you take shelter. Tullytown, you got to get somewhere now. Emilie, Levittown, Magnolia Hill, Penn Valley, Fairless Hills, all these places. Please, please, do whatever you can to get somewhere. If you don't have, I mentioned this earlier, if you don't have some part of your house or some part of the building that you are currently in right now that you trust, okay? If you think that, let's say you're in a mobile home, for example, it's probably actually best if you don't stay inside of that mobile home, okay? I say get in the most interior room of your house. I know a lot of mobile homes, especially double wides and stuff, may have interior bathrooms or laundry rooms or something like that. In this case, with these kinds of tornadoes, your best bet might be if there's a low-lying area outside, okay? If there's a ditch or something that you can put yourself in, that might actually be a better idea than trying to ride it out inside of a mobile home. But if you live really close to somebody with a sturdier built home, or if you live close to a commercial building, or anything like that, if you can get somewhere really fast that has adequate cover for you, I would suggest going there now. Now, if you're in Tullytown, it might be too late. Okay. But if you're as far up as into Morrisville and Trenton, now is the time to act. Now is the time to actually go. Okay, if you're watching me on a computer, pick me up on a phone and go. You don't have much time left. These things, not only are they significant, damaging, violent tornadoes, but they are also moving incredibly fast. Okay, like by the time, one of the reasons why it's hard to keep up with exactly where it is on radar is because by the time I read out of town, it's already moved by there. Tullytown, by the way, if this thing is still on the ground, it's likely going through there right now. And more than likely it is. Okay, so once again, a tornado emergency is issued for the Trenton area. Let me welcome our I'm going to retweet that. I want to make sure you guys that are watching that aren't from here, that aren't necessarily having to take shelter right now, please also retweet that yourself, okay? Tornado emergency has been issued here. And let me go to a different angle of this tornado. There it is. Okay, once again, this video here that you're watching, this is the exact kind of tornado that could be coming through the Trenton area here momentarily. Long track tornado emergency in Trenton, New Jersey. Yep, we have confirmation now that a very violent tornado is currently on track to literally go into Trenton. Now, based on the last couple scans of the radar, this is still showing that there's a giant, massive, really bad tornado on the ground, but the hook echo is a little bit less defined. So maybe, just maybe, we are going to see this thing die out real quick. Now, typically in these type of storms during this time of year, during a tropical storm system like this, typically what we would see is that these tornadoes happen very briefly, right? They hit the ground, they come back up, they hit the ground, they come back up. But today, what we're dealing with is a very different situation where they're sticking around for a little bit longer than usual, okay? I'm going to switch over here to WSV3. Zoom out, and I want to give you guys a view on radar once again of the emergency. And screenshot this. You'll never see this again. You'll probably never see this again. Tornado
this is
emergency
definitely a tornado
issued here for this portion of New Jersey in September for that matter. Okay. Once again, everybody in that big flashing purple polygon there. You have to take shelter now. There's a giant, catastrophic tornado moving towards you. Okay, and that's not my words. That's the official wording from the National Weather Service. Okay, tornado damage threat catastrophic. I don't think I've seen that. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Catastrophic. But the fact of the matter is, that is what is happening here. A catastrophic tornado is moving, unfortunately, directly towards Trenton at this point. And also, you can see the hook echo here on WSV3 pretty well. This is going to be going across I-95 there really soon. Let's go back over here to this radar. I like this one a little bit better. And yeah, as of right now, I would say that it is in Tullytown. And then it's going to be going across, what is that, the Delaware River, into Trenton momentarily. Refresh radar scope here. So once again, the good news is a lot of these more recent radar updates are showing less rotation here as far as velocity goes, but I'm still seeing a very significant correlation coefficient. I'm going to go dual pane here, okay, and then I'm going to pull up the correlation coefficient on this side. We're going to forget about the velocity right now. Let's go CC. That's where your tornado is. Look at this. This is Trenton. This is the tornado. It is coming. It's very close. This is another one of those situations where you don't have a whole lot of time now to take shelter. And there's a lot of people in Trenton, man. Let's see here. 623,000 people. 623,000 people are currently in the path of this very dangerous and possibly deadly storm. 182 schools and 13 hospitals are in the path of this storm too. This is a life-threatening situation. Seek shelter now. Once again, a tornado emergency. And also a flash flood emergency. Let me look at this. Yeah, look at this. Parts of Bucks County here, Bucks County are under a tornado emergency and a flash flood emergency at the same time. That's another thing that you'll never see again right there. This is quite literally a historic event. You're watching history unfold in front of you. A completely random, massive tornado outbreak is happening due to the remnants of Hurricane Ida on the East Coast here. Guys, if this tornado is still on the ground, which there's no reason to believe that it's not, we believe that this is near Lakeside, moving towards Wheat Sheaf. Okay, directly after that, it's going to go across Pennsylvania Avenue, okay, into the Highway 29 area south and east of Morrisville. And then by that time, it'll be into the downtown Trenton area. Okay, I don't know. I keep waiting for this thing to go away or to weaken, or, usually that's what happens. But I still see a good sign that there's possibly a tornado down here as it's moving towards Trenton. Wow. So and another really incredible thing here is that there's only one tornado warning now. All day long we've had multiple tornado warnings throughout most of the East Coast, and right now there's only one, and it is the tornado emergency here. Tornado emergency here near Trenton. Unbelievable. And once again, I have to reiterate that parts of Bucks County are under both a tornado emergency and a flash flood emergency. This is an extremely rare worst-case scenario. I mean, all you can do at this point, hope for the best for those people. There's nothing else you can do. It's like a really helpless feeling. Can't believe that this is happening right now. It's just like it's now hitting me. Tornado in South Jersey. Getting a lot of pictures and videos from you guys. Malika Hill. Okay, I'm getting all these videos and pictures of the damage that are coming in. I'm going to relay these on Twitter if you want to go ahead and look at those now before I have the chance to show them on the street. You can go follow me on Twitter at Ryan Hall Y'all. At Ryan Hall Y'all. Heavy damage reported in Mullica Hill. Mullica. Still haven't seen anything out of the Trenton or Bristol areas. So we're going to hope that this thing is lifted at this point. But, that may be wishful thinking. Okay, well, the last little frame there does show a drop, less of a CC drop. We do have a, still a little bit of a hook echo here. But maybe this thing, let's all hope to goodness that this thing's going to lift right before it hits downtown Trenton. That's what we need today. Once again, though, if you want to see those pictures of the damage and stuff that are rolling in on Twitter, that's at Ryan Hall Y'all. It's the same name as my name here on YouTube. You'll find me. Orange tornado. Beast. Thing is an absolute beast. Look at this. Tell me it's. So we still have a tornado emergency. Okay, we still have a tornado emergency issued for Burlington, Mercer, and Bucks counties until 7:30. And it does look like if the tornado is still on the ground, it's literally going through Trenton within the next couple of minutes. However, the latest radar reflectivity tells me that there's likely a chance that it has lifted. But I don't want to go ahead and say that's what's happening. I want to go ahead and the best thing for you to do if you're in Trenton is just to act like there's definitely going to be a tornado that hits you, because in the case that there is, you're going to be glad that you did that. So I don't want to sit here and say that it's weakening or it's going away, but thankfully it does look that way to some extent. David G, thank you for coming back as an official sponsor, man. I really do appreciate you, man. That's awesome. It's a big deal. Okay, so now the tornado emergency is for Mercer and Bucks counties. Mercer and Bucks counties only. Unbelievable. It's rumored that Hurricane Ida has done something like $40 to $50 billion in damage, and before she left the United States, she wanted to make sure that she added some to that. Unbelievable. Okay. So we have, let me go back to the 4-pane view here. I've got to bring up velocity again. As velocity. Okay, so our big area of velocity that's bringing the tornado possibly into Trenton, that's happening right now. If there is a tornado with this storm still, it's in Trenton right now, going right through downtown Trenton. However, there's there's less of a correlation coefficient drop there, so we're going to hope for the best. All right, I'm going to take you back to the radar. That's what we're looking at. Still have a tornado emergency issued for Mercer and Bucks County. This is a rare historic event. And I'm just looking now for pictures and reports of damage. I have to pull up some emergency communications from that area. Give me just a second. I'm going to do that right now. That's important. Jersey, Trenton. County fire.
Yeah, you have to come up, if you're coming up corridor, make the right at Cherry Valley, go down the Promise Line, come up Promise Line, and go right over 518 and come up that way. That's going to turn into Hopewell Amwell Road. The road is probably about 3 feet of high rushing water.
Okay, so they're talking about flooding right now.
We'll contact you when we get closer.
Turn that down just a little bit. Mark Thomas says he's 1 mile from Trenton. Nothing here yet. Well, that's good to know. I think that by some sort of miracle, this thing actually might have lifted right before it got to downtown Trenton, which is 100% a best case scenario, because we saw just exactly how damaging and destructive this thing was right before it got there. So let's hope for the best here. Also, I'm going to pull up a couple of different amateur radio feeds here. Go to the... Where would have this thing... Would that have been Burlington County, or would that have been in Pennsylvania? Public.
Central FP20. Orders received. The highways reopened. You can show the assignment complete. Central Medic 44, Robin.
44, 42.
Medic 44.
Sorry for all the noises, guys. I don't know why they play those tones every time. Here. I'm almost done. I'll be right back to reading off to updates and stuff right here in a second.
Boulevard, Trenton Avenue to Watley Road. The alarm system, stop response 1, channel 3. Squad 16, engine 15, engine 19, truck 17 with deputy 10. Hamilton Township 841, Estates Boulevard, Trenton Avenue to Watley Road. The alarm system, stop response 1, channel 3.
And Beverly Road.
Receive. Receive.
From Chief 51.
Everyone, welcome our new
Gloria, thank you so much.
Central 3682.
So much. Yeah, this is a good time to share the stream on Facebook and Twitter and all that stuff.
I think everyone's arriving.
I do believe that we still have this tornado here north of Trenton now. I'm very sure we'll hear word if this is still on the ground soon, because Trenton's a very populated area. We're going to have a lot of reports of damage and stuff if a tornado just went through there. But if not, then I think that this this might have lifted just in time for it to not hit Trenton head on there. So we do have another tornado warning back here for Hunterdon and Mercer and Bucks counties. Okay, and that's going to go until 7:45 p.m. And that's a completely different storm there. This is the one that we're really watching here north of Trenton. Wow. I'm going to pull up. Thing looks like it's, it might have lifted and it went into a recycling period right there north of Trenton, or as it went through Trenton. But as it's going north of Trenton, it looks to me like it's picking up steam. I haven't heard anything else on the dam. I know that there's a lot of flash flood emergencies right now. If I zoom out here, like a lot of the greater Philadelphia region, all the way down into close to Trenton, New Jersey, is under a flash flood emergency. I don't know if that has anything to do with the dam failure or not. We also have a flash flood emergency down here in southern portions of Pennsylvania, and then I think the Johnstown flood. I just haven't heard anything else from it yet. So, once this tornado stuff calms down, and it should, hopefully soon, we will go back and look at some of the flooding situations, because I know that that's really important too. Let's go over to WSV3. We'll completely update the radar here. Still had that tornado emergency in effect. And look at all this rain, guys. Here in Harrisburg, it's about to stop, thankfully. If you're in Allentown, you still got hours to go.
Welcome our new channel member.
And unfortunately, very unfortunately, man, all around Philadelphia here, where all these flash flood emergencies are, we still have a long ways to go before this rain is done. Long ways to go. So yeah, there's nothing on the correlation coefficient here. The rotation seems pretty broad north of Trenton. So I don't know if we're still seeing the large damaging tornado on the ground like we were earlier. But there's still a tornado emergency, so everybody in Mercer and Bucks counties needs to remain in their safe spots, remain sheltered in place. I will tell you when you can come out. I will tell you when it's okay to come out. If there's still a tornado on the ground right now, it would be near Slackwood or Bakersville. Somewhere in this general vicinity here. Bakersville is getting ready to cross 295. Then next in line is going to be Princeton University. Literally, Princeton University. If this thing's still on the ground, Princeton University could actually be directly in the path of this storm. It's crazy. Yeah, it still looks nasty. No correlation coefficient drop, though. Yeah, that's the good news. This thing, you know, if it is down, there's probably a big rotating mesocyclone, probably multiple funnel clouds. But if it is down, it's touching down briefly, and it's not lofting up debris into the air, which means that it's likely not super violent right now. However, it doesn't, you know, that could change. You know, if you're here in Lawrence and you've got a non-violent tornado and you're just, you know, 5 miles away in Princeton Junction, for example, by the time it gets to you, it could very well be a violent tornado. So let's continue to shelter in place. Now that tornado emergency lasts until 7:30. It's 7:29 right now, so let's see what they do. They will likely reissue a tornado warning, but they probably won't issue another tornado emergency, at least from my opinion. Yeah, so they are issuing new warnings now. The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning. This is not a tornado emergency now. A tornado warning for Mercer, Middlesex, and Morris counties in New Jersey. Thank God. Obviously, we hate to see tornado warnings, but that's much better than a large, violent, damaging, and deadly tornado going through a massive population center, okay? Sorry for the delayed lights. This is mind-blowing. I still haven't completely grasped what just happened. My goodness. Okay, so the tornado emergency was allowed to expire, but that last radar update there does not look good to me. I see some recycling. I definitely see a more well-defined hook echo here. I don't see anything on the correlation coefficient just yet, so that's good. However, if you're in Princeton Junction, once again, this is a really interesting situation where there's a possible tornado right now that's going to go right across Princeton University. Guys, I know there's 5,000 people watching right now. You guys know somebody at Princeton. Send this to them, okay? Let's get everybody into shelter, and let's throw up the Ryan Hall y'all stream there in the hallways or something, or in the auditorium. Make sure everybody gets through this. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of really substantial shelter there at Princeton, so this is going to go right between the main area of the university and also the plasma physics laboratory. If this thing is still on the ground. Now, the thing is we don't know for sure whether or not it is still on the ground. We don't know 100% for sure right now, but it looks like it might be. Whew.
They said it was stuck in water near the ditch. They were afraid it was going to flip. That's all they told us.
I am drained. Frank, sharing stuff with me. I don't always get to it.
Check this surrounding area. 20. Come back to 21 years and ultra roof and Princeton Place.
Well, they just expanded the flash flood emergency now too. The flash flood emergency, they just expanded it to include Cedar Grove, and Princeton. What an insane day. This is like the most active day this year. Oh, I like this one. Man, that's good. Whoever you are, a deplorable Neanderthal, thank you for that. I needed that laugh. So I don't know if you guys saw or not, but before I started the stream, I'm testing out a new thing where, you know, if I think I might have to do a live stream, I will create a future live stream and make it a probability as to how much I think it's necessary for live coverage to be needed. Earlier today, much earlier today, this is what it showed. Let me go to list. So earlier today, let me go to his here. This is what mine showed. Oh, come on. You go to web browser here. This is what the actual thumbnail was. I was like, yeah, there's a 30% chance I'll need to go live today. And then he updated it for me. Very much appreciated. Very much appreciated. All right, let's get back to the radar. In fact, actually, I'm gonna list to you some locations where this tornado is right now. And then I'm going to go right back to showing some footage there of a damaging tornado moving through, because I do think we have another one forming right now. Look at that. Look at that. We got another correlation coefficient drop. This is just south of Princeton. We have another tornado down right now, and this one's also probably going to end up being really big and damaging too. So guys, Princeton, hopefully you're in your safe place. Plainsboro, Princeton, Plainsboro, Dr. House, you got to get to shelter right now. Kingston, Heathcote, Dayton, Kendall Park, North Brunswick Township, New Brunswick, East Brunswick, all of these places. I mean, you know them. Yeah, these are really popular places. Everybody's been to them. Very large, damaging tornadoes likely forming right now, and it's going to be coming right for you. It's going to be coming right for you. Okay. So let's take this seriously, and let's get in our safe spots. Just now formed. I thought for sure I was going to be able to take a break. We've been going for 5 hours now. Whew.
I met up with PSE&G. They did find a vehicle, the black sedan, in a ditch. Nobody was in it. So,
lots of speculation out there as to, you know, what EF rating that Mullica Hills tornado would be. And, you know, you can't do that. You can't rate them. It's up to the National Weather Service. But, you know, that's got to be EF3 or higher. It has to be 3 or higher. Guys, I got to get me a mini fridge to go right underneath the desk here, so I don't have to get up to go get beverages.
Everyone, welcome our new
Damon Lee, thank you so much. Wicked FN, thank you so much, guys. Everybody that's been supporting the stream today, you are very, very much appreciated. We're dreadfully watching this thing. I'm kind of like just waiting on the next radar scan here to see if it's going to be bad news or good news. Very, very, very close to Princeton. Princeton University now. Hopefully everybody in Princeton University is sheltering. It's in the most interior room of the most sturdy shelter that they can find. Because this is no joke. Look at that supercell, man. I'm telling you what, though, if this ends up, you know, producing another very large, violent tornado, Trenton, New Jersey has some sort of magic shield around it because it literally lifted just in time to not put a tornado down in Trenton, and now it's back down, possibly producing another very large, damaging tornado. Yep, that last velocity update, I don't like that, not one bit. Ryan, why didn't they issue a tornado emergency on the Mullica Hill tornado? Probably it has a lot to do with the way it looks on radar, how many reports that you're getting in, and the population that the storm's getting ready to impact. So, in a place where, like in a situation where a big tornado like that's going to impact a city like Trenton, issuing a tornado emergency will, it'll cause more things to happen to make sure that people in a big city like that actually hear of what's going on, okay? Normal tornado warning, unfortunately, a lot of time is overlooked, but a tornado emergency is never overlooked, and that's how you get a big city of 600,000 people to take shelter. But at the same time, also, just the way this thing looked on radar, warranted a tornado emergency. Like that was one of the craziest things I've ever seen, that close to a metropolitan center. Okay, so the tornado, if there's still a tornado on the ground, it has now officially passed Princeton, and it's past the university there. So, if there's anybody watching right now that is at Princeton University, please let us know if everything's okay. Did you get a tornado come through? Is there any damage out there? We would like to know the ground truth as to what's actually happening out there, so we can report for the people who still have to expect this, the storm as it's still coming towards them, so we can let them know what to expect. Another thing besides tornado and flooding damage, these storms carry large hail also. Yeah, pretty big hail here. Let's see here. Andrew Hooper, thank you for the mini fridge fund. Jay Hayes, hey man, what's up, dude? Nice to see you over here, dude. Love it. He says, thank you. I'm in Edison, New Jersey, just watching your stream. Hey, no problem, man. I'm here until they're over. And it don't look like it's going to be anytime soon. We have a CC drop, really? Yep. Okay, here we go. All right, we don't have a new tornado warning, but I'm going to go ahead and sound the alarm anyway, okay? Because we do have a brand new, possibly a large, violent tornado on the ground here that just went past Princeton University and is heading off to the northeast, okay? So this is going to directly impact Kingston, Heathcote, Kendall Park, and all these places within the next small amount of time, okay? You don't have much time to react. You don't have a lot of time to, take whatever precautions are necessary to protect your life and property. However, whatever those things are, you have to do them right now because, as of right now, we don't know how big the tornado is. We don't know how impactful it's going to be, but every other tornado that this storm has produced has been big. So we're going to go ahead and assume that this one's going to be big too, and you've got to go ahead and get into a safe spot now. Like I was saying earlier, these kind of tornadoes that are popping out of the sky today are not normal ones. Okay, you've seen pictures and videos, of like a nice wispy tornado. It's tubular, it's nice and flowing, it's moving around. That's not these tornadoes today. The tornadoes that are happening in New Jersey today are large, violent, nasty tornadoes that you don't see very often. The last time we saw tornadoes like this, it was a while ago. Okay. They remind me a lot of the tornadoes that we saw down there in Alabama on April 27th, 2011. All right. And you know how bad those were. Thankfully, it's not as widespread today. We're not seeing 17 tornadoes down at the same time. But the fact of the matter is it doesn't matter. Okay. If this comes down your street, this is going to be your April 27th. And it'll be a day that you remember forever. Hopefully you remember it forever because you took shelter and protected yourself there. As it came into your area. So let me get my radar refreshed here. Once again, still have that correlation coefficient drop here just south of Kingston. Trying to make sure I'm in the right spot. Yeah. And by the way, guys, this storm is getting dangerously close to New York. Okay? Getting dangerously close to New York. It's getting really close to Elizabeth. All right, Newark. All these places up here. New Brunswick. Woodbridge. See here, Manville. All these places. This is the next in line here to possibly receive a very significant storm from this as it moves past the Princeton area. Right now, if this tornado is still on the ground, we are likely going to see it going through the Rocky Hill area, Little Rocky Hill, all the way up through Griggstown, Sandy Hills. This is pretty much riding parallel to Highway 1 here that goes, or the Brunswick Pike that goes all the way up into the I-95 interchange there near Rutgers Bush campus. All right. Hopefully I explained it pretty well there as to where this tornado likely is right now. Yeah, that's what we're talking about right now. Once again, we saw a correlation coefficient drop pop up here near Kingston, north and east of Princeton, which tells me that there was a tornado down, lofting debris up into the air. But that correlation coefficient drop has gone for now. So this could be a situation where it's a very large damaging tornado, but it's only down for a minute and then it lifts, and then it's down and then it lifts. So, everybody in front of this thing needs to act like it's going to be constantly down and just hunker down. I'll let you know when you can come out. By the way, everybody in Trenton, everybody in Lawrenceville and Lawrence and Princeton and Plainsboro, all of you people who have been in your shelters, watching me on your phones and stuff, you are okay. You're okay. You can come out for now, okay? Unfortunately, there are still more storms behind you, and I don't know if these are going to end up being tornadic as well. But as of right now, the immediate threat of a tornado is over for you. You can come out of your shelters. If there's any damage or anything in your area, please, if you can do so safely, send me pictures on Twitter, all right? At Ryan Hall Y'all. And I will do everything I can to relay that message and those images to as many people as possible here, so we can let people downstream, the next people who will be affected by this tornado, exactly what's going to happen. So once again, we do not have Burlington, New Jersey. Okay, here's a video. Here's a video of the Burlington, New Jersey tornado. Here we go. I'm on this one. Check this out. This is going over the Burlington-Bristol Bridge. Doesn't even look real. I literally just got chills. Did you guys see that? I have never seen such violent motion on such a fast-moving tornado. These things are freaks of nature today. These are, once again, like I said, I've said this a million times during this, but these are not normal tornadoes. I've seen a lot of tornadoes in my day. Studied meteorology. This is not normal, okay? This is not what your average tornado looks like, especially not in New Jersey in September. Unbelievable there. Look at how fast it's going, too. Real quick update on the tornado situation up here. It looks like it's past Rocky Hill now, okay? But if you're in Sand Hills, if you're in Griggstown, if you're in 6 Mile Run Reservoir Site, if you are in any of those places, or you can get to them really quickly, you're in the direct path of a very dangerous storm. In fact, look at the screen right now. You see that thing? That could be heading right down your street here within the next little bit. So make sure you take this seriously. New Brunswick is also in the direct path of this storm, okay? New Brunswick, you are right there, smack dab in the middle of where this thing's wanting to go. One thing that is very good about what's happening right now is there's only one. There's only one tornado warning right now. If we were dealing with a situation where there were multiple ones of these, my God, I couldn't even imagine. Couldn't even imagine. Thanks. Keep sending me stuff on Twitter and stuff, guys. If there's, I'm really looking for like some significant damage just south and west of where this tornado is happening. Because I want to make sure that I'm there is still a tornado on the ground. Let me look here. Jay Hayes, give me an update on Edison. Yeah, I can do that. Hold on one second. Let me put it back on radar view here for you. Give me just 1 second. Man, this is moving into New York. Wow. Okay, hold on. Edison, New Jersey, right? You're in Edison, New Jersey.
Engine 2411 is responding to.
Yeah, we had a branch come down on the service line, pulled away from the house. You can notify public service. I'm sure they're busy, but.
Why is that not popping up on my?
Okay. Yes, the second engine 2411 is responding. Okay.
I know where it is. It's not popping up here on the thing. Listen. If you're in Edison, New Jersey right now, that means you are along Interstate 95 there. Brunswick. I see East Brunswick. And Edison on this map. Anyways, how much time do you have before the base of this storm that's actually causing the tornado, before that gets to you? I would say maybe 20 minutes at the most. Okay, these things are like going really fast, and I don't have the motion vector tool on me right now, so I can't tell you exactly, but I would say 20 minutes. Now, we don't know for sure if there's still a big tornado on the ground here, but if there is, and that's going to hit you, it's going to come through in about 20 minutes. I tweeted you an image of the Burlington tornado. Yeah, I will. I'll load up Twitter again. I'm sorry, I don't know why my maps here don't show. But you know where you are. You're right there next to East Brunswick, New Brunswick. The good news is I think that the vast majority of the circulation, the tornadic activity, is going to move just to the west of Edison. So, even if there is still a big tornado on the ground, which there very well might be, I think that Edison might dodge a bullet here for the storm being just to the west there. However, you might be able to see it. You might be close enough to hear it and see it. Yeah, okay. So here's New Brunswick. This is the tornadic circulation. New Brunswick, tornadic circulation. Somewhere around here is Edison. My map doesn't show it though. I think that this is going to continue to go north and go right into or just miss, I should say, the Edison area. However, man, don't come out of your safe spot. Do not come out of your safe spot. Go ahead and shelter in place, and I'll tell you when it's time to come out. There's so much pictures and videos coming through now of this tornado and of these tornadoes. It's absolutely overwhelming. I do want to show you some though, because I think it's more effective to have the videos and the videos and the pictures showing while I talk about where it's going versus just the radar image, because that just looks like splattered paint to a lot of people. The thing that I can't get over is not necessarily the size of this thing, it's the motion. Like, It looks like Tasmanian Devil. It looks like a cartoon. It don't even look real. That's how fast that thing's spinning. I can't even imagine what kind of damage that's doing on the ground. Anyways, if you are in New Brunswick, okay, Milestone, Piscataway, let's see here, Metuchen, South Plainfield, any of these places north and east of Kendall Park and Millstone, there is a big storm coming towards you that has the possibility of having one of these things at the base of it. All right. So that's what we're dealing with right now. A big tornadic storm that might have a big tornado on it that's getting ready to go through New Brunswick. Now, the reason I say might is because the latest reflectivity, the latest velocity readings don't look very convincing to me. I'm not 100% sure that we definitely have a tornado on the ground right now. However, there is a tornado warning in effect, so you need to take this seriously, because with days like today where there's tornadoes like this happening, you just go ahead and take shelter. If nothing happens, nothing happens. All right. You're not going to miss out on anything by not taking, or you're better off to take shelter is what I'm trying to say. Here's another view of that incredibly, unbelievably fast moving and horrific tornado. Once again, I do think this storm is weakening. I really do think this storm is weakening. There's still a tornado on the ground right now. Then this is going to, it's moving through the New Brunswick area. And then once it's past there, if these radar scans don't show any more increased areas of rotation, then I would say that this thing might have got sucked up into its own, supercell there. Not the size, it's the motion. Yeah. I get it. I did say that, but I was talking about the tornado. Jay, welcome to the club, man. Thanks for becoming a Slight Risk member, dude. I appreciate you. I'm in between Metuchen and New Brunswick. Okay. Well, that gives me a better idea as to where exactly you are. So the thing is, if you're in between there, you're probably really close to Haven Homes, Lincoln Highway, the Rookers Ecological Preserve. The thing is right now, as of right now, it does look like the rotating part of this storm is going to go right over you, okay? And we're talking about within minutes. All right, so if you do not experience a tornado within the next 5 to 10 minutes, you will not. All right, I don't think so anyways. But I hope that you are currently in your safe spot. I hope that you are currently, sheltered in place. You put yourself somewhere where you've got a lot of walls between you and the outside world. Or if you don't have the option to do that, throw a mattress over you or something, get in the bathtub. Because that's I hate to be overly dramatic, but that's the kind of tornadoes that we're dealing with today, all right? Rutgers. Okay, sorry, guys. You know me. But yeah, there is still a little bit of rotation coming through. You're probably going to hear some big-time winds come through. You might get some hail, some really heavy rain. But as far as whether or not there's still a tornado on the ground, we're not 100% sure. But according to the National Weather Service, it's still an observed tornado warning, which means that we have to treat it as if there is a tornado on the ground right now. So yeah, once again, I think that the most likely place for this to be right now is going to be near New Brunswick, near Voorhees. It's going to go up and it's going to cross Highway 18 here near Highland Park. All right, and then it's going to go right across Edgemount Road, and then to the Edison Job Corps Center, Crown Plaza, Edison, the Aldi there just off 287. And that's if there's still a tornado on the ground. That's the path it's going to take here imminently. Okay, I'm gonna show some different images of the tornado. I'm gonna flip this back over to radar view because as we're watching this thing as it's coming in, guys, please keep tagging me and stuff on Twitter. Showing the tornado and the damage that it's doing, so that I can continue to share. Wow. Still a lot of videos coming in of this Mullica tornado. Yeah, these things look like the April 27th tornadoes of 2011, man. It's unnerving. It's unnerving how similar these tornadoes are. In fact, I think these look almost a little bit spookier with how they're moving and stuff. Like, I seriously got chills looking at that last one.
I got 2 vehicles in the water. Not sure if they're occupied or not. Need some additional resources at this time.
Abdominal discomfort comes and goes every 10 minutes. No discharge or contraction.
I don't know about 60. I think they're getting their own assignment right now.
You live right next to the Job Corp on Plainfield Avenue. All right, so the latest update we've got on the radar here tells me that it's moving towards the north and east.
Perfect, thank you.
So, but it hasn't moved out of the area yet. So go ahead and stay in your safe spot, okay? Is there anything that Long Island needs to worry about? Yeah. There's possibly some tornadic thunderstorms heading that way. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it, quite literally. We're focused on this storm here as a tornado warning is actively in progress here. Now, the good news is if you live out here, if you live in New Brunswick, if you live in South Plainfield, if you live along I-95 there going north and east, this storm looks way less organized now than it did. So if it does have a tornado, probably still does somewhere, it's much smaller than the ones that we were looking at earlier. But that doesn't matter because, if it hits your house, it doesn't matter if it's big or small. It's going to be impactful, and you need to make sure you are sheltered right now. A tornado warning continues for New Brunswick, South Plainfield, and Carteret, New Jersey until 8:15. 8:15. So it's 8 o'clock right now. We got 15 minutes left on this warning. Now, if I was the National Weather Service and I didn't have a report of a tornado on the ground, like an actual spotter confirmed report, I might actually allow this tornado warning to expire after that 15 minutes. Because it might, to my somewhat trained eyes, it does look like it's starting to weaken a little bit. By the way, if you're in Rocky Hill, Greggstown, Sand Hills, Plainsboro, all these places, you can come out of your shelter now. The significant tornado threat has passed off to your north.
From deputy, I got the TAC 23 if you need them. On the 295 northbound, you said? I got in the notes as north and south.
What an eventful day.
Was the exit number 73, did you say?
All right, so we just got a new radar scan there. And once again, I'm not seeing anything convincing telling me that there's a tornado still down. So I'm going to tell you to stay in your safe spot, stay sheltered, but breathe a slight sigh of relief because I'm telling you guys, you people in New Brunswick, South Plainfield, Metuchen, Woodbridge, all these areas over here, you have significantly dodged a bullet if this thing continues to weaken as it has, because this tornado, this series of tornadoes that has come out of this storm has seriously been some of the craziest stuff I've ever seen. And the damage and the devastation in some of these towns to your south is just, it's really going to be unbelievable as we start to see some of the pictures and stories come out. So thankfully, I do think that the tornado threat has drastically decreased here over the last little bit. But still, all the way until 8:15, if you're in Middlesex, Morris, or Somerset counties, make sure you're staying in your safe spot. The sun is going down. I think it might be over for the night, at least for the most part. Well, the thing about these kind of storms, and you could be right about these significant tornadoes, the really big, crazy tornadoes. But the thing about these kind of storms is that it's not the convective energy or the sunlight that drives them. It's literally just the motion of that leftover hurricane there, pushing all that cooler air and rain-cooled air into the warm air that's out in front of it. Like even without sunlight, you can still get tornadoes out of something like this. Jay, by the way, Jay Hayes there in the chat is he's right in between Metuchen, I hope I'm saying that right, and New Brunswick. So he's right here. If you guys are familiar with radar imagery, he's right here, which would put him right here near the Rutgers, New Brunswick at Livingston campus, right in that area. And there's still a sign of rotation there. So I'm not saying that there's a big tornado that's getting ready to come, tear through your house, but I would definitely stay sheltered in place. He says it's loud. It's loud outside. Crazy. I'm just looking at some of the damage and stuff. This is once again, I have to reiterate that this is a historic storm. This will be remembered for a very long time. Up here in the Northeast is probably one of the most damaging and prolific tornado days in history. Can't believe this. I was in Annapolis earlier today with the tornado. Is there any more coming? No, if you're in Annapolis, I think you're good. I think you've got the all clear for sure. All right, I'm going to pull up another picture of this tornado here. Unbelievable stuff, man. This most of the pictures and videos that we're getting are coming out of the Mullica Hill, New Jersey area. So I'm guessing that's probably where the storm was most visible. Yeah, Ida just won't give up. She has really ramped up along both coastlines here. Ida made landfall as a catastrophic Category 4 hurricane, almost Category 5. And then also, kind of weakened out a little bit in the middle part of the United States. I live in Eastern Kentucky. It was supposed to be, like flooding and stuff here. Didn't get none of that. And then it ramped right back up on the other coast over there on the East Coast. And it's just crazy how damaging Hurricane Ida has been, and not even including the hurricane. Okay, we're talking about the flash floods and the tornadoes now. Jay Hayes, man, thank you for that. That's super generous. You didn't have to do that. I appreciate it. He says, you're the man. Thank you for covering this. I watched you during this whole thing. Thank you. Thank you, man. Thank you for that. I really do appreciate it. So we've been going now for almost 6 hours. What I thought was going to be a 1 hour quick brief update has now turned into a 6 hour coverage of a historic tornado outbreak in the Northeast. I cannot believe that. I'm still kind of taken aback by that. Now, the good thing is as I'm looking at a little bit of the more broad view of the radar, so a lot of the supercell activity is now getting eat up by that. Those 850 millibar winds are really getting eat up on this side over here by the rest of the rain that's trying to move in. So, thankfully, right there before it got to New Brunswick, I think this major tornado threat came to an end. I think that the major tornado threat has come to an end. Now, does that mean that the tornado threat has come to an end? No. But I don't know if we'll see any more monster maxi wedges coming through. I really don't. But I don't know if we'll see any more monster maxi wedges coming through. I really don't. But I don't know if we'll see any more monster maxi wedges coming through. I really don't. But I don't know if we'll see any more monster maxi wedges coming through. I really don't. But I don't know if we'll see any more monster maxi wedges coming through. I really don't. But I don't know if we'll see any more monster maxi wedges coming through. I really don't. But I don't know if we'll see any more monster maxi wedges coming through. I really don't. But I don't know if we'll see any more monster maxi wedges coming through. I really don't. But I don't know if we'll see any more monster maxi wedges coming through. I really don't. But I don't know if we'll see any more monster maxi wedges coming through. I really don't. But I don't know if we'll see any more monster maxi wedges coming through. I really don't. But I don't know if we'll see any more monster maxi wedges coming through. I really don't. But I don't know if we'll see any more monster maxi wedges coming through. I really don't. But I don't know if we I hope that we don't. I'm not going to sit here and say that we won't, but I think that things are going to start dying down as far as tornadoes go. Okay, here in New York, I think your biggest problem over the next little bit is going to be the heavy rain. Wow, what an incredible. I hope that I did a good job. Hope I was adequate coverage for the people who didn't otherwise have access to other forms of media. I hope that, you know, even though I mispronounced all the names of the cities and stuff, I hope that you were able to take shelter and be able to get away from the storm due to the reports that we were giving out here. Man, I'm not going to end it just yet. By the way, we are all clear on tornado warnings. We don't have any tornado warnings going on right now. We had the all clear as of right now. But I'm going to wait a little while longer before I end the stream, okay? Just in case something decides to ramp back up. So, and also what I'm going to do right here in a second, I'm going to pull up just another video of the tornado and let it play. And then I'm going to take a brief break. I have to take a break. I am absolutely parched. I need to get up and stretch my legs. I'm going to end up getting a blood clot in my leg. Oops. Let me give me just a second here. I'm gonna turn on the all view here while I organize that other screen there. Get hydrated, Ryan. Oh yeah, I'm about to get hydrated right now. Oh, I'm about to get so hydrated. I'm very excited about it, actually. And also, seriously, super huge thank you to everybody who has supported the stream, became new members of the channel, people who, you know, have, you know, sent super chats and all that stuff. Like, that's really appreciated. You guys are awesome. Usually I try to shout out everybody while that's happening, but, you know, obviously we had a lot of stuff going on, so I probably didn't get to read everybody's shout out or their super chat. So I'm sorry about that. Oh, yeah.
Rescue 49, if you're trying to come over, nothing's coming over. 129, copy.
Central Rescue 3018 responding. You're saying 4 Romeo, Oscar, Lima, Foxtrot.
Also, guys, if you're watching right now, please, for me, hit that subscribe button, hit the like button if you haven't already, and turn notifications on, okay? If this is something that you're interested in, if you found that the service that I was doing here today, what I was doing here today is useful, if you think that, you know, if something like that, even if you don't live in New Jersey or someplace that was affected today, if you think that if your town was being affected, you think that you would like to have my coverage there, just all I'm asking is for you to like this video and subscribe to the channel. And that's all the motivation I need to keep doing this. Now, obviously, I would do this no matter what. This is like my passion. But in order to dedicate hours and hours and hours of my time unexpectedly, while also, you know, kind of ignoring other responsibilities that I have, we gotta get to 100,000 subscribers at some point. All right, so you guys can help me do that by hitting the subscribe button right now. And I will be right back. I'm gonna go get myself hydrated. Super hydrated. BRB.
priority. Give me a second.
Bull Run. Yeah, firm.
Got two rescuers going into the water to retrieve the victim. Stand by.
Alrighty. Guys, I cannot say thank you enough to all of the people who have been here during this stream and supported and subscribed to the channel and everything. Basically, what we're going to do right now is I have to wrap this up. I think for the most part, the tornado threat, for the most part, is over. However, unfortunately, we have a very serious situation unfolding with the flooding. Okay, I understand that all the way through eastern Pennsylvania, into portions of southern New York, and eventually into portions of western Connecticut. There's some really, really bad flooding going on out there, and that is, that's really unfortunate because there's already a lot of places that are under flash flood emergencies. We've got dams that are failing and breaking and everything, and there's still more rain to come. Still more rain to come. So I'm going to do a really quick overview of everything that's likely going to continue to happen tonight, and then I'm going to have to call it a night. Pork Chop, thank you so much. She says, I've been watching your stream since the tornado hit Mullica Hill and kept going as we sheltered in the basement as it hit us near Trenton. You're doing an awesome job, and we really thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for that. Stephen Cobb said, what system do you use for your tornado warning alarm? If you're talking about the when the lights flash and there's what is it? Siren that plays and everything. It's set up through a service called If Then Then That. Okay, IFTTT. I have Philips Hue lights in here, and I set it up to where I hit a button and it makes the lights turn red, and like If Then Then That stands for If Then Then That. So if I hit a button, then the lights turn red, then they start flashing, then it plays an audio file on my computer, which is a siren. And I have a button on my Stream Deck, my Elgato Stream Deck, that allows all that stuff to happen. That's how I do that. Is it still curling up into Massachusetts? Yeah, Massachusetts, you're going to see a lot of heavy rain tonight. But I really do think that the vast majority of the tornado threat is over. A tornado watch. There is still a tornado watch for a lot into New York and Long Island, and there may still be a couple tornadoes later on this evening. But I think that the big tornado outbreak that we've been experiencing for the most part is over. Is it still in Trenton, Somerset area, or has it passed? It's passed. As far as like the tornado goes, it has passed. In fact, there are no tornado warnings right now at all. I'm going to continue to retweet some of the pictures of the damage and of the tornadoes and stuff here. And then we'll go through and talk about that, and then we'll do an overview of the forecast for the rest of the night. I gotta go. By the way, I'm getting a lot of messages on Twitter and stuff of people who are watching who say some people are saying that you have to pay to watch the stream, and that's not true. This is a free stream. Anybody can watch this. Every video that I post is 100% free. The stream is free and everything. However, what you're probably seeing is I had to turn the chat onto members only mode because of the like whenever we have like 5,000 or 6,000 people watching at the same time like we had earlier, the chat can just get crazy, and anything that's important that's coming through the chat, it just gets overlooked. So I had to turn that off because it's hard to manage, and then the members only chat is so that it's more manageable. And I know that the people who are members of the channel aren't going to just spam a bunch of random crap in the chat. Ryan, I've been with you since 7,000 followers. I had to leave the club for a minute, but I watch every day. I'm so happy. Your wife and kid, watching his growth as well. Yeah. I know, David, you've been here for a long time. You've been here since the snowstorm streams. And it is crazy. It wasn't very long ago where this channel just had under 10,000 subscribers, which is absolutely incredible. A new flash flood emergency was just issued. So this includes New Brunswick. Here, let me show you this real quick. Oh no, there we go. A flash flood emergency was issued, and it includes Bernardsville all the way down through North Plainfield, New Brunswick, and Metuchen and Old Bridge. All these places are under a flash flood emergency. This is not a normal, flash flood warning. This is a flash flood emergency. You need to move to higher ground now because there's likely a very large amount of water that's getting ready to come up and disrupt a lot of things that are going on down here. Big Strong, keep up the good work. Is Sussex, New Jersey looking at any risk? Yeah, everybody in the Northeast here there's still a lot of risk associated with this storm, especially with the flash flooding. Okay, lots of flash flooding emergencies are being issued. Remember earlier when we had that tornado emergency? It was kind of like a really big deal. Well, these flash flood emergencies are almost just as big of a deal. And in fact, if tomorrow we learn that there are multiple fatalities and injuries from these storms, they'll likely mostly come from the flash flooding. So I want to make sure that everybody knows that the flash flooding is just as serious as the tornadoes, but that's the risk that continues on into the night. Come back to here. Try to find a couple more images and updates to share with you guys. Once again, if you want to share anything with me, tag me on Twitter at Ryan Hall Y'all. And I will share that. Meatloaf, thank you so much, man, on Twitter. You're always on top of it, tagging me and everything. It helps a lot. It really does. Sean says, I've been with you since January 31st as well. Thank you for the great coverage. No problem at all, man. No problem at all.
23 to Central. We're going to handle that job as per Command 52. You're all right, Ray. Just put you on it. Okay, what's the address so I can put you on the ticket?
Bear with me here. I'm just trying to retweet as much stuff as possible, as many pictures and videos, and then we're going to go over that on the stream. More pictures and videos and stuff will come out overnight, and I'll continue to share them on my Twitter if after the stream ends. If you want to follow me over there, you can definitely do that and continue to see the updates here. And if you want to do that, once again, that's Ryan Hall, y'all. Ryan Hall, y'all. It'll load. All right, let's look at these updates here. Here's more of the damage in Mullica Hill on Marvin Lane. Look at these look like relatively new and very well built homes, and it's just eating them up, man. Look at that. Look at the top floor is completely lopsided. Weak tornadoes don't do that, man. Tornadoes that happen up here usually don't do that, man.
Central 3292 as well. 52. What is your current location so I can put you on a card? Are you in 167 Lambertville Hall Road?
Looking here, this is my street in Lansdale at 5:47 p.m. Look at the street flooding out there in Lansdale. All that water is flowing into a tributary somewhere, which will eventually flood significantly. Here is another view of that weirdly fast-moving tornado. This is the one that went through Burlington, New Jersey. Violent upward motion. I still can't believe it. It'll take me a while to process what happened here today. This is Mantua Boulevard. Next to the Delaware Valley Floral Group. I'm pretty sure we listed off that location earlier while I was listing off the call outs. Significant damage there as well. Another view of that tornado. The view of my tornado heading north from Burlington, New Jersey earlier. And look at that. That right there. See that little appendage coming off of it? Do you see that? She zooms in here. And then right there, you see that front? That is exactly what the Tuscaloosa tornado looked like, man. And that doesn't happen. Those horizontal vortices in front of the tornadoes, that does not happen unless it's a violent tornado. That's got to be, once again, EF3 or higher, maybe even much higher. Here's some more pictures and stuff and the damage in Mullica Hill, New Jersey. Lots of stuff coming out of there. This is the tornado also as it was near Mullica Hill. Another crazy shot there of a tornado right next to a bunch of houses in Burlington. And that's the strong. That's probably the strongest tornado we've had this year.
Thank you so much.
Definitely the most impactful. Lots of people are hurting right now. Lots of people homeless. Lots of people are probably pretty shocked, honestly. Usually in a situation like this, where you get tornadoes like this that come through, usually there's a moderate or a high risk issued from the Storm Prediction Center. And I'm not faulting them. This is not their fault. This is kind of a freak event. But the fact that we didn't have that kind of hype built up around this situation probably meant that a lot of people weren't paying attention to the weather, and this came out of nowhere to them. Now, we did know that the tornadoes were coming. If you watched my video earlier this morning, I said that there was a potential for this to happen, but I don't think anybody thought that this exactly would happen. All of these massive tornadoes here. There's another. That's a really good shot of the multiple vortex tornado there with that front edge, horizontal vortices there. I can't imagine like to be up close to that thing. Wouldn't want to be. That's for sure. That is for sure. And this is probably the most insane image that I've seen. Like just the speed, the violent upward motion. Not see that every day, man.
We are going to be delayed. We're trying to get off the highway with all the traffic. We're going to be a while to get to 836 per hour. Okay.
Keep an eye on Johnstown, Pennsylvania. The dam had a release, and 40,000 people are in the path of the release. Yeah, we're going to keep an eye on that. There is a flash flood emergency for pretty much a lot of southeastern up in eastern Pennsylvania. Some dams are potentially overflowing and breaking, setting forth an unfortunate situation where very likely that we're going to have some major, not only are a lot of houses and stuff going to be damaged from the tornadoes, but also the flooding. Here's the latest radar sweep. And once again, the good news is a lot of that heavier rain is now moving out of this the central Pennsylvania area. It's moving, out of Carlisle. It's moving out of Williamsport. And as of right now, the heaviest rain's falling right here in the tri-state area, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, New York, right here where they all meet. That's where the heaviest, by far the heaviest rain is falling right now. And more flash flooding is going to happen, okay? And if you get a flash flood emergency issued for you, please take it seriously. Get up to the top floor of your house or just literally seek higher ground, as those waters can come out of nowhere, especially if it's due to a dam breaking. Talk about like not having time to react. But literally a wall of water that can be coming down after you.
1691 medic 31, 63 Treving Lane. 79-year-old female unconscious for approximately 3 hours. Is on 2 liters of oxygen.
So that's what we can expect later on into the night. More of the same as far as the flooding goes. And the bulk of the heaviest rain is getting ready to go through New York City. So I would say that we're probably going to experience quite a bit of street flooding there in New York City. And then onto Long Island as well. And then the bulk of the rain is going to move into Connecticut. Okay, so all the way up to Hartford, Connecticut tonight. Watch out for that flash flooding risk because it's coming. It's coming. This rain is not showing any signs of letting up. And in fact, it's gotten more intense over the last little bit. So, you know, if you're in Bridgeport, Hartford, Providence, Rhode Island, all the way up to Boston, you got to get ready for this very, very intense rainfall that's coming. Sounds crazy. It's like, what? Prepare for rain? What are you talking about? Well, go look at some of the pictures and videos coming out of Pennsylvania right now. This is not normal rain. This is going to cause a very significant flooding. If you live in a flood-prone area, especially, you got to take this seriously. But even if you don't, this is for a lot of people going to end up being a once-in-a-lifetime flood. A 100-year flood is what they call it. And even though, you know, maybe you've been alive for 40 or 50 years, you never seen that water get up high enough to hurt you. Well, it could be different today. Okay, make sure you take that seriously, especially in the overnight hours tonight. Because it's just like tornadoes, the water is harder to see and it's harder to gauge what's happening out there when the lights are out, when the sun's down.
We got the TAC 23 on location. There was a car on Route 31.
So
518 that was stuck in the water, but apparently somebody else pulled them out of there. So they're gone. All right, John, just stay here for now.
So guys, that is going to conclude my live coverage of this historic event. This tornado outbreak and flash flood emergency out here in New Jersey, Pennsylvania, New York, and now moving into Connecticut and Maryland, obviously Maryland too. And here's the thing though, before I end this stream, okay, we got 2,800 people in here. Before I end this stream, we have 79,958 subscribers. We just need 40 more to reach 80,000 subscribers. What a big milestone. If there are 40 of you guys that are not subscribed right now, please do so. 80,000, that's a big deal, man. We gained nearly 20,000 subscribers in the past week. Let's get over that 80,000 there. That would be a great end to the stream there. Also, as far as you know, a damage report and everything else, if you want an update on the dam and everything, I'm going to be making a video early tomorrow morning for a forecast. I'll probably include a Hurricane Ida recap, and that'll include, you know, the final assessment here on everything that happened from Louisiana all the way up into the Northeast coast. And that'll also be where I am going to try to explain where you can donate and where I'm personally going to be donating my money to help the victims. Okay, like I said, a portion of the contributions that you guys have made to this channel will be going to you know, a donation fund that will help people that were impacted by Hurricane Ida. And we did it. Wow, that was fast. Did it. We are over 80,000 subscribers now, guys. Wow, I never thought in a million years that when I made a YouTube channel about weather almost 100,000 people would be interested. So you guys are making my dream come true here. Thank you so much. You're not going to regret it. You're not going to regret it. You're going to be very glad that you subscribe to this channel. We do these live streams anytime there's severe weather. And we also do, you know, daily forecast videos. We knew about this stuff coming yesterday and the day before that. Well, I just refreshed again, and now it says we're at 79,800. It was like 80,030. Now it's 79,800. Nevertheless, it's all right. All right, just keep subscribing. If you haven't subscribed already, hit that subscribe button, and I appreciate y'all so much. Okay, I gotta go. All right, I gotta go get some sleep. It's been a long week, man. Been going on for 6 hours and 16 minutes here. Thank you, Sean. Thank you for that. Also, I know a lot of you probably don't care, but I always do this at the end of the streams. How many people? Wow, 100,000 people was reached with this live stream right here. And that is all thanks to you guys sharing it on Facebook and Twitter and everything else. Like I always say, you know, this is a team effort. If it wasn't for you all, I wouldn't be able to be in front of anybody helping them out. So 100,000 people got to see this stream. That is fantastic. All right. I appreciate y'all. Thank you so much for being here. And I will see you in the next one. Goodbye.